Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need. What you need. We're broken, it's tragic. We're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic. Believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness.
Okay, here we are. Gonna make sure this comes up on the stream okay. Everything looks good so far, knock wood. Already, I think the most people we've ever had watching the start of a Laracon, so pretty cool. Don't mind me, I have to look off screen here for just a second. Oh, there I am. Okay, we're live, we're good. Here we go. So thank you everyone for joining us for the 8th Laracon Online. I'm Ian Landsman, and I'll be hosting the show here. So before we start, we do have 17 speakers this time, so a ton of talks. Just want to cover a few of kind of basic things, set the stage for the rest of the day. Let's go. Okay, so this is our first free Laracon, totally free. Thank you to our sponsors. I mean, the sponsors are always critical, but this time they're really more critical than ever. So, you know, this is still a bit of what I would say is an experiment. So anything we can do to really help our sponsors out is really appreciated. Go to the swag page, see their offers. They've done a bunch of amazing offers this year. There's discounts, there's giveaways, there's job offers, there's companies that can help you with your next Laravel project. So definitely check out the swag page. Obviously, we'll be talking about the sponsors throughout the event. And this year we have a lot of really great videos from the sponsors, from the gold sponsors. So check that out. And all those are also found on the swag page if you need to reference them again later or anything like that. And just want to obviously go through the sponsors. Our gold sponsors really stepped up incredibly huge this year. And really what I love about the gold sponsors and really all the sponsors is that we have, you know, long-standing partnerships with them. These are all companies that have been in the community for a very long time, have sponsored Laracon before. I've worked with personally many of them. So I just feel great sharing them all with you. I know that really good people behind these companies, great products. So again, check them out. We'll be hearing more from them as we go, of course. Silver sponsors as well, just a great group. All of them have items and descriptions and giveaways and products on the swag page. Check that out. And of course, our community sponsors as well. Could not do it without them. And then us, the founding partners, the ones who put this all together to begin with. Larajobs, obviously, if you're looking for a job or looking to hire people, go check out larajobs.com. That's the official job board of Laravel. Laravel News, of course, where would we be without Laravel News? Just everything you ever need to know about Laravel is always right there. And Forge, of course, the kind of main product of Laravel Inc. And you know, has done obviously so much. We use Forge for everything, including the website for Laracon. So check that out. I mean, I don't know. When we started this, we just had, you know, we had a nice design. It was great. But Kaneko and Flick have just elevated Laracon to just unbelievable heights. The design is ridiculous. These slides are like the best slides I've ever been seen at a conference. Just, it's great. So shout out to them. Really amazing job. So a little lay of the land here, the schedule. We tried to work in some breaks just to let you know I will be using the breaks a little bit to recoup time. Now we do have a 15-minute break and 2 20s. So especially the 20s might get shaved down a little bit. I want to try to keep us, you know, mostly on schedule. But we will definitely get breaks in for sure. I know people like the breaks, and we will make sure we get them in. And we do have 2 rounds of lightning talks this year. That's the other thing. So keep an eye out for that. We have 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Swag, I've been mentioning this already, obviously, but check that out, laracon.net/swag. Also in the description of this video is the link. So check out all those offers, deals, discounts, everything's there. Physical swag, merch. Really cool merch this year. Store.laracon.net. Also in the link down below. Pom-poms new this year. You know you need a pom-pom. It's cold. You need a pom-pom. Cups, shirts, t-shirts, awesome sweatshirt. Most of the merch is new, but the sweatshirt we had to bring back because the sweatshirt is just unbelievable. I have it from last time. Great sweatshirt. Get the sweatshirt, hats, the whole deal. So go check out that. Past videos. So this is new. Now all the videos are on YouTube now. So after this event, you want to go back and see anything from the past 7 Laracons, go check that out right on YouTube. And yeah, and obviously this will be published immediately. So there's no waiting anymore. It'll be available as soon as it's over. So you'll be able to go back and reference anything you missed if you have to come in and out or anything like that. And I just noticed we're over 2,100 concurrent viewers here. Great job, everybody. Definitely share this out on Twitter. We would really appreciate that. We're just big part of the reason why it's free is to reach every corner of the Laravel world. So we appreciate your help with that. I wanted to say this forever. Like and subscribe. This super helps out the stream, helps us reach all the parts of Laravel, right, that are not on Twitter. If you can believe that, there are people not on Twitter who use Laravel. So like it, subscribe, all those things increasing just helps YouTube do its algorithmic magic and get us over to the people who should be seeing this. So please do that down below. Okay, we're just about there. And what we're going to do first is we're going to have our first sponsor video from Vehicle. Obviously, forever partner of Laravel. They want me to also mention that they're doing mob sessions. So if you're interested in that, you can check that out in the digital swag. They have a link where you can sign up for that. They're doing them right now throughout the day. So you can sign up for one of those and see what that kind of philosophy in programming is all about. And they'll walk you through that and do that with you right during the event. So check that out. But I'm going to go off screen, play this video, and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Vehicle is a Canadian dev shop located in Southern Ontario, specializing in Laravel, Vue, and many other JavaScript frameworks. Our 70-person dev team works with clients to help them build exceptional web and mobile applications. We act as an extension of our clients' existing dev team, working with them to ship clean, maintainable code. We are one team with our clients, and we share in their successes. Our goal is to help you guide your team into building products you can be proud of. Here's how we deliver on that promise. Our foundational values are caring, growth, and delivery. We seek to provide a caring environment that enables our team to focus on growth. This in turn allows us to deliver for our clients. So, what does working with us look like? We have daily Slack communication with your team. We collaborate with you on weekly or bi-weekly sprint planning. We provide demos and retrospectives at the end of each sprint. We work with your team to have collaborative PR reviews, and we have daily pairing and mobbing sessions to ensure we ship high-quality code. Mob programming is a form of collaboration that eliminates dev block in a creative space that promotes growth, learning, and knowledge sharing. Join us for our public growth sessions. Reach out to us to learn more. We love giving back to the tech community. We organize JavaScript and PHP meetup groups in our community. Find us on Meetup. For this Laracon, Vehicle is giving away your choice of an iPhone 13 Pro or a Pixel 6 Pro. All you have to do is opt into our emails, and you've entered. And for an extra entry, join us for a mob programming workshop that will be running throughout the day. If you'd like to learn more about mob programming, the details are in our description on the Laracon swag page. But enough about us. We want to learn about you. We would love to have a conversation and learn what you've been working on. You can visit our website at vehicle.com or send an email to go@vehicle.com. Or connect with us on our socials to keep up to date with us and the Vehicalian culture. We also wanted to give a big thank you to everyone at Laracon who helped host this online event. We look forward to hearing from you, and thank you so much for watching.
Okay. There we go. Obviously, thank you so much to Vehicle. Couldn't do it without you and without them. And so check out what they're offering, both in the swag, mob programming. They have a lot going on, so check them out on the swag page to learn all about them and check out what they're doing today. All right, it's time for the first speaker. Let's do it. Let me bring him in here. Okay, hello. Oh, I don't think I can hear you. Check if you're muted. It could be me.
That better? We got that now?
There we go.
All right.
Good.
Whew.
All right. First little technical hiccup out of the way, and we are good to go. All right.
Happy days.
Thank you very much, Luke. I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you very much. See you in a moment.
I have to stop sharing, I believe. 1 second. There we go. Okay.
All righty. Everything look good from your end?
Yes, we are good.
Happy days. See you later.
See ya.
So, hey everybody, welcome to Laracon. It's great that I have the privilege of giving the opening talk. This is Actions Are a Dev's Best Friend. If you have never heard of the action paradigm before, I don't want you to panic. We're going to be building an action from the ground up today, and hopefully I will show you why actions are so useful, why you might want to use them in your Laravel applications and packages and PHP in general. Then we'll be looking at testing actions, and finally, how to build more complex scenarios with actions. So hopefully by the end of this talk, you'll have a great idea about a paradigm you may not have spent much time with before. My name's Luke Downing. Why should you care what I have to say? Well, I'm an open source enthusiast. I've been developing things for the community for quite some time, particularly with the testing framework PES PHP. I will be doing a little bit of PES content later in the talk when it comes to the testing section. So if you enjoy watching my PES content, I've got a little surprise for you there, so that'll be nice. I'm known as the PES guy or the PES guru because of that content. And if my microphone isn't working, which I really hope it is today, I'm known as the PEStinator. Obviously, I have to pay the bills. We're not all Caleb Portzio just yet. So I'm also a full stack developer at an amazing engineering company called Worksome. They're trying to tackle the freelancer market, and they're doing an amazing job of it. I get to work along with very talented Laravel engineers every day nearly. So it is a privilege and pleasure to work alongside those people. All right, that's enough about me. That's enough about Laracon, because what we're really here for is ParrotCon Online, the second greatest conference of all time, where all the bird watchers go to talk everything parrots. And obviously, as chief organizer of ParrotCon, it's only right that I register for the service. So I've created this handy little registration form for exactly that purpose. Now, whilst we're signing up here, you may be wondering, why on earth are we talking about ParrotCon Online during a talk about actions? Well, I'm going to use this application here to just demonstrate why actions can be so valuable. This is a fairly simple registration form, apart from the parrot coming down and pooing me out. But let's switch to the code base where you can really see this in action. Here's my register controller. I've chosen to go with a single action controller here. And you can see the first thing I do is validate the request data. If you take a look at the code for that, it's fairly basic validation. We're going to make sure the email is required and unique, make sure that the name is required and no longer than 255 characters. And we're also going to make sure the password meets certain criteria using Laravel's awesome password validation object. Once we've done that, we return that validated data and we use Eloquent to create a user. I'm using PHP 8.1, so I'm able to spread out this array even though it uses strings for keys. And then I hash the password so that we're not storing it in plain text in the database. Finally, I log the user in, and then I return to the homepage and I have to pass this session variable poop so that the parrot can come down and do its thing. Aside from the poop, you've probably coded this kind of thing loads of times for yourself. Now, this is going really well. ParrotCon is booming. I've got thousands of people streaming to the site. And then I get a phone call. And who is it but Taylor Otwell himself? And he says, Luke, look, I love parrots as much as anyone. I want to be at ParrotCon, but I'm so busy. I've just released Laravel 9. I'm preparing my talk for later. Do you think you could register for me? And as Laravel developers, we're used to handling support requests, aren't we? We have to do it all the time. Laravel knows this, and it provides the Artisan console, which we can use to build these amazing experiences for support requests just like this. So I say, Taylor, don't worry, concentrate on your talk. I'll register you for ParrotCon. I'll see you there. So we can head over to our terminal, and I can type in PHP Artisan register. You can see we get this awesome AC parrot. But after that, it says, well, what's the user's email? Obviously, it's taylor@laravel.com, and the name is Taylor Otwell. It tells us that he's been registered, and we can double check that by heading back to the application, hitting refresh. There Taylor is. He is coming to ParrotCon, everybody. So that's wonderful news. All right, back to the code. Keep this here in mind as we take a look at the code for the Artisan command. You can see that the first thing we do is draw this AC parrot. But once we've got the fun out of the way, we validate the user data. And you can see these rules look very familiar because they're the exact same rules we used in our controller. Once we validated the data, we use Eloquent to create a user, we spread out the data, and we hash the password so that we don't use plain text. Again, things are looking rather familiar, aren't they? Then we output this line to the console so that we know which user has been registered. And finally, we return this success integer so that the console knows that everything went well. This is the part that we're going to focus on for the rest of the talk. We have got duplicate code in our application, and you may think, well, this isn't such a big deal. It's only a small piece of code. And you're not wrong. It is only a small piece of code. But as our registration procedure becomes inherently more complicated, as we add more and more code to our application, this will become harder to maintain and keep up to date. Just as a quick example, let's say that the business comes to you and says, the max characters for a name needs to be changed from 255 to 150. Well, we're going to have to change it here, obviously. We're also going to have to change it in the register controller, so here. But then I have a full suite of tests as well, because I'm a good person. So I run my tests, and you can see that these fail because my tests also check for the number of characters. So that's 4 files I have to update for one tiny change for validation. That's just not going to cut it as our application grows. We need a better way to abstract this logic. Let's get everything green again, so we're back in the OK zone. And then let's talk about my search for actions, because I feel like the way I came to work out and understand actions might resonate with a number of you in the audience. I was a WordPress developer. I came from a WordPress background, and I had no idea about solid principles. I had the PHP code at the top of the page, the HTML at the bottom of the page, and it was basically glue to make it all work, right? I think that some of you might know where I'm coming from there. And when I first came to Laravel and started using controllers, I'm pretty sure I was developing with the Stripe API, and I realized that I needed to reuse a piece of code. So I went over to Stack Overflow, as many of us do, and I searched for how do you access a controller method from another controller? Maybe you understand the pain here. Thankfully, the community comes back, and in the second response of this question, they say, you need to abstract it and make it reusable. Well, thankfully, I heeded that advice, but I actually went on to implement an even worse idea. Check this out. So I thought, well, look, I've got this controller and I have an artisan command. Seeing as there's this artisan facade, why don't I do artisan call register and pass in the data? Then I wouldn't need to do this step here, right? And then I'd have to do something like user latest first to grab the latest user from the database. Hopefully you can see the pitfalls already here. If I run my tests, yes, they pass, but this is absolute trash. You should never do this. Here's why. Note that I still have to do my validation step. So we've not been able to abstract that layer. If you're thinking, well, why do you have to do the validation step? I can show you if I comment it out and just passed all the request data in and run our tests again, all of my validation tests will fail. And that is because Artisan is going to boot register in a new PHP process. So the exception will not be able to bubble up to the exception handler to be turned into a redirect with validation errors. So already this is a terrible idea. The fact that it's going to be passed to a new PHP process is also going to slow our code down dramatically, and we're probably going to get performance issues. Also, call doesn't return a user object, it returns an integer as to the success of our artisan command. So we have to retrieve it from the database. Again, that's slow, but it could also introduce a race condition where we log in the wrong user once we've got thousands of people accessing our website. This is a terrible idea, but I can remember a number of years back, I actually tried to submit a talk called Refactoring to Artisan that was literally this. I've come a long way, don't worry. Let's nope straight on out of here, and let's talk about another thing that I see mentioned often in the community. And that is that you put such abstracted code in the relevant model. Now, this seems like a quick win. It removes duplication, that is true. It allows us to pass in complex data types as arguments, and it supports complex return types. It is infinitely better than the artisan idea I just showed you. So, for example, for registering, we'd have a public static function called register. We'd pass in our array of data, and the model would handle validation, and it would handle creating our user in the database, and then it would return that user model for us. Now, this is a popular approach, but I want to address a number of pitfalls with the approach. Registering is the first of many things our user is going to be able to do. We might register a user, ban a user, add a user to a team, update a user's roles and permissions. We might need to pay a user or take payment from a user. By the time our application is complete, we could have hundreds of different things that a user can do. And that's given that everything goes on the user model. I've had arguments in teams before where they've said, well, we need to have this piece of code that adds a user to a team. Does that go on the user model or the team model? And I've actually also had it where they can't decide, so they put it on both models. And then the code becomes this unmaintainable mess. So although this is a good idea, I don't think it's the perfect abstraction. Really, the light bulb moment for me was when I saw the Jetstream codebase. Jetstream is a scaffolding package by Laravel, and it gives you authentication, it gives you welcome mail, password reset, two-factor authentication, loads of goodies for free. It's a really nice package, but what I'm trying to get at is whenever Taylor releases a package, take the time to go and read the source code, because he has this little artistic streak and he thinks about how to create the simplest solution to a complex problem. It's always worth taking a look at the code he produces. And this had the answer in plain sight for me. I was working with managers, as in like class managers and providers and repositories and all this, but the answer was so much simpler. Take a look at the Jetstream codebase. We have this Jetstream directory, obviously, and the source directory inside it. That's very common. Then there's an actions directory, and inside there, we don't have a noun like manager or provider or repository. We have a verb, a doing word, update team member role. And when you actually take a look at the class inside, you'll see a single public method, update. This is so explicit, it's unreal. As soon as you see this class, you know exactly what it does. It doesn't try to hide anything. You don't have to call methods in a certain order. You don't have to mess with properties. You create the class, you call update, you pass parameters, and it does exactly what it says on the tin. It updates the team member role. So although this is so simple, it took me a while before I realized that this was such a powerful solution for abstracting common logic. Why don't we go ahead and attempt to apply this to ParrotCon Online's codebase? We'll jump back into our code here, and I'm going to open up my folder structure, and you'll see I've created this directory called Actions. You'll have to create this because Laravel doesn't ship with this by default. I'm going to click here, and we'll create a new class, and I'll call it Register User. And all we need is a single public function. So public function, and we could call it register, but I'm going to call this handle. I'm going to be a bit more abstract, and you'll see why in just a moment. We pass in an array of data, and we return a user model, like so. All right, now we can do those steps that we talked about earlier. We'll first validate the data using the validator facade. And hopefully I still have in my clipboard these validation rules, which I do. That's super useful. And once we've validated, we obviously now need to just create the user. So I head back into my controller. I'll copy this code here, and we'll return the result of that code. Just going to have to split those two up like so. And this is basically our action. One thing to note here, by the way, is unlike placing this logic in the user model, if we prefer dependency injection, that is, injecting dependencies through the constructor, we're able to do that because we'll be passing this action through Laravel's service container. So if you prefer that architectural pattern over facades or helper functions, then this might be for you. All right, let's jump back into our register controller, and now let's make use of our new action. We'll say register user, and I'm going to get rid of all of this here and simply say user equals register user handle the request data. And we can remove this validation method down here because it's no longer needed. That is handled by our action. Let's see if this works by jumping back into our application, and we'll register Erica for ParrotCon Online. I'm looking forward to a talk on the art of programming later. Her slides look absolutely incredible. It obviously works. Let's make sure our avatar appears. Brilliant. So we can be absolutely confident that our refactor is successful. Let's jump back into our code base. And I want to discuss two things before we go and update the console command to also use this action. The first is, why have I not put this login method inside register user? Well, here's how I tried to decide what should be an action and what should go in your controllers or artisan commands or jobs. If it cannot be used in all external layers of your application, then I don't put it in an action. So with logging in, you only want to do that in a HTTP request. You don't want to do that in a job. You don't want to do that in an artisan command. So I leave that as the responsibility of the controller, and I place everything else in an action. Now that's debatable, and you might decide that you want to put that in the action anyway. That's completely up to you. But personally, that's how I define the boundaries for an action. I also want to talk about this handle method. See, working on the PES PHP team, I've become really accustomed to very declarative code with no boilerplate. If I can remove boilerplate while it's still being readable, I will. And seeing as all of our actions are going to have a single public method, wouldn't it be nice if we could treat them like functions? So that is to say, as soon as we see a class that is called in the same style as a function in our code base, we know immediately that it's an action. Well, PHP allows for this by changing the handle method to invoke. And once we do that, we don't call handle anymore, we simply call it as though it were a function. And you can see how declarative this is. If I run my test suite again, you'll notice everything still passes. But we can say the user is the result of registering a user with all of the request data. So I really like this way of using actions. I think it makes for incredibly readable code. Okay, let's jump into our register user command, and let's make the same changes. So instead of injecting the validator, I'll inject the register user action. Let's import that. And we obviously still want to draw the parrot, but then we can get rid of all of this and simply say user equals register user passing in this data. Now, data isn't actually a native method on artisan commands, but here's a little artisan tip for you. When you create arguments, make them optional with the question mark at the end of the argument, and then create a little data method where you return all of those arguments. You check if they've been passed, and if not, you simply ask in the artisan command for that piece of data. This improves developer experience so much because you don't have to remember all of the arguments and options you may have to pass in your command. So just a little side tip for you there. Okay, let's now check that everything's worked. We'll run PHP artisan register, and let's go for Freek at sparsy.b. And obviously it's Freek van der Herten. And if we jump back to our application and refresh, there is Freek successfully refactored. Well, now we really have seen how and why you should use actions. You could walk away at this point and you'd have a decent understanding. It is that simple. But I think we can take this a little bit further, and that is by introducing contracts. Now, contracts are just a fancy term for interfaces. Laravel uses the term contracts, so we'll stick with convention here. Why would you want to back your actions, which are so simple, with an interface? Well, first of all, it's going to allow you to create multiple implementations for your actions. So imagine for a moment that in certain scenarios, you need to create an audit trail for registering a user. You could have two actions that both implement the same contract. One does standard registration, and the other calls that base action, but then also performs an audit trail as well. I also find that by using contracts, I'm more encouraged to use class composition over inheritance, which I sometimes find can make my code a little less maintainable in the long run. Again, personal opinion, but it's worth voicing my opinion in this case. If you're a package developer, which I am, and I'm particularly talking to Freek here, if you use actions in your packages and you bind them to a contract, you actually allow the users of your package to implement custom functionality where your package doesn't quite meet their project requirements. I think Laravel Fortify does this really well. You can literally override any of the actions there with your own implementation if you've got custom authentication needs. Also, as you'll see in just a moment when we jump over into Pest World, it opens up powerful testing capabilities either for complete test doubles of your actions or for intuitive mocking where you don't have to do all that much as a developer to get it set up. So hopefully I've won you over. We should use actions or contracts for our actions. Let's jump back into our code. And if you're in an IDE, this couldn't be simpler. I'm in PHP Storm. I'm going to right-click on our action, head to Refactor, and Extract Interface. Here's a little naming tip for actions. Name the contract as the description of your action, and name the action itself as the order you would give to someone performing that action. So let me explain. The action itself, the implementation, is you go and register a user, whereas the description is this action registers a user. Now, by doing this, you're going to avoid naming conflicts with your actions, and your PHP files will be much cleaner as a result. We'll implement the invoke method and hit refactor, and the IDE does the rest for us. No sweat. Now we can jump back into our controller, and we can update registers users with registers user, which is the contract instead of the implementation. We can do the same in our command, right? Instead of register user, we say registers user. Now, when we run our tests, they fail. And they fail because we haven't told Laravel how to bind our contract registers user to our implementation register user. Now, we do all of that kind of work in our service provider. So let's go to our app service provider and inform Laravel about this paradigm. So this app bind, we want to bind registers user, which is the contract, to register user, which is the implementation. And I obviously just need to import both of those. Once I've done that, I can run my tests again. Everything passes. Now, you can put them all in your app service provider, but if you use actions throughout your code base, you're going to have a lot of them. It will quickly grow in size, and your app service provider will become somewhat unreadable. So what I prefer to do is actually create a dedicated provider for actions. I'll go into this action service provider, which I've created ahead of time. And you can see, because our bindings are all very simple, a contract fully qualified class name to an implementation fully qualified class name, I don't even need the register method. I can just add them to this public array called bindings. So registers user, the contract, goes to register user, the implementation. And you can see here what I was talking about with naming conventions. We don't have to use some class alias because the contract and the implementation have slightly different names. Let's run our tests again. You can see everything passes. By the way, you've probably seen that there is another action hiding away in here. We're going to come to that a little bit later on. Don't let that worry you. Okay, we've refactored successfully to use contracts for our actions. Let's now see what we can do with that. I'm going to turn to testing actions, which I think is one of the most beneficial parts of actions in general. They're incredibly easy to test. If you look over here, you'll see I have two test cases currently set up in Pest PHP, one for my controller and another for my command. And if you look at the test descriptions, you'll note that they're incredibly similar. It can register a user, and then we perform a myriad of different validation checks in both test cases. Because we've now refactored and abstracted an action from the common logic, we could remove a lot of these tests by testing the action in isolation, almost like a unit test, and then checking in our controller and command test that we're making use of the specified action. This is a really clean way to test, and I think you're really going to enjoy this part of the talk. Just remember that I'll be using Pest but all of these principles apply to PHP unit as well. The first thing we'll do is steal a little bit of code from our command test so that we can have a head start. I'll copy this test here, it can register a user, and we'll go ahead and I'll create a new directory under feature called actions. If you're wondering why feature and not unit, it's because we make database requests. So because of that, I obviously want to be able to access the Laravel container. And we'll say register user test, and I'll drop my test in here. Now, if you've never seen pest before, it is basically our test function. We describe it here, and then the second parameter is a function that holds the test, actual test command. And inside here, this is almost identical to a PHP unit test. So the syntax is pretty much identical beyond this second parameter. Okay, we obviously don't want to call artisan, we want to test our command. I will copy this array of test data, but we'll get rid of most everything else. And I'll say that, first of all, our action is a resolved version of the register user class from the container. Let's grab that. Then we want to say that the user is the result of the action passing in our test data. If I import the user class and run our tests, you can see that we have a full passing test suite, and here is our new action test. So this is really nice. We've started testing in isolation. We can actually go one step further here because we're testing at a lower level. We're testing our action, so we have direct access to the return value of our action, which we didn't have in our command and controller tests. And because of that, this expectation that we have here can be much more explicit. We can say, expect that the refreshed version of the user, so by refreshing the user, we can be sure that it was actually stored in the database. And then we can start reaching for properties using PES's higher order expectations. So I can say, expect that the email is foo@bar.com. Expect that the name is John Doe. And then if I run my tests again, you can see everything still passes, but we can be even more certain that the user that is returned from the action is the same one that was created in the database. If you haven't seen PES's higher order expectations, by the way, go check them out. They're incredible for tests like this. Okay, now that we've done that refactor, now that we've tested registration in isolation, we can jump back into our command test. And really, we've already tested this line here inside the isolated action. You could keep it here if you wanted, but I'm going to remove it. However, it's now important to make sure that our action was actually called in this artisan command. Wouldn't it be nice if we could do something like should have called action and then pass in our action fully qualified class name, registers user? That would be sweet. But if we run our tests, you can see that fails. And again, that's because Laravel has no test tooling for actions, so we have to build it ourselves. Thankfully, this is super easy. And if you're in PEST or PHP unit, it's just as quick. We'll jump into the test case, and I've already got this method here, which I've commented out. I'll uncomment it and I'll just walk you through what it does. We pass in the action fully qualified class name, or the contract class name for our action. We then retrieve the binding from the container. So for free, we basically get a test that assures us that our binding works. We then mock the action in our container so that from now on, when our application requests an instance of our action, it will get this mocked version instead. We expect that it should be invoked at least once. In other words, our action is definitely called. And then we tell it to return the original action. So by doing this, it's almost like we allow ourselves to track calls to our action whilst not affecting how the action works or even having to declare a return type, which you usually have to do with mocks. I really like this way of testing actions. It makes life so much easier. And with this uncommented, if we run our tests again, everything goes back to passing. So now we can come and grab this, and we can obviously head into our controller test. And we can add the same logic here. We can remove this line if we want. And if we run our tests again, everything still passes. Okay, that is the basic can register a user. How about we now look at the more complex validation checks? If you've never heard of data sets, I'll very briefly break them down. Basically, we're going to loop over this test for every item in this array here. And you can see in each item of the array, we give a description, which you can see here. And then we pass an array of data to send, and an array of errors that we expect to receive. We are given that data and those errors in the function, and then we can make use of them. In PHP unit, this is called a data provider. In PEST, it's a data set. Okay, I'm going to go grab this test function and we'll copy it again and head back into our action test where we can drop this in. Bingo. Okay, now let's remove anything to do with the artisan command. So all of this here, and let's get ourselves an instance of the action with action equals app registers user class. And then inside this expectation, we'll call our action. So action passing in the dataset data. And if we run this again, you'll see that we have indeed now got validation checks for our isolated action tests. By the way, little side note, this isn't part of the natural expectation API that comes with PEST. I created this myself because I do validation all the time in my actions. If I jump into the pest.php file, which is basically the configuration file for PEST, you'll see that I extend expect with this toBeinvalid method. I pass in an array of errors. I invoke the callable or the closure that I've passed to expect. If no exception is thrown, I can basically say the test failed because we expected there to be errors. But if a validation exception occurred, I will make sure that all of the errors I've passed in are found in that validation exception. So that's a super useful piece of code to have when you're doing tests for validation outside of controllers. With that done, we can head back into our command test, and you could remove this test entirely, but it's sometimes quite nice to check that if a validation exception does occur, we do fail the command. So what I'll do instead is I'll remove the majority of these tests in our command. And if I run the test suite again, you can see that we now have a much simpler command test. Let's go to the controller test and do basically the same thing. I'll remove most of these checks and I'll run this again. So now imagine that the business comes to you and says, we need to change 255 characters to 150. You have a single action to go and update, and you have a single test to go and update, which is much easier, far simpler to maintain as your application grows and expands. That's how I go about testing my actions. I hope there are a few things for you to take away from that. Last thing I want to talk about is, what do you do when you want to call multiple actions together? Notice that in our actions directory, we have our register user action, which I created, but then there's this send welcome mail, which I created earlier. Well, we could do something like this. Head back into our register controller. That's not the right one. Here we go. And we could inject the sends welcome mail action, and I could simply call it underneath like this. Okay, and that would work. If I run my tests, everything passes. But if we always send a welcome email after registering a user, this is very verbose, and we could introduce the same problems that we were trying to remove in the first place with actions. Now, obviously, we could add the logic in sends welcome email to the register user action, but then our action becomes a little less maintainable and a little more complex. Instead, I prefer to keep my actions very simple, like individual Lego bricks, but then I use group actions to tie them together, to stack them into more complex architecture. So what we'll do is I'll create a third action in here called onboard user. And obviously I'd create an interface for this as well, but in the interest of time, I'll just add my invoke method. I'm going to pass in an array of data very similar to register user, and obviously it will return a user object. Now, because it's passed in the constructor, or because rather it's passed through the service container of Laravel, I can inject dependencies into my constructor, and I'm going to inject the two actions that I want to call. So private registers user, register user, and private sends welcome mail, send welcome mail. And obviously I'll just need to import those two contracts. And now in the invoke, I don't have to duplicate logic. I simply call these actions in the order I want them. So user equals this register user, passing in the data, and then this send welcome mail, passing it the user, and then return the user object. And with that out of the way, I can head back into my controller, and instead of multiple actions having to be injected, I simply inject onboard user, and replace our call to register with onboard instead. Let's test this out by heading back into our application one last time, and let's get Aaron signed up to ParrotCon. Looking forward to hearing about Lambda a little later on from him. You can see that Aaron is indeed registered, so that part works. But if I jump into Hello, which I've been using to track mail locally, you can see Aaron also received a welcome email. So this entire action grouping worked as expected, and everyone can leave happy. Awesome. That's really everything there is to actions. It doesn't get much more complicated than that. There are amazing packages out there that help you get kick-started with actions, but they're really as simple as a class that does one thing and does it really well. Here's a little summary of what we've learned. You can use actions to abstract common logic from your controllers, your commands, your jobs, basically anything that could be considered the outer layer of your application. Remember that if you put your action behind a contract, it will allow for much more flexible actions. You can have multiple implementations. If you're developing a package, users of your package will be able to implement their own version if it doesn't suit requirements. When it comes to testing your packages, test your action in isolation, like a unit test, and then simply assert that your feature tests, like your controller and your command, make use of the specified actions. And you can use something like should have called action, which I created in just a matter of minutes to be able to test that logic. If it's your style, use invocable classes for your actions. As soon as you see an action called like a function, you'll know that it's an action. There won't be any question about it. And because all actions follow that same paradigm of a single public method, it becomes obvious very quickly where they are in your code base. Remember to treat your actions like little Lego bricks. Make them small, maintainable, and reusable. And then when you want to create more complex scenarios, group them together with a group action. And finally, remember that naming tip. Name your contracts as descriptions, registers user, and your implementation as an order, register user. And doing that, you'll avoid any naming conflicts. Your PHP files will thank you for it. If you want to see a much more complex example of actions in real life project, check out Worksome/Envy on GitHub. It's an open source package that has been designed by me and the team at Worksome. And it actually takes the pain out of keeping your env example file up to date. But it doesn't just sync it with your local env file. It actually scans your project for usages of environment variables and will update your environment files accordingly. It's well worth checking out. But if you jump into the source and also jump into actions, you'll see we have loads of actions that do much more complicated things than pooing on speakers for Laracon. So hopefully you can take some inspiration from that for your own actions. I also want to say, pretty exciting, I'll be giving away a free copy of Sparty's amazing debugging tool, Ray. All you have to do is be the first person to find the Morse code message that was hidden somewhere in this presentation. If you can send me a screenshot of it and tell me what the message says, you'll get a free copy of Ray. I want to say thank you. You guys have been amazing. I hope you have an amazing day. I hope you learned so much from all the great speakers that are lined up. You can find me on Twitter at LukeDowning19. You can find me on GitHub at Luke Raymond Downing. You can read my personal blog at downing.tech. Have an amazing day, everybody. Take care.
All right. Amazing start to the day. Thank you so much. Great
You're
job.
very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. Okay. Let me share here. Thanks, Luke. Okay. Yes. Let's keep going. First, ad read sponsors, Curatech. They're a custom software development firm with a focus on Laravel and Vue. You've heard from them before. They've been sponsors for a while. And if you're looking to explore a new career in the Laravel space, they are hiring. So check them out. You can go obviously to the Curatech link here on the slide. Also on the Digital Swag page, they actually have a video talking more about the opportunities they have and the company. So check that out as well. So if you're looking for a new opportunity, this might be it. And thanks to them for sponsoring. Okay. Let me see here. Bring in Rita. Hello.
Hello,
How are
how are
you?
you?
Good.
Yeah, excited.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Let's
Can
go.
you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, cool. All right, let me share my screen.
And I see it.
Sorry, give me a sec.
Yep.
Muted? Am I muted? Right,
Okay.
right,
Good luck.
right. Yeah, let's begin. Yeah, hi everyone. I hope you're having a great day. My name is Ryuta Hamasaki. I'm from Japan and currently based in Singapore. It's 10:40 p.m. in my place, but I'm super excited to be here as part of this amazing community. You can find me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is avosamum. I'm a full stack developer at Accreditify. Accreditify helps create, issue, and verify verifiable digital documents, which are also known as Accreditify documents. We were founded in 2019, and to date, we have processed over 9 million verifications on Accreditify documents. We work with over 500 active issuers that have issued over 1 million Accreditify documents. And we're currently present in 9 markets and 3 industries. And of course, we love Laravel. We're currently decomposing a monolith Laravel application into smaller pieces of modules based on domain boundaries so that we can scale the application to support further expansion of the business and team. Today, I want to share what we've learned so far, and I'm going to be talking about how to modularize a monolith Laravel application and how to enforce strict boundaries between different domains. In the early stage of the company, our number one priority was getting the product to the market as soon as possible. So our core system was built as a monolith Laravel application. It wouldn't make sense for a startup to spend too much time designing the system perfectly. Otherwise, we'd end up losing potential customers. On top of that, you don't have enough information about your product until you spend a good amount of time developing the system and gaining a good understanding of the product. A lot of people saying bad things about monoliths. However, monolith has a lot of benefits as well. You don't have to maintain multiple repositories, servers, deployment pipelines, and monitoring. And also, it's easy to handle database transactions because there's only one database instance. I recommend that you always start a new product with a monolith. However, as the product and team grow, we reached a point where it becomes slower to add new features to the monolith because all developers are working on the same code base where different functionalities are tightly coupled without boundaries. Such an application is called a big ball of mud, where all code base is globally accessible and you can call anything from anywhere. If you change a part of the application, that would also affect other parts of the application. Also, developers need to understand the entire code base because there are no boundaries within the code base. Microservices have been making waves to address such problems. Microservices are deployed as separate processes, and each service has its own database. And services communicate with each other using HTTP or gRPC protocols. With microservices, we can draw clear domain boundaries between services because they are physically separated, and services can be deployed and scaled independently. Also, teams have the freedom to choose the best tools and tech stack to solve their specific problems. Because of those advantages, many companies have been adopting microservices, and we were no exception. When I joined Accreditify last year, our team had just started migrating the monolith application to microservices. But I had a question, like, is it the right timing for us to migrate to microservices? While microservices address some of the problems we are facing, it also bring other sets of challenges. we have to maintain many repositories, infrastructure, CI/CD pipeline, monitoring, and log aggregations. And there's a network overhead when services talk to each other because they're physically separated. There are also complexities around cross-service transactions. You have to introduce an additional layer like an orchestrator that handles API calls to multiple services and rolls back the transaction if there's any failure happens within the services. So whether you choose monoliths or microservices, they both have pros and cons, and there's always a trade-off. It is important to understand your goals, what problems you're trying to solve, and the skill sets of your team before making an architecture decision. In our case, our goal was to maximize the team's productivity so that we can deliver new features faster without affecting other parts of the application, and to ensure that the system and team can scale to support further expansion of the business. While it was the lack of boundaries that was affecting our productivity, we were diving into microservices before defining clear domain boundaries within the monolith. Thinking through all the trade-offs and problems we're trying to solve, we stopped migrating to microservices. And we decided to go with a modular monolith, defining clear domain boundaries within the monolith. A modular monolith is a monolith application that consists of independent domain boundaries. All of the code that powers an application lives in the same code base, but there are strict boundaries between different domains. The basic idea is that you apply microservices design thinking to a monolith. In domain-driven design, those boundaries are called bounded context, but in this talk, I'm going to use the term modules. Think of each module as a mini Laravel application that has its own routes, controllers, models, database schema, and tests. Each module has its own database schema, but modules share the same database instance. And modules talk to each other through constructs that represent interface or DTO. Yeah, this is the same concept as Luke just explained in his talk earlier. And once domain boundaries are clearly separated and decoupled, a module can be extracted as a standalone microservice. It allows you to incrementally migrate the monolith to microservices. And you may find out that a modular monolith is good enough for your team. If you dive into microservices before defining clear domain boundaries within the monolith, the chances are that you end up building a distributed big ball of math where different functionalities or different services are tightly coupled with many circular dependencies. So whether you choose modular monolith or microservices, you have to define clear domain boundaries first. Also, if you define wrong boundaries in microservices, it's very expensive to change. Let's say you find out that a database table A should actually live in another service. You have to migrate a database schema to another database instance, and you also need to move the relevant code to another service, which is not an easy task because databases are physically separated. On the other hand, it's way easier to do so with modular monoliths because you don't need to migrate database schema to another database instance, and you just need to move the relevant code to another module within the same code base. When you modularize the monolith, the team structure should be aligned with the domain boundaries. Each team owns one or more modules, but a single module shouldn't be owned by multiple teams in order to avoid conflicts and coordinations between the teams. This way, each team can independently develop specific domains, and developers wouldn't need to understand the entire code base. Modular monolith also has some drawbacks as well. Obviously, as you add more modules and code, running tests will become slower, but it can be addressed to some extent by running tests in parallel. And you have to rebase your branch more often because multiple teams work on the same code base. However, there shouldn't be that many conflicts between the teams since each team owns different modules. Also, modules cannot be scaled independently because all modules are deployed as a single process. So you should be aware of those caveats if you go with modular monoliths. Now, let's look at module moles from a technical perspective. To modularize a Laravel application, we need to reorganize the directory structure. As you know, Laravel's default structure looks like this. It's organized around technical concerns like controllers, models, policies, services, and so on and so forth. And this is the directory structure based on module moles architecture. Imagine this is an e-commerce application that has business capabilities such as inventory, order, payment, and shipping. And here's the SRC folder in the application root, which contains modules based on those domain boundaries. Each module has its own routes, controllers, service providers, models, database migrations, tests, and more. Now, let's take a closer look at one of the modules. It's organized based on layered architecture, which contains application, domain, infrastructure, and some other folders. You don't have to follow the layered architecture to build a module moles, but I follow the layered architecture because it's easy for me to separate the concerns and standardize the directory structure across modules. It's also easy to enforce strict boundaries through static analysis if the modules are organized in the same manner. Now, let me go through each layer. The application layer is responsible for handling HTTP request, response, middleware, and authorization policies. The domain layer contains domain logic such as events, jobs, listeners, models, and so on and so forth. The infrastructure layer handles data persistence logic like repositories, services to call external APIs, and it also contains database migrations, factories, and seeders for this particular module. The providers folder contains service providers that are specific to this module. For example, you can register authorization policies or event listeners for this particular module. As I said earlier, a module has its own routes. You can register whatever routes you want within the module. And the service provider is a single entry point for the module. In the service provider, we can load routes or database migrations for this particular module. Also, if you have a translation file for the specific module, you can load it here as well. Also, if you have configurations for this particular module, you can create a config file under the module and load it here. If you want to create authorization policies, event listeners, or route middleware for this particular module, you can create dedicated service providers under the module and register them in the main service provider for the module. Yeah, for example, you can register policies or event listeners. You can also register route model bindings or middleware that are specific to this module. Once you create a service provider for the module, do not forget to register it in the app.php config file. Otherwise, the module wouldn't be loaded by the application. This way, each module can be configured independently without touching the app directory, config, migrations in the application root, which are globally accessible. And if you want to extract one of the modules as a standalone service, you can simply remove the service provider from the app.php config and migrate the modules directory to a separate Laravel application. And last but not least, we need to register the namespace for the SRC folder so that the composer can autoload the classes. So in this application, I'm going to name the root namespace for the root SRC folder as Laracon. Now, we've defined domain boundaries and reorganized the Laravel application based on modules. While modules should be decoupled, they still need to interact with each other to complete a task. So how can we make sure that modules can communicate to function as one application while still limiting tight couplings between them? Now, here are two modules. The downstream module A depends on the upstream module B. Basically, the downstream module calls the upstream through the contract that was agreed between the teams. The contract is written as an interface or DTO in the code base. contract encapsulates implementation details of the upstream module, so the downstream module doesn't need to know how those contracts are implemented by the upstream. It allows the upstream team to change its implementation without needing to change other modules, as long as the contract remains the same. Also, the downstream team can mark the contract in testing, so the downstream module can be tested independently. Without the contract, the downstream module needs to know the implementation details of the upstream, which causes tight coupling between the modules. When the upstream implementation changes, it would cause the downstream module to change as well. Now, let me show you the sample e-commerce application to see how we can decouple cross-module communication using contracts. There are 4 modules in this application: order, inventory, payment, and shipping module. And there are 4 main objects in the order module: cart, cart item, order, and order line. Now, this is the scenario. There are already a few items in the cart, and a checkout request comes into one of the endpoints in the order module. The order module will call the inventory module to update inventory for cart items. And then the order module will call the payment module to process payment. There's a payment provider behind the payment module, such as Stripe. Once the payment gets processed successfully, the order module will process the order data into the database. And lastly, it will call the shipping module to notify the warehouse system in order to deliver the order items to the customer. Now, let's dive into the code and see how we can implement this scenario using contracts. Let's assume that this application only contains API endpoints, and there's a separate front-end application like Vue or React. And this order controller handles the scenario that I explained earlier. Basically, it retrieves the cart with cart items and instantiates an order, which is not processed into database at this point. And in the database transaction, it's going to iterate over cart items and updates the inventory. And then as an order line to the order, where we're passing some product info and quantity. And then check out the order, which basically calculates the total amount and process the order into the database. After that, charge the customer using Stripe. If the payment fails, the database transaction will roll back and it's going to return the error response. Once everything goes fine, it's going to return the order as a JSON response. This code looks totally fine, but actually it's breaking the domain boundaries. In this line, the cart item is referencing the product model, which is an eloquent relationship defined in the cart item model, and it's calling the decrement method against the product. And in the cart item, the product relationship is defined here, but the product model lives in the inventory module. If we obtain access to product models through the relationship, it allows us to directly read and write products table. That means that the implementation details of the inventory module is leaking to the order module. In other words, the order module needs to know how to retrieve and update products data from the database, which leads to tight coupling between the modules. On top of that, if your ultimate goal is to migrate to microservices, you can't achieve your goal without removing such direct access to database tables of another module, since microservices wouldn't allow you to directly read and write data from different services. So how should we fix this tight coupling between the modules? This is where the contract comes into play. Instead of directly accessing the product model that lives in a different module, we should create an interface as a contract and use it through dependency injection. Now, in the inventory module, we're going to create the product service interface under the contract namespace. This interface has decrement stock method. And this is the concrete class that implements the interface, which is pretty simple. It finds a product by ID, do some sanity checks, and decrement the stock by the given quantity. And in the service provider for the inventory module, we're going to bind the contract to the implementation class And back in the order controller, we're going to inject the product service contract into the constructor. Now we can replace the direct access to the product model with the contract like this. This way, we no longer need to know which column in which table we have to update in order to update inventory, because all the implementation details are encapsulated by the contract. And here in the next line, there's another code that's breaking domain boundaries. When we add an order line to the order, it's still accessing the product model through the eloquent relationship. And in this method, it's directly accessing the product model and its properties. How are we going to fix this? If we take a closer look at this code, you may notice that we only need to know the product ID, name, and price. And so we don't need the entire product model, which exposes all its properties and some behaviors such as deleting or updating the product. So instead of passing the product model, we should pass an object that only contains a minimal set of properties that we need. Such an object is called DTO, which stands for Data Transfer Object. DTO is a simple data container, and it's implemented as a plain old PHP object. It only holds a few properties and has no behavior. It helps us understand the shape of the object by explicitly defining properties with static types. If you're using PHP 8.1, defining DTO is way easier. It automatically assigns constructor parameters to instance variables, and we can mark them read-only. So we don't need to create getter method for each property. Now, in the product service contract, we're going to add a method called getProductById, which takes product ID and returns product DTO. And this is the implementation of the interface. As you can see, this returns the product DTO instead of the entire product model. This way, the order module would only have access to minimal set of properties that it requires. Now, back in the order controller, we can get product DTO through the contract, and we can pass it to the add order line method. But this method is still expecting the product model. So we're going to replace it with the product DTO like this. Now we've removed the dependency on the product model, and we can still access the product ID, name, and price through the DTO. This way, we can change the implementation of the inventory module without changing the order module. Now, we refactored two places that were breaking domain boundaries, but there's another tight coupling in the order controller. This code directly instantiates the Stripe payment class, passing the Stripe key from the config. However, the order module shouldn't need to know the payment provider behind the payment module and how to instantiate this class. The problem here is that the order module depends on the concrete implementation of the payment module, which is causing a tight coupling between the modules. Now, let's create a payment service contract in the payment module to decouple payment module from the order module. So as you can see, this has the charge method, and this class is the implementation of the contract. It charges the customer using Stripe client class. This is pretty simple because this is a sample application. And in the service provider of the payment module, we're going to bind the contract to the Stripe payment class. Now, back in the order controller, we're going to inject the payment service contract into the constructor. And we can replace the concrete class with the contract like this. It allows the payment team to switch to any other payment providers, say PADO, without changing the order module. We just need to change the service binding to PADO payment class that implements the same contract. Of course, we don't change the payment provider very often, But the point here is that the order module only depends on the contract, and it doesn't need to know the actual payment provider behind the scenes. And finally, we're going to call the shipping module to notify the warehouse system to deliver the item to the customer. While the contract encapsulates the implementation details, the downstream module still needs to call the upstream module explicitly. So there's another way to decouple cross-module communication even more, which is event-driven communication. A module publishes an event, and another module subscribes to it. In this example, the order module can publish an event rather than calling a method on the shipping module. In the order controller, once everything goes well, we can dispatch an order fulfilled event, which takes the order ID and payload. And in the shipping module, in the event service provider, we can register the notify warehouse event as an event listener that subscribes to the event to notify the warehouse system. It does nothing because it's a sample call, but we can make an API call to the warehouse system in the real application. This way, the order module doesn't need to know how the event will be handled by other modules. If you build an event-driven architecture with microservices, you have to introduce a third-party event bus, such as Kafka, so that services can publish and subscribe to events. However, with the Modular, we can just use Laravel's event system that comes with the framework out of the box. All right, now we've covered a few patterns on how modules can interact with each other, still maintain loose couplings between modules. But how can we write tests for the logic that spans across multiple modules? Since modules are decoupled from each other, we should be able to test a module independently. Now let's see how we can test the order module, order controller that we covered earlier. Before writing a test, we need to update the PHP unit XML to load the test files from the modules. Here, the unit and feature tests are loaded from the SRC directory the modules are living. And the code coverage settings should be updated as well to include the SRC directory. And this is the test for the order controller. And by the way, this is written in PEST because I can write tests with a simpler syntax like Luke demonstrated in his talk earlier. Firstly, we're going to mock events so that event listeners are not executed during a test. We should only make sure that events are dispatched as expected. And we don't need to check how those events are handled by other modules. And then we're going to create some test data, but we should only create records for the tables that belong to the module we're testing. In this case, we shouldn't create records for the products table that lives in the inventory module, because we shouldn't have to think about the details of the database tables in the inventory module where we are testing the order module. For this reason, we shouldn't enforce foreign key constraints between different domains. While foreign keys are very useful to ensure data integrity at the database level, it would cause a tight coupling between modules if it's used for relationships between modules. For example, the cart items table has the product ID column, which references the products table that sits in the inventory module. If we add a foreign key constraint to the product ID, we won't be able to create a cart item without creating a product, even though we're testing the order module. On top of that, if we eventually extract the inventory module as a standalone service, we have to remove the foreign key constraints anyway, because the products table will be physically separated. It's a good practice to have foreign key constraint within the module, but cross-module foreign key would cause tight couplings between modules. Now, after creating test data, we're going to mock the product service and payment service interfaces because they are the contracts defined by other modules, and we don't need to test the actual implementation of those contracts. Lastly, we're going to hit the endpoint, assert the JSON response and database, and make sure that the event was dispatched as expected. Now, we've decoupled modules and wrote tests, but how we can enforce strict boundaries within the code base where different teams and developers are working on. And this is where static analysis comes into play. I'm going to introduce a static code analysis tool called DevTrack. It allows us to define architectural layers based on PHP classes, and we can also define rules on which layer can access which layer. And DevTrack will detect violations of the rules, and we can use it as part of CI/CD pipelines. In addition, we can also visualize the dependency graph by exporting the analysis result as an image. And this is the config file to define layers and rule sets. The path section defines the folders we're going to analyze. The layers section is used to group the classes based on namespaces or directory structure. Here, I define 3 layers: app, contract, and Laravel. All classes under the app namespace belong to the app layer, and the contract layer groups together all the contracts across the modules. And Laravel and Illuminate namespaces belong to the Laravel layer. And there are 2 rule sets defined here. This means that the app layer can only access the Laravel layer, and the same goes for the contract layer. It can only access the classes under the Laravel layer. We can also split a large config file into multiple files and import them in the main config file. Now, let's look at the config file for the order module. This is the file. In this file, we're going to analyze the order directory. And this layer groups together the classes under the order module. As you can see, there are must and must not sections. Must is a whitelist and must not is a blacklist. So it excludes the contract namespace from the order module. This is because this namespace conflicts with the contract layer, which groups together all the contracts across the modules. So we need to exclude the contract namespace from the order module. And the rest of the layers are the same as the ones that I explained earlier in the main config file. And this rule set means that the order module can only access the app, contract, and Laravel layers. So if the order module accesses the other modules without the contract, it will be treated as violation of the rule. Now, let me run the command and show you how it detects the violation of the rule. Now, let me open the terminal. So this is the repository for that sample e-commerce application that I showed you earlier. So now I'm going to run the DevTrack command in the Docker container. I'm using Laravel Sails for my local environment. So basically, this command will run the DevTrack command within the app container. So as you can see, there are 2 violations here under the order module. So this cart item model must not depend on the product model that lives in the inventory module, and the same goes for the second error. And let me open the editor, but before I fix the violations, let me show you how we can visualize the analysis result as an image. So this command will export the analysis result as an image specified here. All right. So now the analysis result is dumped here. So as you can see, there are 2 violations from the order module. So it's referencing the inventory module implementations directly. So instead of doing this, we should reference the contract layer from the order module. So let's fix these violations now. So in the cart item model in the order module, So this is the product model relationship defined here. And this product model is defined in the inventory module. So this is the violation of the rule set. So now I'm going to remove this. Also, I need to remove the use statement that imports the product model. And I'm going to run the command again. Hopefully it fixed the violations. Yep. So now the violations are gone. We can also run this command as part of CI/CD pipeline so that we can detect violations before merging the PR. Back to the slide. While we can enforce domain boundaries using DevTrack, it's still not perfect because it cannot detect raw database queries that reads and writes tables in a different modules, since it analyzes the code based on namespaces. So it's still important to maintain discipline through code reviews, but static analysis makes it a lot easier to detect violations. And that's the end of my talk. I've added the link to the sample code and some useful links, and I'm going to share the slides later on Twitter. If you have any questions or comments, drop me a message on Twitter. And thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of Laracon.
All right. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. We're moving on here. We got stuff to do. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Let me share with everybody. Okay. Let me see. We're good here. Yes. Okay. So, quick sponsor, Dev Squad. Meet your new team of SaaS developers. I mean, that's as straightforward as it gets, right? Definitely check out their post on the swag page. They have a video up that talks about more about what they do. Obviously, you can go to devsquad.com/hire us to learn more about their services there. But Dev Squad, again, another longtime sponsor of Laracon and Laravel. So thanks so much to them for sponsoring. Really appreciate it. Check them out. Okay. Now Polly's going to join us. Let's see. Stop sharing. Look, she's joining here. Can you hear us, Polly?
I can.
Okay, we cannot see you. Now we can
Sorry
see
about
you.
Classic.
Perfect. Okay, so this is, I forgot to mention that this is the beginning of the lightning talks. So here we go. We're going to do 3 now. We have 4 more later. So these are only going to be 15 minutes. We're going to go fast and furious through them. And you're here to kick us off. So good luck.
Thanks, Ian.
And I see your screen.
Yeah. Hi, thanks, Ian. Hi, I'm Polly Washburn. I'm a freelance web app and game developer. I'm Canadian American, talking to you today from Saudi Arabia. Last month I was in Spain, and next week I'm heading to Oman. I guess that's why I'm here to talk to you about digital nomading in the time of COVID. And since this is Laracon, I'll try to do it through a Laravel lens. Have you ever fantasized about working from anywhere? Have you thought over the years about what digital nomading might look like for you, where you'd want to go, what you'd want to see, how you'd spend your days, how long you could go for, if you'd want someone to come with you? It used to be that all you needed to think about was questions like these. What's pretty or interesting? What time of year to go? How much food, housing, and transportation would cost versus how much you're bringing in with projects? Could you make it work? It was a long time dream of mine to be able to travel the world for more than a few weeks at a time, but it took a while for me to feel like my freelance business was in a place where I could make that happen. But finally, in 2019, I felt like I was ready and I could get going with the answers to questions like these. I was able to go to Amsterdam, Geneva, Italy, Thailand, Japan. And then 2020 hit. I had come back in 2019 thinking I'll have a good time and relax, and then I'll hit the road again. But of course, no one was going anywhere. So I bunkered down and waited it out. Then in 2021, once I got my vaccines and visited family and friends, I was ready to head out again. But now with COVID, there's a whole other set of variables we have to take into account. It's basically a risk analysis that you need to figure out for yourself, given your own personal risk variables. There's data, of course, that we can look at. In the United States, when you go to the State Department's site and look at their information about traveling internationally, they pull in data from the CDC, like this. That tells you basically for almost every country in the world, the risk of COVID is very high and you should avoid travel. But you can also look at data like this, which for me, I looked at the country I was in, the countries I was going to, and they were the same color. And I did some math, literal math on wearing an N95 mask with being double vaccinated, and decided I was okay getting on a plane. But before I got on a plane, I got in a car and drove to Wyoming. And as you can see, I did bring a travel companion with me. So I started slow in a car and then made my way across a first border to Canada. And that was a good lesson in what to expect, because I got to the border and my PCR test that I showed them was not in the format they wanted. So I had to go find some Wi-Fi, bring it up, come back to the guard, and then he let me in. And that was very good practice for what was in store for me traveling during the time of COVID. Then I moved on to Saudi Arabia, where my husband was working for a few months. And this is my workstation most days, so it's not a bad life. It's 25 degrees Celsius here today, which beats Denver right now. In December, we went to Valencia and the West Coast, Cartagena, and then on to Madrid. Now, my husband had to come back here, but I stayed in Madrid for a little longer and then went into Bilbao and over to Tenerife in the Canary Islands. And you want to know maybe how you could have a view like this while working on your Laravel projects. So I will try to help you. Basically, you're going to need a checklist. So you can start with major things like checking that you have a passport and that it's not going to expire more than 6 months from now, or sorry, less than 6 months from now. And you're going to need to check your visa status between your country and the country or countries that you want to go to. You'll need to see how many months are you actually allowed to stay in that region or country, and check whether they're asking you to provide extra health insurance. You're gonna have to go check all the regulations. So this is a time-consuming project. You wanna leave time for this. You wanna go to your own country's site, your destinations, countries, COVID or health page, any countries you're flying through, your airline. Make sure you've got all the regulations down and know what vaccinations you're gonna need and what tests you're gonna need to take and what you're going to need to show where. Almost every country in the world now requires 1, if not 3 vaccinations. and almost everywhere wants a PCR test. So the trick with that is be prepared for some sticker shock, because if you get a free COVID test, it's going to take 72 hours to come back, or they won't promise that it'll be back in less than 72 hours. And that's stressful, in my opinion. So I have paid as much as $250 for a COVID test. So it's just part of the price of traveling right now. So you want to check, are you going to need to do another test after you arrive? Are there quarantine restrictions? Do you have to upload your vaccines and tests to a website, or download an app and upload stuff to that? And make sure you understand what you need to show at the airport and on arrival. My motto these days is, when in doubt, fill it out and print it out. It's better to have a form and not need it than get somewhere and have someone asking for something that you don't have with you. When possible, you want to print things out. And if you have a QR code like on your phone, I would take a screenshot, because you could get somewhere and find you don't actually have internet service, and therefore you can't pull it up. So yeah, you just want to be ready for anything. And then the fun can happen. You can actually go somewhere. So one thing I would say is definitely doing less country hopping than previously. So in 2019, I went to 5 countries in a few months, and this time I've only been to 2 in a similar amount of time. So you might want to focus in on 1 or 2 countries and just travel around within them and not worry about crossing any more borders. You could also check, though, because sometimes different cities within a same country have different regulations. So again, got to just stay on top of these websites and get all the latest information. So if you're getting like alerts from Kayak or Google Flights, they'll tell you when prices are going up and down. That's one tip for you that's not COVID related. And then one that is picking a seat. I never used to pay for that, but now I do, because I do not want to be sitting between 2 people. And I kind of like that extra whole foot of airspace there on the aisle. Something else to take into consideration is when you're traveling within or between countries, are you going to feel safe on a train or a bus? So thinking about different kinds of transport. And of course, where are you going to sleep? I've stayed everywhere from a pod hotel to a business traveler hotel to 3-room apartments on Airbnb. So there's any number of places available, but you need to be prepared for some reduced availability depending where you're going due to COVID restrictions or people's feelings of personal safety. And something else you might want to do is check whether there's a kitchenette or at least a refrigerator, so you can eat in your room and reduce the number of times you're going out to restaurants. So if you check on like Hotwire or Booking.com or Airbnb, you can select business as your travel type. Sometimes that gives you better Wi-Fi options, and definitely want to check reviews for your Wi-Fi signal so you can figure out if you're going to be able to get any work done. Although, of course, we know we can do Laravel offline if we have to, part of the time anyway. So that's definitely part of the equation is how much time do you want to work in your room versus out and about? If you've gone through this trouble to travel, you might want to see some scenery. So this is an example of a workstation I had in Tenerife where I could see the people having fun in the pool and hear the DJ playing music, but I had a lot of personal space to myself, very different than working in a crowded coffee shop. So that's another risk assessment for you. And as with any risk-taking venture, you've got to be ready for things to not go exactly the way you planned. Borders close, restrictions change, weather gets weird. You could have a PCR test come back positive. So you've got to know, like, what are you going to do in each of those situations? So for example, in January, I was hoping to go to Portugal and Morocco just closed down the borders altogether, no in or out. And Portugal had a bunch of restrictions they put into place, like getting a COVID test every 2 days. And I decided I was better off just staying in Spain at that point. So, you know, your app that you downloaded might not be working one day. So you just have to be ready for anything. And I would say something else I didn't used to do a lot, but do now is get insurance. So there's travel insurance, health insurance, COVID insurance. A lot of times these will be offered right at the point that you're buying your plane ticket. And in my opinion, it's worth doing. Because in general, you have to expect that things are not going to be perfect. This is a shot of a 5-day sandstorm that came in when I was in Tenerife, blowing sand dust from North Africa. There's supposed to be an island out there to see, but I could not see it. So you need to accept that there's going to be things that you're not going to see that were on your list, or you're not going to be as productive as you would be if you were sitting at home. But that's kind of the point, right? Like, you're not on vacation, but people act like you are, or maybe you want to be not working as much, but people expect you to. So you're going to have to find that balance. And one way you can kind of get into the right headset and kind of start training other people to get in the right headset is to do a trial run. So maybe for 1 to 3 weeks, go somewhere, maybe in your own country, maybe just a couple time zones away or one, and take only what you think you're going to need, and then see what that feels like. Did you need to bring all of that? Could you bring less? Do you need more things that you forgot about? Maybe pretend you're in a different time zone and see how that works with communicating with clients, and figuring out how you're going to balance your day between work and sightseeing while you're somewhere that maybe is not as important for sightseeing. So to conclude, I want to just say that it's not always glamorous. It's really tiring sometimes, especially when you're traveling, and you're going to lose work days to travel and exhaustion and getting sick, even if it's not COVID. So I think you just, again, have to go in with that mindset that it's going to be not all Instagram photos, and only you can decide if it's worth it for you. It's totally okay to decide you want to come home, or you only want to do it for a few weeks at a time. To me, that seems like a really cool lifestyle, and it's probably where I'm going to end up. But yeah, sometimes it is awesome, like drinking a pina colada, looking out at the sunset over the water. So we don't have time for questions, unfortunately, because I'd be super happy to answer any that you might have about travel. I was really focused in on COVID here, so didn't get to a whole bunch of other stuff I could have talked about. So feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or LinkedIn. You can follow along at my blog. Be happy to answer questions about solo women traveling, that kind of thing. But it's been a privilege to be here today, and I'm grateful to the organizers for including me to speak along such other cool people. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of Laracon.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move right along here because it's lightning. It's fast. Exactly. All right, let's see. Oh, well, I guess I should share my screen quickly. Set the stage. Hello, Craig.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go to Craig here. And then I'm going to stop sharing, and you should be good.
Thank you. Let's go. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Cool. Hello, Laracon. Super excited to be here. My name's Craig. I'm a huge fan of Laravel and the developer experience it provides out of the box. It provides this awesome developer experience because of dynamic typing, or what some people might call the magic. Today, I want to talk about strongly typing Laravel apps and some of the benefits it can provide. I don't have long today, so it's a lightning talk, so I'm just going to jump straight into some live code and wish me luck. So I work in insurance, so we've often got these really big classes with lots of different properties in them. So our strongly typed Laravel app can really help us out. The first thing that I like about strongly typed stuff is quite obvious, and most of us might be familiar with this, but it's code completion that we get from our editor. So my editor knows that inputs is an instance of this class. And so as I type, I will get code completion hints, which makes me much more productive as I go throughout the code base. The second thing I love about strongly typed stuff is if I make a silly typo, I can use a code analyzer to understand my code and detect if I've made any errors, and can help me protect against writing bugs and shipping stuff to production that I don't want to. So they're the two things that I really like about strongly typed code bases. And today I'm going to talk about how we can do that in our Laravel apps. I've got a single file Laravel app here, which is got form requests, eloquent models, and API resources in there. I'm just doing this for the demo today, so don't do this in production. I've got Larastan as my code analysis checker, and I've got that set to maximum strictness, which means if it can detect anything that's wrong with my code, it will squawk at me. And I'm using VS Code today to show you that you don't need a PHP specific editor like PHP Storm to get the benefits that a strongly typed code base will provide. So I'll quickly just fix up this and check that everything is green and we're good to go. So the first part of most Laravel apps is a request. You can see here I've got a quick route to accept a request, and it just returns the referrer that's passed in. But you'll notice as I'm using this request object, I'm getting some code completion, but it's not really what I want. And if I was to make an error and run Larastan, it can't really understand my code base because it's got this dynamic typing and it thinks it's green. And so I've got less confidence that I haven't introduced any bugs into my code base. So what we want to do is we want to strongly type this request object. Today I'm using a package from Sparty called Laravel Data, which provides a lot of the tooling which makes this possible. You don't need to use this package, it's totally optional, and I'll show some ways that we can do that after the talk. So instead of extending form request, we extend this data class and we define the properties of our request in a constructor using parameters. So this will accept a referrer string. Just comment that out quickly. And just with that tiny refactor, if I try to pull some data off this request, VS Code understands the properties of that class and will code complete for me. And if I was to make a silly typo like that, Larastan can detect it, understands what my code is doing, what the properties are, and it can return an error. This is quite a common typo in the world. Referrer with 1R is in the official HTTP spec. So that's a lot of billions of typos that are happening every day. They definitely didn't have their strongly typed word processor on. If you're wondering about validation, if you've lost that functionality, that's something that the package still provides. We just use a decorator on our property here, and the form request will behave like what it used to. So we've got code completion and we have got a green from Larastan. So we are good to go. So these are the two principles that we want to achieve as we go throughout our Laravel app. Next up, we've got Eloquent. So I've got quite a simple conference model here and some code here, which is just newing up an instance and saving it to the database. Now, if I was to make an error in my code, instead of name, I used first name. Why I would do that for a conference model, I don't know. But Larastan is actually really smart, and it will detect your properties of your Eloquent model by analyzing your migrations and your database. So we've already got some strongly typed stuff there by default. If I run that, it's going to return an error, which is good. But it didn't really give me the code completion that I'd like, that we saw earlier. We can give our editor a quick hint, which will meet that. We go property string name, and then you'll find that we get the code, completion again. And you can do that quite easily in your existing Laravel apps. There's a generator out there which can just default it for you. So it's just all about these quick wins, which give us these productivity and developer experience bonuses. But what I've been doing lately is using value objects in my Eloquent models. Things like address and money with the amount and currency. It's good to group these individual properties into an object in our code base. It makes it easier to work with. So what I want to do today is strongly type this address object, because I might make a silly mistake like using zip code instead of postcode. And you'll notice that I didn't get any code completion as I was doing that. And if I run Larastan, it's not going to notice that bug that I just introduced because it can't understand my code. because it's not strongly typed. So let's get into that. So we'll start off, instead of just using a PHP array, which is quite dynamic, we're going to define a class for this. And we're going to extend that same data class provided by the package earlier. And again, we'll simply just use a constructor and define the properties of the address. So this is streets, postcode. How many times you coded an address in our projects before? Now that we've got a class, we want to start using it in our Eloquent model. We'll give our editor a quick hint into the type of the address property on our model. And we'll tell Laravel that we want to cast this property to this object when we are saving and retrieving this from the database. This is all looking good. Now back into the code where I'm using this object, I should be able to get code completion, which is not happening. There seems to be something going wrong. So we'll use our tools to help us out. And we've got some errors here. So on line 102, property conference address does not accept array. Okay, of course, because this, Larastan knows that this property should be an address object, and we're just trying to assign an array to it. So that's not going to fly. So instead, we'll assign a proper address object to it by newing it up. Then hopefully we've got our code completion that we can see there, which is good. And if I was to make a silly mistake, like before, Larastan knows that the address property of conference is of the address type. There's no zip code property on that, and we'll get an error, and which means we're more confident when we're shipping to production. So we've achieved our first, our two principles. Woohoo, let's celebrate. Then we get onto the API responses. So this is data coming out of our Laravel application. And you might be thinking, what do I care? I'm not using that data object in my code base anymore. But the consumers of our API might like to know what shape that data is. Then they will have a better developer experience. And they can use tooling to make sure that they're not introducing bugs into their code base. So for this example, I've got a simple API, just retrieves a conference from the database, news up a conference Laravel API resource, passes in the conference, and then that resource converts that Eloquent model into an API response, which is pretty simple. It just returns the address of the conference and then a formatted address, which is a string, just to help our clients display that in a UI or something similar. Now I've got a client down here, which is calling this API, grabbing the data from it, and then trying to return the friendly address. And you might notice that there's a bug here, obviously. We're trying to access a friendly address property of the API response, but it's actually called address formatted. And Larastan returns green because it doesn't have strong type. It doesn't know what's in this data object, so it's not going to return an error. So just as a quick preview, let's just check our API is working. You can see the address object is being returned with the string here. So let's restart refactoring this. Again, we want a class which represents a strongly typed response. So again, I'll extend this data class, and I'll use a constructor to define what properties will be on this API response. So we've got a public address, and we've got a address formatted. Now we need to do this code, which will convert an Eloquent model into this API response. And we do that by defining a function called from model. Of course, we'll be accepting an argument, which is strongly typed of the conference. And this is going to return an instance of itself. So I'm returning an array at the moment, which is why I've got the red line there. Passing the properties that we're expecting. and we should be good to go. Let's just have a quick check-in. Oh, there we've got a syntax error. Silly me, always happens on a live talk. And now we've got lots of errors. So let's go and start fixing this stuff. So the first thing is from our API resource, Laravel can magically map this to the underlying Eloquent model. But now we've got a strongly typed argument, so we can use that model instead. And you can see, because we've got a strongly typed argument, it's much easier for the editor and Larastan to understand what's going on. Let's run it again. Still got errors, missing parameter address formatted. Okay, another bug that Larastan has found. I need to double D up there. Let's keep going. And then 140. Okay, we've got, instead of newing up, we use a static method called from, passing the Eloquent model. And then the package calls this method behind the scenes. Let's see if that's fixed everything. Okay, cool. That's returning green. I'm pretty happy with that refactor. I'll just quickly check that that's still working in, and it is. So let's go back to our client. Nothing much has changed here. We've still got a loose data array, a loose variable. So let's convert this API response into a strongly typed class. So we do that by calling the from method, passing in the data. And now we can see here that the editor now understands that the data is of type of this conference resource. And we should get code completion from our editor because it now understands what our code is trying to do. And Larastan should be green. And if I was to make a silly error like before, it's going to stop me because it understands my code. This is a pretty naive example, all right, where the API and the client are in the same file, but you could extract this class into a separate package and share it with your PHP SDK or your API service to achieve that. Now, most Laravel apps probably don't have a PHP API client. It's JavaScript. So we have another package from Sparty, which can help us with that. So if I run this command, it will scan my code base and detect all the classes that extend this data object, and it will generate a TypeScript file for me with all my types in there. Now I can consume this file into my Inertia, React, or Vue apps and have a fully typed experience end-to-end, which is a pretty good developer experience. So that's pretty much it. Quick refactor, I had to get types in our Laravel apps. If you've noticed today, I've mixed a couple of concerns like validation and mapping Eloquent models into DTOs. That's just did that today for the talk as a quick way to show you can totally separate that stuff out. Hit me up on Twitter if you want to learn more about this approach, how we can do this with raw PHP instead of using the package. I'll be talking about type safety and PHP in general, especially generics, which is really picking up pace lately. Laravel 9 supports generics in collections, which is great. And I'm super excited for it. Thanks. Back to you, Ian.
Okay, thanks so much. Great job. All right, let's do it quick. I'll pop to me. Rudy's up next. She's coming in. And looks like she's connecting. There she is. And Craig, if you can drop off, then
yeah.
Bye-bye. Okay. Here we go. Hello.
Hi.
Okay, take it away.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Shruti Valasa, a full stack web dev and tech educator from India. I have very less time, just about 15 minutes. This time I don't want to exceed. Let me just immediately share my screen and get started. Right. Okay. Great. So today's talk is about CSS Flexbox, and why I chose this topic, I'll tell you in a minute. Yeah, so this was me. I'm not sure if this is you as well. We don't really learn Flexbox. It might take a few minutes or an hour to learn it really well, but we don't take the effort, or maybe we don't find the right resources. But every time we just encounter a layout, we just say, okay, maybe just to center it, let me add justify content space between, or align item center. It should work, right? And then it doesn't. And that's when we really feel, oh God, why is Flexbox so hard? And you just go on Twitter and say, oh my God, CSS, just ruined my day, and stuff like that. It happens. It used to happen to me. And then I decided, let me dive deep. And this 15 minutes, I'm going to try and change this for you. Let's hope that happens. So what we are going to do is I tried to just put together almost 80% of 75% of Flexbox into one single layout. This layout is inspired by Upwork. Yeah, layout is inspired by Upwork. So the one you see on the left is the desktop layout, and the one you see on the right is the mobile layout. We'll quickly see in the next 13 minutes maybe of how each of the Flexbox properties are applied in this real world example, because otherwise we only get to see some boxes and we don't really understand flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis, all of those from some boxes. That's why I wanted to show you some real application. And in this one single layout, we are using 11 out of the whole 14 Flexbox properties. So let's get started. But before we dive in, I'm sure most of you know the basics of Flexbox. Still, I'll just take 30 seconds to cover it up. A Flexbox, unlike most of the other CSS properties, involves two elements, at least two elements. One is the container itself, like something like a section, and then whatever comes within will be the items. Right, so the container has some CSS properties, and then the items have some CSS properties. We're going to see both, and then each item can again become another container and have some more items. We will see that as well. This is Flex within Flex. We'll be seeing that too. So most of the container properties, the summary is like this. You either control the direction in which the Flex items are lined up. So either it's a row or a column. And you control the spacing of those items, and you control the alignment of those items, like vertically how they are aligned or horizontal alignment. And about the items, the properties that are involved, you can manage the order of appearance or the sizing and the placement. Here, sizing is usually relative, and then the placement of whether they are at vertically aligned at the top, bottom, etc. So this is the layout, and the first section that we see here is this. I have it ready. Let me down. Okay, so this is what we have. This is the normal flow of this layout. And most of you might know this already. This is the features section, this section, and the title section, and then the short detail section. I'm pathetic at naming, so very sorry if that doesn't make any sense. So title div, you'll obviously do display flex, and then you will do short details, display flex. I hope the code is visible. If you want me to increase the font size, let me know. Yeah, so the moment you add display flex for these two, you will immediately see that they stick to one end of the container, right? Because that is the default behavior. And also you can see that, this is not aligned, not aligned in the middle the way we really want. So the first thing, I'm sure most of you might know this, so the way to align it vertically is align item center, because this is the flex direction is row by default. That is, all the items are placed in one single row, and that's when align items allows you to align them vertically, right? And here you want things spaced out entirely. So let's just do justify content space between. That's one of the values that you can use, and you'll immediately see that it's spaced out enough. You can also do center, that way they both come in the center, and so on. Of course, this is sticking here, so you can just add a margin right to the image. I am so sorry about the dog barking. I really cannot control that. You can either add a margin right to the image or the margin left to the H1, but in Flexbox, we have this amazing gap property, which adds a gap just in between the way we need it. Please check out the support for this property, because it's not very well supported in some of the older browsers, but great, this works. And just in case, we can add some gap here as well. Okay. So this was about the first section, and it's responsive, of course. So you can see that it's still center aligned, right? Great. So let me summarize what we just saw. We saw display flex applied to the container, and then we saw justify content property, and space between was the value we just saw. And align items was another property applied to the container. Center was the value, and then we used a gap. Next is this section that you see, and you'll immediately notice that it's different on mobile and it's different on desktop. So on mobile, everything is one below the other. On slightly larger screens, wider screens, you can see things next to each other as well. That's why we use Flexbox, right? So back to this, yeah. So by default, this is the normal flow. So you will see things one below the other, but we don't have any gap, right? We can easily use that gap property here to create some spacing in between. Let's quickly do that. Let's say details, but we cannot use gap directly. I'm sorry. Yeah, we cannot use gap directly on normal elements. It has to be flex items, which is why let's do display flex, but they will all go next to each other, which is not something we want. We want them to continue one below the other. So let's just change the direction, flex direction to column. And that's it. We have things aligned one below the other with some gap. And now on slightly larger screens, we want to see them stack next to each other, right? If space is available. So what we can do here is add some media queries, or on the other hand, what we can do is we can set a width for each of these so that it automatically occupies space. So we can remove the flex direction column, and because everything is stacking one next to the other, we don't want that. We'll tell the flex items to just wrap, right? So if there's no space, go to the next line. Flex wrap. That does it, but you don't have enough, space. So you can always use the, let me say details li, and you can simply set a width actually, right? So let's say 12 rem or 11 rem. This totally works, right? But while using flex, it's always advisable to use the flex basis property on the item instead of using width, because CSS, the browser first checks if flex basis is available, it applies. If it's not available, then it defaults to the width. It's always good to use flex basis, and this is solved, right? Great. Let's go to the next one. So this is done. And what did we learn? We just saw that you can use flex direction column, and using media queries, you can switch back to row if needed. or you could just wrap the items and set the flex basis on the item. So far we saw the container properties. Flex basis was the first one on the item. Let's see what we got next. Next, we have this activity section, and this is slightly more complex than the previous one. It looks similar on desktop, but on mobile, you can see that the value, the label and the value are aligned next to each other instead of below each other as in the previous example. So let's see how we can do this quickly now. Yeah. So this is what we have by default. Same like we did before, we can just add flex to the parent and add some gap. So we have some gap one below the other. Let's say activity and then display flex and flex direction column and then gap 1 rem. So quickly you will see that there is some gap. And let's start mobile first. So on mobile, you see that this particular LI, right? The LI element, which is the item for activity. Activity is the container, LI is the item. But here, LI again needs to become a container where these two items are spaced across, right? So let's do that. Let's say activity LI becomes a flex container. So we have flex within flex. And here the direction is row. That's what we want. We have one next to the other, but let's say justify content space between so that we have the right spacing there. All right. So mobile layout is fixed. Great. But what about desktop? I mean, what about the slightly wider screens like above 640 pixels maybe? There we got to change the flex direction column to flex direction row. So activity flex direction, oh my God, row. So you'll immediately see that everything is stacking next to the other, but again, they're not wrapping. So flex wrap. And then like we did previously, let's also add a flex basis. So maybe the same thing, whatever we did we add 11, 12? I don't remember. Yeah. But again, this is not stacking one below the other. That's what we want here, right? Let's change the flex direction here. Now, this is a container. Flex basis is a property as Li being an item, but as Li being a container, let's change the flex direction. I know this might be a little confusing if you are not very used to doing one flex within another, but maybe watch this talk once again and this will be clear. So here we do flex direction column, and this is what we get. But if you carefully look at the design and you look at the desktop, you see that the value is on top and the label is at the bottom. Here we have the label at the top and value at the bottom. How do we change that? Luckily, we have the flex direction value column reverse, which can easily switch that direction for you. And this is what we needed, right? So this works great. Let's move on to the next one. What did we just learn? We just saw that we could use a column reverse value on flex direction. And we saw flex within flex also, right? Next, we have these tabs, related, recent, and featured. We'll quickly see how to build this. And yes, by default, normal flow, this is what happens. Everything stacks up one below the other. So let me say nav ul display flex, and great, we have things. Okay. Why didn't that work? Yeah, So when you do display flex here, you see that they do come next to each other, but they're not occupying the entire space. We want them to stretch. So how do you make them stretch? Now it's confusing. Many people think you can do this justify content space between here, or you think there might be a stretch property here. That doesn't work. You can space it out, of course, but you can't control the width of the item from the parent, right? You will need to apply that on the item itself. And the property there will be flex grow. So you're just telling each element to grow and to occupy the rest of the space that's available in the parent. You know, you're just saying there is enough space, just each of you share the remaining space, equally. That's what flex grow 1, 1, and 1. So you're telling them to share equally. So this is what happens, but you see they're not of the same width, right? In case there was no jobs here, it almost looks like they're of the same width. But the moment you add an additional word, you will see that they're not of the same width. To handle that, to make sure that they are of the same width regardless of the text, you can set flex basis here to 0%. That way you're saying initial width is 0. None of you get any space, but you can occupy all the space equally. So that's where you get equal space when you say flex basis 0 and flex grow 1. Now, these two can be combined into a single flex property and just say flex 1, which defaults to flex grow being 1 and then flex basis being 0, right? So that's about the navigation. Let's move on to the next section, maybe 2 more. That's it. So we learned flex grow. We learned the shorthand property flex. There are multiple values here, auto, initial, but they all have to be 3 values: flex basis, flex grow, and there's one more, flex shrink, which we'll soon see what it does. Now, this is another section where there's a very important trick that a lot of people may not know when they're using flex. So here we have 2 different items. Let's just look at one single item where we have 2 different ways. Oh, I'm sorry, what happened? Yeah, so we are looking at just one single item where the first 3 elements have to be in a flex container, and this part has to be in a flex container again. So we have 2 flex containers again. And how do you do that? Sidebar. Sorry, no, it's just the header display flex, and then footer also display flex. Great. Immediately we have them stacking next to each other. Let's also add some gap. Add some gap here as well. And that's great. But now how do we push the star to the complete right? Now, in case we have a long text here, then it's not a problem at all. Like, let's say you have some text like this, we will automatically see the star to the entire right. Then you will not even know that there's an issue. But if you have some short text here, this is an issue. The star lines up immediately after the H3 tag. How do you push it? You can, of course, not do justify content space between, because now this space will also increase. That is why what you can do is you can push that star item in itself, right? So let's say header span is that element. You can simply use margin left auto. This is not a flex property. It is not a flexbox property, but it can be used wonderfully with flex items. When the direction is column, you can use margin top, and it again works really wonderful. So this is a hack, or I don't know, it's not even a hack. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. But you can use margin left auto to push that star completely to the right. And now we want to push these 2 elements, both of them completely to the right as well. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. We can push these 2 to the right using the same trick. That is footer. I think the element is status. Yeah. Status, margin left, auto. That's it. Yeah, that works, right? This is great. We just have, oh my, okay. Probably one last element to go, maybe just 2 more minutes. What did we just learn in the previous demo? We learned about auto margins, very important to remember. The last one is this subscribe section where we see the input and a button. That is something to do with Flex. Let me just, the demo 6 is missing. Great, no problem. Let me just open that demo. So sorry. I had everything open and now that's missing. So sorry for this. I might take an extra minute. Yeah, where is the demo 6? Okay, it's gone missing. I'm very sorry for that. I don't want to take extra time. Yeah, but here is that, that div already. Now, what I have done is, let me inspect and show you because the style sheet is not available here. So I have applied display flex on form and I have used some gap, of course. And then when you just do that and you don't do anything else, this is what happens. The input just occupies the minimum width, usually whatever is the default, and it doesn't occupy the rest of the space, but we want it to occupy as much space as possible. So we just set flex grow as 1. But you see something else here. Now, if I just further reduce it, let's say we have a mobile, you see this button text going into 2 lines, which is again not something we want. That's why we use the flex shrink property on the button. This is quite opposite to flex grow. In grow, you're saying if there's more space occupy. In shrink, you're saying whether to shrink or not if there is less space. And here we don't want it to shrink. So we say flex shrink 0. So flex grow 1 and flex shrink 0, which are opposite to each other almost, is what we have used in combination. Great. So the last one, this is almost done. And we just learned flex, shrink, value. And these 3 values that you see here, basis, grow, and shrink, is what forms the flex shorthand property. You can look up more about that. And everything comes together. We just have the mobile layout is done already. You don't have to do anything, but for the desktop layout, you need to place one next to the other. So entire divs, the entire sections become flex items now. And that's what I have done here. So here you can see there is no space. So we can simply add a container display flex, and you say flex direction column is what we want on mobile layouts, not here. And we say gap 1 rem, and you immediately see the gap, maybe 2 rem. And then for larger layouts, which is like beyond 900, we want to change the flex direction. So let's say flex direction row, and that's all it should do. It's just one last thing, that is, you see these 2 items try to occupy the same height. That's what happens by default. The items stretch vertically to occupy same height, which looks ugly here. We don't want that to happen, which is why we change the align items property. That's what handles the vertical alignment, right? Align items, let's just say flex start to fix that. That way they all start from here and not stretch as against the default value. So that's about it. I know a lot of it was packed in one single session. So I'm sorry if it was too much, but that was the whole idea, right? So in 15 minutes in one single layout, I wanted to show you how much of flex we can use. That's why the talk was everything flex. Now, if you want to see more of such examples, you can go and buy my book. Now, this layout included probably 7 different demos in one single layout. That way I have 70 examples of both Flex and Grid combined. And this book is listed in the swag, so you get a 50% discount. And for this presentation and CodePen links, just follow me on Twitter, and more updates, of course. I'll be posting those links in a while. And for tutorials similar to this, if you liked how I teach, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel. A lot more is coming this month. So that's about it. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining in. And I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you very much. That was great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, we're good. Okay, so what we're going to do now is it's break time. We are going to break for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, so stand up, get a drink, stretch your legs, and then be back here in 5 minutes, and we will continue. See you in a few.
Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need. What you need. We're broken, it's tragic. We're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic. Believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness. I've been dreaming on in my head like I've seen it. A life worth living is a life with meaning. I'll do what I love till my heart stops beating. I'm feeding this demon. Got a taste, can't erase bitterness in my face. Work a job every day till your dreams fade away. Like a card, never change, play the game that we say. I need a break. I'm staying strong, need to move on to be what I want. I'll keep dreaming on. I'm staying strong, need to move on to be what I want. I'll keep dreaming on.
pace on when I chase like that. Yeah, I play so strong with a knife in the back. I'ma swing home run like a baseball bat. Gonna see me rise, you can hate on that. I don't play both sides, doing me no cap. I'ma ride or die for my dreams on tap. I'ma fly real high, you ain't see me slack. No, it's not how you fall, it's how you get right back up. That's how you get tough. Calluses on my hands so rough, yeah, I call your bluff. I'm not the one, mess with me, come out with none. Cause I'm so done, you had your fun. And now you're gonna face down the barrel of the gun. Cause I got a full clip, put your name on it. But I'ma let you slide cause you ain't worth it. Time staying strong, need to move on to be what I want. I'll keep dreaming on. Time staying strong, need to move on to be what I want. I'll keep dreaming on.
Okay, you're back. Let me see. Get this going here. Okay. Looks good. Let me I share. We'll have Kristen join us. Lou.
Hey, I was just hanging out, getting ready, so.
Perfect. Okay, take it away.
All right.
I can see your screen.
All right, are we ready to go?
We're ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kristen Collins. I am a lead developer at Titan, lead programmer. Today, I'm going to talk to you about a few aspects of dealing with criticism. We're going to go over giving, receiving, accepting, and rejecting. Before I get too deep into the talk itself, I want to take a moment to just define some of the words or concepts that I'll be using, just so everyone's on the same page throughout the talk. All right, so first we're going to look at criticism versus feedback. I'll be using both of these terms throughout the talk. And while I personally used to see them as interchangeable, I've come to realize, that there are a lot of differences through their definitions. So if we take a look here, we'll notice that criticism by definition is the act of expressing disapproval and of noting the problems or faults of a person or thing. Whereas feedback is defined as the transmission of evaluative or corrective information about an action, event, or process to the original or controlling source. So what we see here is that criticism is specifically about disapproval of a person or thing, where feedback is evaluative or corrective information about an action, event, or process directly to the source. So we'll be talking about some word choice later. I just want to ask you to keep these differences in mind throughout the talk. The next one is mentor. So throughout this talk, I will be defining this as the person providing the feedback or instruction. Mentee will be used for the person that is receiving the feedback or instruction. And then I'll also be using this word stakeholder. So for me, this is the person or group of persons who's responsible for or has influence over the project or the talk itself. All right, with those definitions in mind, let's get started. So criticism and feedback are pretty much everywhere for all professions, right? They manifest themselves in the way of job interviews, performance reviews, maybe a few demanding bosses. But as developers or product owners, we have to deal with some additional criticism and feedback in the form of code reviews, mentoring and internships, bug reports, QA, even user feedback, right? And our industry mutates so often that it puts us all in the seat of learning and teaching new information almost constantly. So I would like to share a personal story with all of you about why this topic is important to me and why I wanted to talk about it. So at my very first programming job, I had a mentor-mentee relationship with a male front-end dev who was 10 years older than me. We worked together for about 6 weeks and maintained a very friendly exterior. We had lunch together as a team. We joked together, shared laughs. However, unknown to the mentor, the mentee went home every night and cried because of the criticism that was given and the manner it was given in. Eventually, the mentee informed HR and terminated their employment. Now, let's pause for a moment, and I want to ask you guys how many of you thought that I was the mentee in this story. Would it shock you to find out that I was the mentor? People tend to make assumptions based on their own personal experiences and history. In my case, all of my previous superiors were hypercritical and very demanding. So I just assumed that was the way that it was done. You know, how was someone ever to get better if you don't tell them they did it wrong? Personally, when the story I told you about happened, I was really shocked to find out that my criticism had caused so much distress. I knew I had high expectations, but I never expected that someone would take that personally. And so what I've come to learn in my career is that there are many ways to teach and be constructive without demolishing someone's confidence, sorry. So everyone has their own teaching, mentoring, leadership styles, and I'm not going to promise that this talk is going to be applicable to everyone in every environment. Instead, I'm really just hoping to provide you with some insights I've gathered in my quest to provide helpful feedback without being combative. So with that in mind, we're first going to take a look at giving feedback. What's very important about giving feedback is making sure that you have the authority to give it. And this can be achieved in a number of ways. The first one is hierarchy. You outrank this person, right? As we discussed before, it's very common at jobs to have performance reviews, or in our case, code reviews, right? That's kind of the expectation of the job, that if you're reviewing someone's work, you're going to be able to provide them with feedback. Another option is experience. I'm sure most of you have that one person in the office that's been on the project the longest amount of time, and they're the person everybody goes to with questions, right? If you're someone that people constantly seek out for help, that might give you the authority you need. Data. You might have evidence to support the critique or the feedback you're giving. We'll go into examples of this later, but basically it just means that there's a basis for why you reached out to provide it. Last but not least is a personal request. Sometimes people will tag you in a pull request, or they'll send you a message, hey, can you review this before we get this done? That's another way of having authority. So in the story I shared with you earlier, I was at my first professional development position. Even though I was instructed to provide the mentee to some work, give him some tasks, I didn't have authority to criticize his work. I was a junior developer myself, and really, it was only my responsibility to forward my own concerns to the senior developer to address. Another example might be what I like to call project squatters. This is a personal term. So these are people on projects who check every message thread, ticket, or pull request so that they can provide criticism and feedback when they haven't been asked for it. If you don't have the authority to give feedback, you should probably just assume that it won't be received in a favorable light. And so here's a few rules. So when giving feedback, you want to be specific. Terms like, I don't like it. It's not right. I think it could be better. And one all of you developers should be familiar with, it doesn't work. Now, these phrases, regardless of truth, provide no actual information as to what the problem is or how to fix it. One feature of GitHub that I find super useful is the ability to add suggestions straight to a pull request. Let's take a look at an example at how Nathan utilizes this tool to provide me with some detailed feedback. Right here, we have a suggested change. And as you can see, you can call it a typo or a capitalization error. But what's nice about this is that it's so specific that there's no ambiguity in what's provided, right? I know exactly where the change is, what needs to happen. The other nice thing about it is that you can just commit these suggestions straight through GitHub. So you don't really have to distance yourself from the work that you're doing and going back and making additional stuff. The next example is going to come from another coworker of mine named Allison. She was reviewing a blog post and she says, one thing to consider overall might be using the term attributes over fields in most cases. It feels a little semantic, but would be more consistent with the language in the Laravel docs. So notice that she's providing precise critique here, right? She's isolating the terms attributes over fields, right? And she also provides data for her suggestion, which was a way of establishing authority, right? She says it'd be more consistent with the language in the Laravel docs. It points straight to what the problem is, a way to fix it, and why she provided the critique. Another thing that's very important when giving feedback is not to make it personal. Statements like, you did a terrible job, or I knew you couldn't handle this. As we've learned in the definitions earlier, personal remarks can only be defined as criticism and not feedback. Criticism tends to make people defensive and unlikely to take what you have to say seriously. It opens the door for a conflict instead of a learning opportunity. One way that you can turn criticism into feedback is to rephrase it as a question or a suggestion. I'll show you an example from another coworker of mine, Marcus, who does an excellent job of phrasing his feedback in a very non-confrontational way. All right, so this is more feedback I've received. Any chance we could just import one of these? It probably doesn't matter since it's run through Post CSS, but would be cleaner if we could. So you'll notice how after providing his feedback in the form of a question, he offers a justification for his reasoning. This is the same thing we saw from Allison earlier, where he's establishing authority for his feedback by offering some data. All right, and last but not least, you can always ask for help. So this is where I give a shout out to a wonderful developer that I worked with, Alexis. And Alexis was a great role model for me because she possesses this natural ability to instruct and to provide feedback without making it personal. So after I made someone cry in the workplace, she offered to review my future communications and help me learn how to turn my criticism into feedback. The most important thing I learned from her is that tone and word choice play a very strong role in this. Let's take a look at a few examples. This phrase can be used in a couple of different ways. Nice job. Nice job. You'll notice with my different tone in each of them, it plays a very distinct role in distinguishing between sarcasm and a sincere compliment, right? But we work in a very, word-centric point of view with instant messaging, emails. Tone isn't always applicable, right? It can come down to our choice of words. Let's look at an example. This isn't what I asked for. Now, this sentence already breaks one of our rules by being vague. You can read this optimistically, right? This isn't what I asked for. It's better. But most people actually tend to read this with a negative connotation. This isn't what I asked for. You made a mistake. So instead, let's look at a way of saying the exact same thing with a different choice of words. Let's take another look at the requirements together. This statement removes focus from the individual, pushes it into a team environment, and then it also says that you're accepting partial responsibility by inferring that maybe the requirements weren't clear. It's also not vague. It tells you where to look for the solution, right? You can look directly in the requirements. Let's look at another example. You've done enough, go home, versus thanks for working hard on this. Go ahead and call it a day. Now, I'll be honest, I'm a very literal person. So without tone, these two sentences mean exactly the same thing to me. However, most people are going to read this first sentence as dismissive and unappreciative, while the second sentence has the complete opposite perception, right? So these are just a few examples of how choice of words can make a huge difference in the way your feedback is received. All right, so now that we've taken a look at giving feedback, let's take a look at receiving it, when to accept and reject it. So to me, accepting feedback involves a variety of things, right? It involves listening to the feedback you receive, evaluating what you've heard as valid, and then deciding how to apply it. Listening to feedback sounds very easy, right? But it can be very difficult to put into practice. I want you to take a minute to picture in your mind someone whose opinion you don't respect at all. So imagine that right after you submit a piece of work, they message you saying, "Hey, have a quick minute to chat about what you just submitted?" Now, personally, in the past, I have rolled my eyes and even ignored messages like this. Sometimes we do have a good reason not to respect someone's opinions or feedback, right? I mean, maybe they've given us bad advice in the past, maybe they don't have authority, but there's a popular expression that I love, and that is, even a blind squirrel finds a nut. This means that it really isn't smart to ignore all feedback from a particular person just because they've previously proven themselves to be unhelpful. Remember to keep yourself open to new ideas. It really is the best way to learn. So the next part of receiving feedback is evaluating the validity of it. So feedback can be wrong, but it can still be valid, right? Sometimes the feedback you get is from a stakeholder, which, as we mentioned earlier, kind of has authority based on who they are concerning the project. So you have to take what they say as valid, whether or not you rate it as right or wrong. So here's my guidelines when evaluating whether or not feedback is valid. The person providing the feedback outranks you. So sometimes this is hard because you foresee consequences, right, of a decision. And I do encourage you to document anything you see as a potential consequence and bring it up to the person who's giving you the feedback. But at the end of the day, you have to agree to make the change because sometimes people have more responsibility on the project or know things that you don't know about. If you're unsure, you can ask other people to weigh in. I want to stress that you don't want to do this with your friends, because sometimes even if your friends aren't just yes people, they still might have the same perspectives as you. And it's important to ask other people with different perspectives to weigh in on feedback you're not sure of. Also, we want to assume good intent. Regardless of why a person provides feedback, approaching it with a positive attitude will give you more options for how to apply it. All right, so now let's assume we've evaluated the validity. Now we need to know how to apply it. The site is broken. How many people have heard that one, right? Well, let's imagine we've evaluated this feedback as valid because it came from our stakeholder, right? So we have a few options at this point. We can record a video of ourselves showing that it works and send it to the client with a message saying, works for me. This does seem like the lowest level of effort until you realize that it doesn't solve the problem. So the effort that you put into it for recording the video is completely wasted because it still doesn't help the client get the site to work, right? The next option, drive yourself crazy chasing a bug that may not even exist. So unfortunately, there are times where it's user error, right? I hopped onto Zoom right before this call and I didn't have my headset turned on, right? I could have said, Zoom isn't working, but sometimes it's you. Sometimes it's a button that needs to be pushed. And there are other times where bugging your stakeholder for screenshots or demos isn't the best option, and checking the error logs will solve the problem faster. However, since at this point we have very little information on the problem itself, this second option has the highest risk of wasted effort. So finally, let's look into have your client walk you through what the issue is. Now, this provides the best chance of solving the problem with the least amount of wasted effort. I've found that applying feedback is largely about compromise and trying to reach a win-win situation for everybody involved. Remember, when you are applying feedback, that you want to make sure that it's clear you've listened to the feedback you've received, you consider it valid, and that you communicate you're working on the solution. Now it's on to rejecting feedback. So sometimes feedback, unfortunately, is invalid or maybe receive unprofessional criticism. I want to give you guys a few examples of criticism and feedback that I've received and rejected in my professional career and why. Sometimes it's personal. I don't know why you feel the need to comment on my code, but I'm not going to take advice from someone like you, right? Now, we know that only personal remarks can be considered criticism, not feedback. So it's not constructive, it's not helpful. We can reject this as invalid. You know, a buddy of mine is really good with WordPress sites. I'm sure he could get this done in a few weeks. This is where assuming good intent is very helpful. Now, I was sure in this situation that the person who told me this was really trying to help, but unfortunately, he was really lacking the authority to provide that feedback, and he didn't have all the information for the moving parts. I've noticed that you go on walks after your lunch break when you should be working. It gives the impression that you're not a hard worker. So this is a funny one because I did receive this feedback from my superior. And then 2 weeks later, the HR department for the company held a seminar encouraging people to take walks throughout the day so that they could recharge and be focused throughout their day at work. So in this scenario, even though we would normally evaluate the criticism as valid, we had to reject it at the end of the day because someone who outranked them provided more information that ended up making this feedback a little misguided. Last but not least, we're going to reject all opinions. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one and they all stink. It's another favorite expression of mine. While opinions are sometimes very valuable in the workplace, it just doesn't meet the standard for valid feedback, right? Because we want to make sure that we're looking to solve a problem. All right. I'm hoping to save you guys a little bit of extra time, and I just want to thank you for sticking with me this long. I doubt that anyone has made it through their life without offending someone somewhere. If you have, great job. Unfortunately, part of life is offending people, unfortunately. And this talk really isn't meant to make you feel like it's your personal responsibility to make sure no one ever gets offended. But being aware of how your criticism and feedback affects others is really essential to positive working relationships. You're not going to learn and grow without the ability to receive, evaluate, and apply feedback. And if you're looking to evaluate or correct someone's work, you want to make sure that you're providing feedback that is not vague, lacking authority, or invalid. So I want to give kudos and shout outs to everyone who contributed to this talk. Nathan, Allison, and Marcus all let me use examples of them providing feedback to me so I could use it. Thank you so much. Special shout out to Alexis Selikoff. She was the person I mentioned earlier in the talk that really helped me with word choice, tone, and evaluating criticism and feedback. And then all the excellent people I work with at Titan, they let me demo this project for them, helped with my slides, and overall make me a better teammate every day.
Okay, thank you so much. That was really, really good. And I love that we include these kind of talks in because I just think they're so important to all of us out there who eventually will manage people, and the stuff's so important to think about. So thank you so much. And we will go on to the next one. Oh my gosh, okay. Let's see here. All right, let's handle some business first. Okay, so, oh, one second. Okay, good. All right, so quick thank you to Linode, original sponsor of Laracon Online, been sponsoring forever. We use them for quite a few servers, including this one. That one's laracon.net. So thank you so much to Linode. Everyone, if you sign up today at linode.com, you get a $100 credit. So definitely check that out. They also in the swag have something, even if you're an existing customer. So check out the swag page either way and sign up or log in to your Linode and give them a look. Really great servers, all kinds of different options, shared, dedicated, and so on. And you see the offer code there as well. So thanks to Linode for sponsoring. Please check them out. Really, really great service. Use them, like I said, for over 10 servers for years and years now. So thanks to Linode. There we go. All right, we're gonna have Aaron come in here. Stop my share. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Got it. Okay. And I will share my screen. Okay, are you seeing that?
Yep, I see it. You're good.
Okay, starting the timer. Here we go. All right. I'm going to start my slides. So I've got a lot to cover in the next 40 minutes. So I'm just going to dive right in. The title of my talk is a little bit more Lambda. It would have been better if I had called it Add a Microservice to Your Monolith. I stole this title from my friend Samuel, so thanks Samuel for the better title. And we'll see as we go why this makes a little bit more sense. Before we dive in, a little bit about me. My name is Aaron Francis. I'm a software developer in Dallas, Texas. I have a full-time job at a property tax company. I'm also the co-founder of a company called Hammerstone, where we make software components for your Laravel and Rails applications. You can find me on Twitter at Aaron D. Francis. I'm there all the time. So if you're there, I'm probably there too. More important than any of that, and more important than anything I'm about to say, is I'm dad to 2 9-month-old babies. So my wife and I have 9-month-old twins, which is 100 times more important than anything I'm about to talk about. But y'all don't care about that, so we will move on. A disclaimer, this has almost nothing to do with Vapor. So if you're not using Vapor, please don't tune out yet. You can tune out in a second, but don't tune out yet. I know that I said Lambda, and this is a Laravel conference, but it has nothing to do with Vapor. So this works on Forge, it works on Heroku, it actually does work on Vapor, and it also works on your local machine, which is what we're going to be doing here. So if I'm setting out to solve the problem, what is the problem? Well, the problem is monoliths are great and Laravel is great. We looked earlier at at monoliths, and we love monoliths. We have all of this tooling that makes monoliths great. So deploying, developing, hosting, all of that is super great. And we love that part about Laravel, right? But what happens when you need to step like half a step outside or one step outside of Laravel's default stack, right? So maybe you need a node process to run inertia server-side rendering, or maybe you need headless Chrome to take screenshots with browser shot, right? So now you're in this situation where you have to inherit or take on some DevOps complexity. And this screen grab on the right is somebody adding Chrome to Docker so they could run it on Vapor. So you take just the smallest step outside and you have to figure out a little bit more DevOps stuff. So what is a possible solution here? One solution would be to use Lambda, right? So if you use Lambda on your own, you get AWS managing all of the stack for you, right? So they'll give you Node, Python, whatever. But you have to take on deploying, packaging, executing the Lambda itself, right? And so now you're in this situation where you've got 2 separate repos, you've got 2 separate deploy processes, and then you have to figure out how do these 2 things talk to each other, right? So you've got this Lambda over here. Now you need to put API gateway in front of it, and you have to secure that endpoint because it's now public to the internet, and you have to write a client on your Laravel side to talk to that. And it just gets to be a pain. Serverless framework is amazing and it solves a lot of these problems, but for one stupid function, it's really heavy to set all of that up, and it's kind of frustrating. So my solution is a little bit of Lambda using Sidecar, which is a Laravel package that I wrote. Using Sidecar, the Lambdas live inside your Laravel app, no separate repo. They're deployed along with your Laravel app, and they are executed through your Laravel application. There is no public interface. There is no API gateway. Everything is executed under the hood through the AWS SDK. So there's nothing to secure. In fact, we don't handle API gateway, databases, resources. We handle packaging, deploying, and executing Lambdas. That's it. So you can think of this as like the ease of Laravel Vapor, but for one little function, not for a whole app, just for a little function. So for you visually inclined people, this is what we're talking about, right? We want Laravel to be the main driver. Laravel is our main app. And then in the sidecar, we can put Node, we can put Ruby, we can put Chrome, we can put a little dog, we can put anything we want in the sidecar, but it stays connected to our Laravel app and we deploy it together, right? So as Taylor is fond of saying, DHH is fond of saying, show me the code. So let's get out of these slides and go look at some code. We are, with any luck, going to deploy and execute some Lambdas. So we'll be live coding and live deploying to AWS and really just hoping it all goes well. So we're going to create a basic function here, and it's going to extend Lambda function. And Lambda function ships with Sidecar. I've already composed a required Sidecar. If you implement the 2 methods that are required, you'll see that it's package and handler. And package is the set of files that you want to ship to Lambda, right? So in our case, we are just going to return sidecar basic.js. You could, if you wanted, ship your entire node modules directory. That's fine. It'll work. We're not going to do that. We're just going to ship a single file. We'll come over here and create basic.js. So now this is the function, or this is the file that we're shipping. So we need a JS handler. And what this is it's just a function, and we named it handler and put it on the exports object. Nothing too fancy. We're going to return a hello world, but we're also going to pull an environment variable out of the Lambda runtime. So this is to help us see that, in fact, this function will be executed on Lambda, not on our local machine. So we're just going to pluck something out and plop it in the string. So that's the package, just basic.js. That's it. The handler tells AWS, when you call this function, here's what you should actually call. So what we do is we give it the path to the file and then the name of the function. So we don't have to put .js because it's a node runtime and it will look for the JS. In fact, we can make the runtime explicit by saying node. That's not totally necessary because by default it is, node 14 is the runtime. But we're going to change that later. So we'll make it explicit for now. So this is all that's required on the PHP side to develop a Lambda function. We have the handler that says, please call this method, and we have the package that is the entire set of files that we need. So to deploy this thing, we're going to come to sidecar PHP, which is our configuration file, and we're going to say basic function class. So all we're doing here is we're letting sidecar know, I've got a function, it's called basic function, please deploy it. Let's take a look first at the console. We see there are no functions here already, which is good. We're in US West 2 because there are never any bugs on the West Coast. And so we're going to go ahead and try to deploy this thing. To deploy, it's pretty easy. You say artisan sidecar deploy. We are also going to pass a flag called activate, which we'll talk about in a second. So fingers crossed. Well, okay, that went great. So we just deployed our first Lambda function. And if we look in the console, we do see that the Lambda function is there. So this is going well so far. We deployed basic function to Lambda as this long string, which is customizable. You see we're in the local environment. The runtime is node. It noticed this function doesn't already exist. So I need to create a new one, which is good. And then it packaged the files, put the zip on S3. And then because we asked it to, it went ahead and activated the function, right? So good start so far. We have packaged and deployed a Lambda function. Now, how do we execute it? Well, we just call basic function execute. That's going to execute the function on Lambda. And we're going to return body to the browser. We could return logs. We could return is error. We're going to return body because that's what we want to see. Okay, this is the final risky step. If we refresh this, look at that. So we have now packaged, deployed, and executed a Lambda from our Laravel application that lives inside our Laravel application and is running node 14 somewhere out there, right? So pretty cool so far. It gets a bit cooler when you start thinking about what if we didn't have a node function? What if we had a Python function? I don't know Python. So I copied this off the internet. This is going to do the same thing. This is going to say hello from Python, and it's going to pluck out an environment variable from the Python runtime, right? So let's check our basic function, Python handler. The runtime is Python. The package is python.py. That's great. We're going to deploy and activate again. And you see that sidecar just happily changes the runtime. So the runtime was node, it's now Python. It noticed the function exists. I'm going to potentially update the code and configuration. Because stuff changed, it did update the code and configuration, and now the new one is active. So if we hit this from the browser again, we see that we're now running Python. We switched our entire infrastructure in 30 seconds. So you're starting to kind of hopefully see the power of this. If we take this back to Node, because I don't speak Python, if we take this back to Node, and then we come back to our Node handler, we'll drop this ugly variable. We'll get excited. We'll say, hello, let's do event event.name. So we're going to say hello event.name from Lambda exclamation because we're excited to be here. So we're going to do something a little bit different on the deploy process though. Instead of saying activate, we're just going to deploy. So we'll see it, same kind of deal. It's switch the runtime to node. The function already exists, creates a new zip file, puts it out there. The code is updated, right? You don't see that second part that says configure or activating. And so if we hit it from the browser again, you see that we're still running Python, right? And so this is great because you can separate your deployment step from your activation step so that you can deploy from CI. And then right when your Laravel, like right when your new deploy goes live, your Laravel app, you can activate your new sidecar function. So you can use one of those Envoyer hooks, you can use a Vapor hook, whatever, but you can deploy the heavy stuff from CI and then lickety split activate the new one. So we've got that function out there that's waiting to be activated. If we say sidecar activate, you'll see that new function is activated. So if we hit it again from the browser, we're definitely running JavaScript because hello undefined. If that's not JavaScript, I don't know what is. So we're back to our JavaScript function. We've activated it, right? The undefined is because we're looking for event.name, but we haven't sent anything over the wire. So if we pull this out and we call this result and we call that result, we can send some data over the wire to Lambda, right? So if we hit it again, it says, hello, Aaron. And if we hit it a third time, it says, hello, Laracon. So now what we're doing is we are controlling the behavior. We're controlling the behavior of our handler from the Laravel side without redeploying our Lambda. And you can make your handler as complicated, let's say sophisticated. You can make it as sophisticated as you want because you control both sides, right? You're controlling the part that's deployed and then you're controlling the part that's calling it. So as long as you know what you're doing, you can make it as complicated as you want and send any data over the wire without having to redeploy your Lambda a bunch of times. So it is cool. I must admit, it is cool to see Hello World. Hello World is not it's not the coolest. So let's look at some things that are potentially a little bit more practical, we'll say. So I was talking about this talk on Twitter because I'm always on Twitter, and Stefan Zweifel reached out to me and was like, hey, I've almost got Spotsy's browser shot package. I've almost got it working with Sidecar. So we worked together and finished that up. And now we've got browser shot, but it's being driven by Sidecar. So there's no more deploying, like figuring out Chrome. There's no more Lambda. We have that figured out. So let's take a look at this function. And this is really cool because this is a composer package. So composer packages can ship Sidecar functions to you, and then you deploy them into your AWS account, right? So they can create this utility that you then install, and then if you want, deploy to Lambda. So it's very cool. You'll see some stuff here you recognize. The handler is browsershot.handle. He gave it a pretty name because the fully qualified class name gets to be a little wordy. This package is a little bit out of scope, but I'll come back to this in a second. The runtime is Node. We gave it more memory because it is, launching a Chrome browser. The interesting part, an interesting part down here is layers. So if we're going to run browser shot on Lambda, we need Chrome, right? There are a couple ways you could get there. You could npm install it and then ship your whole node modules. You could just get the binary and ship the binary. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to add a publicly available layer that brings Chrome to us, right? So there's this layer out here. If we look at this, you'll see it is Google Chrome for AWS Lambda as a layer. So this brings Chrome to us, and AWS is just going to plop it right on top of our Node 14 runtime. So we don't have to worry about if Chrome is there or not. It's going to bring it for us. So let's deploy, what is his called? Browser shot function. So you can see it's the exact same setup. I'm going to turn ours off just because it doesn't matter right now. Clear AR sidecar, deploy, and activate. So this is being deployed, and this is the driver for browser shot. So that's out there. It's crazy how fast that can be deployed. Let's look at how you would use this guy. We have been historically interacting directly with the sidecar function, right? We've been calling execute on it. An interesting thing about this one is we don't actually interact with it directly. We're going to call browser shot lambda, and then you can see, look, you see all of these Spotsy completions over here. So we're going to go to google.com. We're going to take a screenshot, and then I think it's image response. We're going to return an image with the right header. So let's look at this browser shot lambda real fast. It extends Spotsy's browser shot. So you have all of those methods. You just don't have to have Chrome. What we do is we sneak into this call browser right here, and we will execute that command on Lambda instead of shelling out to a local node plus Chrome, right? So let's make sure we got this right. We're going to go to google.com, take a screenshot, send it back with the header of PNG. Okay. Let's see if this works. This is going to take a second because it's a cold boot, so it's got to boot up a Lambda container, and then holy moly, look at that. So if we run it again, it should be a little bit faster because the container is warm, right? So it's like, step back and think for a second, what is happening? My browser is hitting Laravel. Laravel is hitting Lambda. Lambda is launching a browser. That browser is going to google.com and then sending the screenshot all the way back to us. That's like decades of people's infrastructure work across dozens of companies. And we set it up in like, I don't know, a minute or 2 minutes. And it's incredible to me that we get to use all of this and keep building nicer and nicer interfaces on top of it. And so this is obviously very exciting for me because now we can do things that used to be hard are now very easy. And so we can do some very cool stuff, right? So you have to consider like the shoulders of the giants that we're standing on. It's pretty amazing. So if what Stefan has done here is on one side of the scale of practicality, what he's done is 100% practical, 100% useful. Let's step into the realm of the truly bizarre. Let's step into the realm of something that's completely wacky and potentially serves no purpose at all, but is very cool. And that's one that I wrote. So if we look at, we can close some of this stuff. Let's get rid of all of this. We don't need that or that. If we look at the runtime constants that Sidecar ships with, you'll see all of the runtimes that are available on Lambda. So you see Node, Python, Ruby, Java, Go, .NET. Those are all of the runtimes that Lambda will provide. You can run code in that in 2 seconds flat, right? What happens when you want to run PHP? We love PHP, gotta love it. So what happens when you want to do that? Well, I know that Bref has figured it out, and I know that Vapor has figured it out. So I know that there's a way to do it. Well, it turns out we have figured this out too. And so what we do is I have a package called Sidecar PHP, and I'll have links to all of this later. I have a package called Sidecar-PHP. It brings you a PHP runtime that you can put on Lambda without worrying about a thing. So let's look at this real fast. This is all boring. The runtime is provided AL2, and the provided AL2 is saying, is basically the good luck with that runtime. Lambda will say, here's Linux, have fun. I hope that you can figure the rest of this out. And so that's the runtime that we're going to use. But then we're going to add a layer on top of it, just like we did with Chrome, except this time we're adding the Vapor layer on top of it, right? So Vapor builds PHP for Lambda and publishes it as a layer. So does Bref. I looked at both. Vapor fits Laravel a little bit better. So we're going to bring PHP and smack it right on top of the Alpine Linux. And now we have PHP. Right? So now we can run PHP on Lambda. So before we go too far, let's go ahead and get this deploying. I'm going to turn that guy off. PHP Lambda. not execute, class. Okay, clear that out, deploy and activate. So this is now being deployed, right? You see that it's AL2. It's going to be a little bit bigger because there's some runtime stuff. And then we have environment variables as well. So if you look down here at variables, you'll see there are a few Lambda environment variables required to make the runtime work. We handle that for you, so you don't need to worry about that. But if you do want to add your own environment variables, this is the method there where you would do that. Okay, that's all out there. Let's take a look at how we would use this PHP function. Let's name it result, and let's say PHP lambda execute. We have been historically passing through an array, right? Name Aaron, name Laracon. Let's instead pass through a function. So if we pass through a function, you're already thinking, is that function going to run on Lambda? Yes, that's the whole point. So in this function, we're going to do basically the same thing. We're going to pull an environment variable out of the Lambda container and return it to the browser, just as like proof of life, right? So if we return result body, we return that to the browser. Let's see if PHP can run on Lambda. There you go. PHP is running on Lambda. So it's pulling the log group name out of the container, giving it back to the browser. There's one other variable that I have memorized. It's handler. Handler is a no-op, and that's because handler here is a no-op. We deal with the handler ourselves. So we're now running PHP on Lambda. Is this useful? I have no idea. I have no idea if it's useful. I know that it's cool. It's crystal cool that we are running PHP on Lambda where Lambda doesn't support PHP. My job as as it relates to Sidecar, my job is not to figure out if this is useful. My job is to make it possible. So if I can make something that was previously very hard, if I can make that very easy, or if I can make something that was impossible possible, then you get to figure out, why is this useful? That's not my job. I trust that y'all are going to figure out why this is useful. I think it's super cool. And so I did it. And now you guys get to do the fun part. One way that it is useful, I know one way that it is useful, and that is it serves as the base for Laravel Lambda. What is Laravel Lambda? Well, let's get that deployed before we do anything else. So let's get that deployed. We're going to clear this, deploy and activate. That's going. Let's look at Laravel Lambda. Laravel Lambda is an extension of PHP Lambda, but it ships your entire application. So where PHP Lambda ships a bare runtime that lets you execute a closure without any vendor dependencies, kind of cool. This ships your entire application to Lambda, vendor directory, and everything. Is this a replacement for Vapor? 100% no. It doesn't handle incoming requests. It doesn't handle responses. It doesn't handle a dang thing, right? It just puts your app on Lambda and it waits for you to invoke it. You still have to invoke it from somewhere. Remember, this is a sidecar. This is not your main app. So we're putting our app on Lambda and it's just sitting there waiting for us to invoke it. So can we do something cool with it? Well, potentially. So let's take a look. If we have Laravel Lambda now, instead of PHP Lambda, now we have Laravel Lambda. We could, if we could spell, we can do all kinds of stuff. We can return one, which is pretty cool. Not super cool though, right? We have the entire context of our Laravel application. So we can do anything inside the context of our Laravel app. So what if we were to call a Laravel command? This is the default one that ships with Laravel. We're going to call inspire. Then we're going to return, let's return artisan output. That's going to take the output from this command and send it back to the browser. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it's going to boot the cold container and then it's going to run, look at that. It's going to run the artisan command in Lambda. It's not running locally. So if we do it again, you see it's faster now because the container's warm. And so now we have our entire app out there waiting to be executed by you from a same copy of your app, right? So we're in this weird multiverse setup where you have your app in base reality, and then you have infinite Lambdas out there just waiting for you to ask it to do something. So if we can just let's just keep going, because let's say it's been a day. let's say it's been a bad day, and inspiration times 1 is not enough. And you want inspiration times 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's call it inspiration times 10. But you don't want these to run back to back to back, because that's lame. Who would do that? You can ask Sidecar. You can tell Sidecar, execute these all at once. It's lambda, it's, infinite or whatever. So 10 isn't going to hurt us. So if we execute all of these at once, properly, this should be called results. Mess that up. Properly, this should be called results here. We'll need to do a little bit of mucking around. We'll collect this. We'll map over the results, pluck out the body, and implode with a BR. So what we're doing is we're going to run 10 commands in 10 containers, collect all the results, and return them. So now it's got to boot 9 more containers, because those were cold, but now we've got our 10 responses here. And now that they're all warm, look how fast we're running 10 copies of our app just somewhere. Who knows where? It's out on Lambda. I don't know. And what if, I don't know, instead of 10, you want 20, 30, 40, 50? You can do that, because Lambda is going to spin up more multiversi, and it's going to run your app across all of these different containers. Is this useful? Not for this purpose, but it is cool, right? But it's useful for something, because it breaks the concept of like my machine, because now you have this copy of your app out there ready to go, but it's still executed from your machine, but it is your app, but it's not your app, but you can you have, unlimited compute or whatever, everything costs money, but you have all this compute power, and you can invoke it from your central app, whether that's on Vapor, my local machine, or on Heroku or Forge, whatever, right? So is this useful? I don't know. It's pretty cool. I can think of one place where it's actually useful. Let's imagine you've got a bunch of tests, right? And maybe for the sake of a demo, you've got 50 tests. And maybe for the sake of a demo, they all take 3 seconds. So now you've got 50 tests that all take 3 seconds, because we're doing a demo and we want to prove a point. And you don't want to run 150 seconds worth of tests, right? What if you could say test parallel and use Sidecar as the runner to run your tests? And instead of 20 processes, what if we did 50? So what if we ran those 50 tests in 50 different containers and they finished in 3 seconds, right? Did you see that? So what if we ran those tests in 50 different containers and it finished in 3 seconds? Pretty cool. And if you didn't see it, what if we ran it in 20? So now we're only running 20 at a time. So you'll see 20 complete. And then in about 3 seconds later, you'll see 20 more complete. And then finally, you'll see the final 10 complete. And we're running those on Lambda, and you still get your feedback, right? So this is a little bit ugly. We can fix that. You still get the feedback that example 5 test failed. It still turns red down here. If you look at example 5 test, you can see, oh, that was a classic mistake. So you still get your feedback, but you're running it somewhere else. And we've already looked at how you can add Chrome as a layer. So imagine if you had a bunch of tests that ran Dusk that required Chrome, and you could run them on Lambda. That's pretty cool. And I think that's actually useful. I don't know, this is the best example I could come up with. I think it's pretty useful. I would be lying if I told you it had an edge case or two. It is just edge cases. Every edge case has its own edge case. But it works, right? So what I did was I extended this paratest runner. I don't know anything about paratest, but what it does is it yields these promises. So Sidecar will allow you to execute a function async, and that is a guzzle promise. So we just yield them back. Paratest handles pooling up how many processes you want to run. In our case, we ran 50 and then 20. And then as those promises settle, Paratest handles, filling them back up. So this is insane, because it allows you to break free from whatever server you're on. And there are specific workloads that I think will work under this paradigm. I don't know exactly what they are, but I know that there are some workloads that will be great for this. And you don't have to send the response back. You could put the response in the database. You could put the response on S3. You could, just completely fail. You could have a queue worker that runs on Lambda, but your main app is on, let's say, Vapor, right? So before I fly out of my chair, that's what I wanted to show you in terms of code. I think it's very cool. I'll have links to all of this. This is what Sidecar enables. Sidecar makes something that was hard easy, and now you get to do something easy and make something cool. That's my hope. Let's finish some slides before I explode. Thank goodness. All right, who's actually using this thing? Not the PHP part, Sidecar as a library. Geet is using it over at bannertize.com. He's built an entire image generation product on top of Sidecar. It's very cool. You should go check it out at bannertize.com. Greg Skirman is the OG of Inertia SSR rendering. He beat me to it and has now run tens of millions of requests through it. So his app's on Vapor and he does SSR in a Sidecar. Then Philo over here on the right has a product that distributes Ruby gems as well as composer packages. So look into it. It's unlock.sh. But to generate Ruby gems, it turns out you need Ruby. So he's running Ruby in a Sidecar. Very cool stuff. Exactly what I hoped to see when I built this. It's very fulfilling for me to see this kind of stuff. Okay. What's next? What's next after this talk is I take a nap for like 2 weeks. After that, I know that a lot of people are concerned about Lambda, and rightly so. There's billing risk. Also, it feels pretty heavy. It feels pretty heavy to set up an AWS environment for, say, a side project or a hobby app, right? So a couple of weeks ago, good guy Marcel was like, "Hey, I know that you built Sidecar to rely strictly on Lambda. Could you make it work for this other thing?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. I don't think." He asked if it would work on Vercel. And I was like, "I really don't think I can make that happen." Well, I was wrong. I got it to work on Vercel. So what's great about Vercel is a serverless platform that itself sits on top of Lambda, but is extremely focused on developer experience. It's very, very nice. They provide more predictable billing. They have a generous free plan. And then I think the next plan is like $20 a month or something, but it's much more predictable, right? I was under the impression that it wouldn't work because when I first evaluated it, I noticed they don't give you access to the underlying Lambda. And part of Sidecar's whole thing is we don't want you to have to worry about exposing these functions to the public internet and then, securing it, whatever. What Vercel does do is they give you the ability to write middleware that sits on the edge of their network. So we have written a middleware where all of your Sidecar functions are secured by a middleware that Sidecar itself writes. So when you're deploying your function, you get to write it without any authentication, without any worries about parsing, response, request bodies, any of that, because our middleware sits in between the public internet and your function, and it has authentication built in. And it speaks the same language, obviously, that Sidecar PHP speaks, right? So you, as the developer, get the exact same invocation benefits in that you get to call basic function execute, and then under the hood, Sidecar notices this one's deployed on Vercel. I need to add that secret auth token that I deployed myself. I need to add that secret auth token to the request and then get the response back, right? So you don't have to worry about that. One of the things, so what I thought was a drawback, this publicly required DNS, right? What I thought was a drawback turns out to enable a pretty cool feature in that Sidecar can generate pre-signed invocation URLs. So you can get an invocation URL that's valid for a day, a month, a year, 1 hour. You can get a pre-signed invocation URL and send it to your front end. So you don't have to make the hop from front end to executing your Sidecar back to Laravel, back to the front end. You can go from the front end directly to Vercel and back, right? So you get to skip the Laravel hop. So if you have some kind of like image generation tool on the front end, you can pass a signed URL and just let those hit Vercel over and over and over. And so you avoid that penalty. So what I thought was a drawback turns out to be a very cool feature that only Vercel as a driver is going to have, because Lambda doesn't give you those public URLs for free. You have to set up API gateway. So this is coming. I've got it working. I will be probably releasing it in the next couple of weeks. It is going to be in the Sidecar package. So Sidecar is going to go from Sidecar Lambda to Lambda, Vercel, Google Cloud Functions, Azure Functions, Cloudflare Workers. I don't know. Never done anything with those, so who knows? But then you're going to have the choice. Sidecar is becoming this serverless agnostic interface to make your life easy, regardless of what platform you want to go on. So that's coming. Probably follow along on Twitter to find out when that's going to happen. That is all. That's a lot, but that is all. Please go check out hammerstone.dev. That's where you'll find all of the Sidecar docs. That's also where we make components for Laravel and Rails apps. And our first component is a query builder for your users. So if your users need to build queries, you can drop in our component. We'll handle the front end, the back end, the database, the validation, the storing of the filter, everything. We'll handle it all. I'm also working on a MySQL for Developers course. So if you're an application developer using MySQL, this is going to teach you the things you need to know without boring you with all the stuff that's irrelevant. You can find that link and all the links at aaronfrancis.com/Laracon. I will put this repo that I was just demoing, I will put this on there in the next hour or two. So keep an eye out for that. And then finally, I'm on Twitter always and forever. You can find me at Aaron D. Francis over there. I would love to hang out. So with 2.5 minutes to spare, I yield my time back to Ian.
Thank you. Wow, amazing.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah, they're going crazy in the chat in there. I think minds have been blown. So
oh, that was the goal.
Great job.
Okay. All right. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
You can rest.
Bye.
Thanks. All right. Let's see what we got going here. All right. We are going to hear a bit from Sentry. This is actually a little bit different. This is an actual demo of Sentry. Hey, is my audio going? Yeah, there it is. Okay. This is an actual demo they sent in, just 2 minutes to show you how you can integrate Sentry super easily into your Laravel app. So we're going to watch that and I will be right back.
Hello, my name is Simon. I'm a solutions engineer at Sentry, and I'll be going over how to use Sentry on Laravel. We'll start at our Sentry documentation page. On our front page, we have a guide for how to get started. Install with Composer to get that Sentry Laravel package, then enable capturing unhandled exceptions with the code snippet here on your handler PHP. Configure the Sentry DSN to tell the Laravel app where to send errors and transactions. And lastly, enable transactions by setting the Sentry traces sample rate. Now we're good to go. So we were notified of an error on our Laravel app, and this came from an alert, so we got this notification which appears in Slack. Right away, we've got error details and context, and a link that'll take us directly to Sentry. Here we can review the error message, how many times it's happened, and to how many users. We have contextual tag details as well. We have our stack trace showing the line of code where the error had happened, and stack locals, so variables and their values when the error had happened as well. If that's not enough, we've also got a timeline of activities leading up to the error. And we've also set up Sentry to share the post body so we can take a look at the data that was sent, and that might be part of that root cause. With all this information, it helps us understand the big picture of this error. Since we've enabled transactions, we can also take a look at how this error fits into a service call. The exception we just reviewed happened in a checkout request. The response time was pretty fast, but it returned a 500 internal error, and that's coming from the error we just reviewed. We also have details on the operations that make up this checkout request and the errors happening on this app.handle operation. That's how we can understand the health of our Laravel app with Sentry.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sentry. want to check out the digital swag page, Sentry's got a unique one. They're giving away socks. So get a free pair of Sentry socks just for installing Sentry into your app, just for trying it out. So try it out, get some Sentry socks, and a big thanks to Sentry for once again sponsoring Laracon. Really appreciate it. There we go. All right, let's get Marcel in here. There he is.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good.
All right, we are ready to hear about Web3. Let's do it.
Let me share my screen.
Looks good.
Okay, cool. There we go. Okay, so first of all, I think we can all agree that Aaron just won Laracon, and I feel a bit sorry to now continue, but we get the show running. Okay, so we're going to talk about Web3 and Laravel. My name is Marcel Potziod. I am CTO at Beyond Code. We're a software company located in Germany. We create video tools and video courses and software tools for developers, people like you, people like us, basically everyone who works with Laravel, Tailwind, Livewire, the whole stack. So we created TinkerWell, which is basically PHP Artisan Tinker on steroids, and we recently released the DevTools for Tailwind CSS. We're also happy to sponsor, once again, this year's Laracon, so be sure to check out the digital swag. And if you want, follow me along on Twitter, where I mostly tweet about PHP and Tailwind, Laravel related stuff. So first off, this is the first time that I have to put up a disclaimer before a talk. And I gotta be honest with you, I didn't quite know what I got myself into when I submitted this talk idea a couple months ago. So we have to put out a little disclaimer to clear some things out. This talk is not going to be about coins. I'm not going to tell you where you should invest your money, where you should buy cryptocurrencies, which one you should buy. This is not about that kind of stuff. We're also not going to cover NFTs, mostly due to some time reasons. My personal opinion is that NFTs, besides being these funny collectible ape images, do have a very valid reasons, but unfortunately, you won't see any apes in this talk. And then, most importantly, this is not financial advice. We're going to cover Bitcoin and Ethereum and stuff like that, but think of it what you want. What we are going to cover, though, is technology. We're going to talk about the technology that powers these cryptocurrencies, and then you can make out of this what you think makes use for your development. So even if you come to this talk and think Web3 sucks, I think that even at the end, you will at least get a better understanding of how everything works under the hood, which I think is very important for us as developers, regardless if you then reach out to these tools to use them in your work. So with that out of the way, I wanted to see, well, what actually is Web3? And chances are that you have heard about the term if you haven't blocked the word on Twitter yet. So I wanted to see, what do these smart people of Wikipedia say about Web3 and what's actually its definition? And so what I've seen is that people use the term Web3 in quite different ways. So some people use it basically just as a different word for NFTs. For some people, it's something completely different. And according to the Wikipedia page, there is also no common definition of Web3. What they came up with, though, is this. Web3 is an idea, so that's also quite important. It's not like a specification from the W3 consortium. It's just an idea for a new iteration of the World Wide Web based on the blockchain, which incorporates concepts including decentralization and token-based economics. Now, if you just start exploring this area of development, basically, and technology, you might already be overwhelmed. And this is just the beginning. So if you start digging deeper, you soon find yourself in a whole world of new words that you might have never heard before, such as Web3 and blockchain, proof of work, proof of stake, non-fungible tokens, fungible tokens, smart contracts, cryptocurrencies, and a lot more. And this can actually be quite confusing, and you might look like this doc. So for this talk, I thought that before we dig in and dive into the harder top parts, let's start with the fundamentals that define all of this, and that would be a blockchain. So blockchains are there for a reason, and I mean, what we as developers do is we solve problems, right? So which problems does a blockchain actually solve? I went to the Bitcoin white paper, which you can read at bitcoin.org/bitcoin.pdf. It's only around 8 or 9 pages. It's very easy to read. It's not like an academic scientific paper. So if you are interested in this, go check this out and read it. The idea behind Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is definitely not the first blockchain ever invented, but it is the one that blew up most, is it wants to get rid of a trust-based financial model. And we're going to take a look at what this means in just a second. And taken from the official Bitcoin white paper, it is a purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash. Now, to give you a better example of what the problem is that Bitcoin and blockchain is trying to solve, I have created Laracash. So let me show you Laracash. Move this to the side. All right, here it is. It is a website where you can sign up. And when you sign up, I am so generous and give everyone who signs up 1,000 WIP coins, as you can see here on the right. So everyone who signs up, maybe David Hemphill gets a bit more, but everyone else gets 1,000 WIP coins. And just like, for example, PayPal or Venmo, you can then use these coins and send them to someone else. So I can go and send Taylor 500 WIP coins because, of course, Taylor is also at Laracash. Send them the money, and as you can see, or well, the money, the coins, and as you can see, I no longer have 1,000, but I have 500. And if we check out the database, fair enough, Taylor now has 1,500 coins, and I have 500. The implementation for this is very straightforward. So in our controller, we basically just ensure that the recipient of our transaction exists and is a valid user. The amount that we want to send must be greater than 0 because we cannot send negative amounts. Makes sense. And then we also have to validate that the amount that we want to send is less than the account balance because we cannot send more tokens or coins than we actually own. Once this all validates successfully, we just get the recipient based on the email address, increment the balance of the recipient, and then decrement our own balance. So very, very straightforward, very easy. Now, do you see any problems in that? I hope you do, because there are a couple of issues with this implementation. So these are the top 3 that come to my mind. The first one is availability. So imagine that Laracash actually becomes a big thing and people start giving me, signing up, getting these coins, and then they start spending their real money to get more WIP coins, because that's what people do. Now, in a year, I decide I no longer want to maintain this, and I turn off the server. Now, all your coins are basically gone because I am the one who owns the system. I am the one who owns the server. So goodbye, WIP coins. So availability is something that we need to take care of if we want to solve this issue. Next up, trust is also one problem. Of course, you all trust me, I know that, but you basically have to trust the person who owns that, because no one is stopping me from, I don't know, going into the database and just incrementing a number. And last but not least, security is an issue as well. It sort of goes hand in hand with trust, but it also means that in our current application, we use a username or email and password login, while we can improve on that as well. So with these problems, let's take a look at how these problems get solved in a blockchain world. So the first one, availability, probably the biggest one. That's where decentralization comes into place. So if we think about the current architecture of Laracash, it would look like something like this on the left. So we have one server that holds the state. And states basically means all our users, our transactions, the balance, stuff like that. And then we have individual users who interact with this state. But the users do not know about the state in general. They just interact with a server. And keep in mind, this does not mean that if we add more servers or add a load balancer and a whole server farm, that we solve this problem. The main problem with decentralization, or centralization in this case, is that all servers are controlled by one single entity. So the way that blockchain or Bitcoin is trying to solve this by decentralization is by using a protocol called the Gossip protocol, which is pretty cool. And as the name suggests, the idea of this protocol is to share state just like gossip. So imagine that you are at, well, I would like to say at a party or at a conference. I know that's kind of hard to imagine right now, or I don't know, a family meeting maybe. And at that family meeting, people are talking about Laravel. Let's take a conference as an example. So people are talking about Laravel. And there's a group of 5 people standing there. You approach the group. And as you approach the group, the peers next to you can update your state and tell you the current conversation topic. So they go and tell you, hey, Marcel, we're currently talking about Laravel. So I can update my state and know the state of the conversation. Now, if someone leaves the group to go to the restroom or just go somewhere else, it does not affect the state of the conversation because everyone still knows the state. Everyone can still talk about the topics. Likewise, if new people join the group, those peers next to them can just update the state so that they all know and share the same information. So that's the key information and key part about decentralization. Now, with a group of 5 people, this all works very good. But as soon as the group becomes larger, we introduce a new problem. And that is basically speed. So imagine that we have a group of not 5 people, but 500 people. And in such a group, it just takes time to propagate the state throughout all connected nodes, basically. So all people that are in that group. So if I go to the group of 500 people in the front, I'm talking about Laravel, it takes time before the last person in the back knows the conversation topic and knows that we're currently talking about Laravel. And by the time that the last person knows we're talking about Laravel, we might already have changed the subject to past PHP, for example. Now, with conversation topics, this is not really an issue. But if we talk about electronic cash, this does introduce an interesting problem, which is the double spending problem. So imagine this group of 500 people, and I go to the first person in the group and tell him, hey, I have $10. I want to buy something from you. I'll buy it afterwards. Then I quickly go to the last person in the group and tell him, I have $10. I want to buy something from you. And like that, I basically double spend my $10. And this, once again, is a problem that decentralization just creates itself. I don't have this problem in a centralized approach. So if I have my money and I go into a shop, I give the money to the cashier and my money is gone. I cannot spend the same $10 twice. Same goes with something like online banking, where we have a central entity that knows about the state of my bank account. I'm unable to spend the same couple of euros or dollars or whatever twice. But with decentralization, we have this so-called double spending problem. So to figure out how we can solve this problem, we have to take a deeper look at the blockchain. So without further ado, let me introduce you to the blockchain, a chain of blocks. No, but seriously, so that's basically what a blockchain is, right? So to see what a blockchain works, how it works, and we have to take a deeper look at one individual block. So a block in a blockchain consists mainly of three pieces of information. We have some data, we have a hash, and we have a previous hash. The data kind of depends on the blockchain that you are using, so it can depend what data gets stored in a single block. For Bitcoin, for example, we have information about the sender of a transaction. So, for example, it would be my email address. I'm sending the money to someone, so it could be Taylor's email address. And we have an amount. This information gets stored inside of this block. And as soon as we store it, we automatically generate a hash according to it. So as soon as the data changes, so does the hash. And that is quite important to know. Now, the last piece of information is the previous hash, and that's probably the most important one because this previous hash is what creates from, I don't know, a blob of blocks, a blockchain. So the previous hash just points to the previous block hash, and by that links up those blocks. So to give you an example with these blocks, let's say the first one has a hash. As you can see, the first one does not have a previous hash because it is the very first block on the chain. This one in blockchain lingo is called the Genesis block. All following blocks point with their previous hash to the hash of the following block. Now, imagine that someone wants to modify the data of one specific block. So someone maliciously could modify the data and say, I didn't spend 100 WIP coins, I spent 1,000, or I only spent 5. So as I said, as soon as the data changes, so does the hash. So as soon as someone wants to modify the data, the hash changes, which basically invalidates the rest of the chain that follows, because suddenly no longer the previous hash matches to the hash of the block in front of it. Now, since hashing is really, really fast, and computers can do it super fast as well, we introduced basically another problem. So in theory, someone could modify the block in the middle, change its data, and then loop over all the blocks that follow, change them as well so that they become valid again. So we have to find a way to prevent this from happening. And one way of doing this is what's called proof of work. There's also proof of stake, which I'm not going to cover in this talk, but proof of work does this as well. So let's see how this works. I have a little Laravel command called proof of work. And all that we do inside of this command is we are going to hash the string hi Laracon and then dump it out. So if I run this, I get the hash. And the important thing here is that we always get the same hash. So when you hash something, you always, with the same input, you always get the same hash as the output. And in theory, there's no way to calculate the input data from the hash. This depends a little bit on the hashing algorithm used, but generally that's the idea. So as I said, this is really fast. Now, how does proof of work solve this? So the idea is basically that we say that our hash needs to follow a specific rule. So for example, we say that our hash needs to start with 1, 0. So how can we achieve this? The way that this is done is by using a nonce. So we create a nonce, which is an integer that starts with 0. And then we just prepend this nonce in front of the data that we want to hash, like this. And then we create this hash, and then we basically just want to check while this string does not start with, let's say, 1, 0, then we're going to increment the nonce and hash it again, like this. So if 0 hi Laracon does not start with a 0, the hash, increment the nonce, try it again. So let's dump out the hash as well as the nonce and run this again. All right, as you can see, our hash now starts with 1, 0, and it only took us 1 iteration. So nonce is 1. What if we require 2 zeros now? Run this again. Suddenly, it takes 314 iterations, For 3 zeros, it's 7,600. And for 5 zeros, almost 1.8 million iterations. And as you can see, this already takes quite some time, even on this beefy M1 Max MacBook. So that's basically the whole idea of proof of work, to agree on a rule for this hash and say that, okay, we need at least this amount of zeros in front of it. And as soon as we have a hash that matches this, we accept it. All right, so how does this solve our issue? Imagine that this malicious hacker or whatever wants to change the data of this block in the middle. Because of proof of work, this now, for Bitcoin, it's about 10 minutes of time. So it takes 10 minutes to regenerate this block and save it on the chain. So if someone wants to do this for all the blocks that follow as well, this is basically impossible because it's just too slow. One thing to keep in mind, proof of work, we're basically running CPU cycles for the sake of slowing things down, which is also why proof of work is not very environment friendly. So I know proof of stake solves this. It's being rolled out. So this is basically a solved problem. But yeah, proof of work is not really good. But it solves the problem that we had. So if we think of this double spending issue again, we basically solved it as well, just by slowing things down. So but because it takes 10 minutes to create this, we basically prevented that I can quickly create another transaction before the whole node inside of this gossip network knows that we created a second block. Whew. All right, that was a lot of information. So now I want to take a step back and see how we can make use of a blockchain in PHP and how we can query it. Query might be kind of the wrong word, because I see some people say that blockchains are sort of like databases, which I disagree with, but we still want to see how we can at least use them with PHP and within Laravel. So let's jump back into PHP Storm, and we have a transaction command. So what we want to do is we want to transfer some Ethereum, in our case, from one account to another using a specific amount. Now, if you just want to experiment with this, there are a number of ways that you can do this. So the first thing that may come to mind is that, okay, so you will need a wallet that holds a private key and a public key. You need some Ether or Bitcoin or whatever, and then make actual payments, but that's not the case. So basically all of the blockchains have what's called a DevNet and a testnet that allows you to do these actions for free on their test networks. And there's also something cool for Ethereum, which is called Ganache, and that's what we're going to use now. So let me start Ganache. And what this tool is going to do is it basically gives us a whole Ethereum blockchain that runs on my local computer. So it's just one click away. And there we have it. So this creates now a blockchain running on my computer with, I think it's like 10 accounts are predefined on this chain that have some balance so that we can use it for testing, which is great. We can also see the number of blocks that our chain has stored. So right now it's 0, but if we go to blocks, we can see that there is one block there. And that's the Genesis block that I mentioned, so that all the blocks that follow have one block at least where they can point their previous hash to. All right, so with this in place, let's use this in PHP. What I'm going to do is I'm using a package from Nuno Maduro called Web3 PHP. And this is basically a wrapper around a blockchain HTTP interface. So as you can see here in Ganache, we have this RPC server line in here. And what this allows us to do is we can send HTTP commands to this blockchain server, basically, and then use it to look up the amount of blocks that we have, look up information about a specific block, or even make transactions. And well, this Web3 PHP library just wraps this HTTP API nicely so that we can use it in a good API. So what we want to do is we will send a transaction from one account to another. So we just have some temporary variables for the sender and the recipient of our transaction. Then we do this thing. So Ethereum has something called Wei. And you can think of this as it's just like the smallest unit of Ethereum. So if you have dollars, you have cents. If you have euros, you have cents. And for Ethereum, this is Wei. And that's what we need to give out when we want to create a transaction. So we are going to input Ether and then transform this basically to Wei so that we can create a transaction. Then we are going to create the transaction between the sender and the recipient with the value of the Wei that we have up here. And then we basically create the Web3 client and tell it that we want to connect to our local server. And then we are going to send the transaction. As you can see here, there is in this API from Nuno, there's an Ethereum wrapper. So the idea is that using this one library, you could have access to multiple different chains and use the same kind of API, which is pretty nice. And at the end, we're just going to output the transaction result. So let's give this a try. We are going to call a transaction. By the way, A is just an alias for PHP Artisan. So we are going to send a transaction from this account to this account using, let's just say, 1 Ether. Let me send it. And as you can see, it instantly appears in my local Ganache chain. And we suddenly have 1 block on our chain. The balance has changed. And if we take a look at the blocks, you can see that we have this 1 block here. If we take a look at the details, we get the hash of the block, we get the transaction, the sender, the recipient, and the value as well. All right, so let's create a couple more transactions. So we have some stuff on here. Like this. Now, one thing you might wonder is, okay, so I spent quite some time talking about proof of work and all of that. Why is this instantly shown in my local blockchain server? And that's basically because it is local. It would suck if we have to wait like 10 minutes for our test transactions to show up. So this is only during development to make our lives easier as developers. So with a couple of blocks in here, let's see what else we can do with this Web3 library. So in Tinkerwell, I have the same library. I have a project open. We can also query this for the amount of blocks that we have. So we can see that on my local chain, I currently have 7 blocks. And then we could get some block information, get block by number 7, and get details about this specific block. So here we see that this block has a hash. We see the parent hash, which is the link to the previous block. And then we have information about the transaction. We also have the sender, the recipient, and the value. What's super important here is that since the blockchain data is basically publicly accessible, we can also do the same thing with the public main network from Ethereum. So if we want to get the block numbers from the main network of Ethereum, we can just swap out this URL in here and run the command. And then we can see that on the main Ethereum network, we have 14 million blocks available. And likewise, we can also get block details. So we could do get block by number, and instead of giving it the number, we can also say we want the latest block. And then this is now from the live Ethereum network. We basically have the same information. We have the parent hash, we have the hash, we have transactions in there. All right, so using Ganache and the Web3 library, you can basically query the informations that are on the chain and then use them locally for testing, or just query the mainnet, the devnet, whatever you want. If you want to check out this library, it's at github.com/web3php. It's its own GitHub organization. And as I know how Nuno deals with his open source projects, I'm sure that if you want to help him contribute to the project, bring support for other chains, add support for more methods, I'm sure he's more than happy if you reach out to him and offer your help. Now, what else can we do using this technology? One thing that I mentioned earlier with Laracache is that the login and the security is something that we can improve upon. So right now we have this email and password login, but we can do a cryptographic login, which is a passwordless login. And because, as the name suggests, in cryptocurrency, crypto stands for cryptographic. So what this allows us to do is, if we go to Laracache again, and let's log out. Then we go to login Web3. And as you can see, we no longer have a username or email password login, but instead we just have this login button. Now, if we want to log in, what's happening is we get this screen from a browser extension called MetaMask, which basically just is a Chrome extension or a browser extension in general that gives me a local wallet for my transactions. And a wallet is basically just a public key, private key combination on my local computer. So just like that, with a public key and a private key, we can just sign messages, which is what we are going to do. So I can sign this message and I'm logged in. I didn't need a login with username and password. You can see here that we only show like the public key because that's all that we know about the user, because he doesn't give any more information than that. So how does this work? If we go to login Web3, every time you click on the login button, what happens is we are making a request to our Laravel app asking for a signature. And this signature changes every time we click on this button. So here we have something with TZ. Now it's 6B. So all the time, this random string changes. And when we call this signature API, we are storing this string in our session. So then we have this message that the user needs to sign. And one important thing is, this has nothing to do with the blockchain, nothing at all. This is purely cryptographic public and private key signing of messages. Even though it says that I have a balance in here, that's because of the wallet, this does not hit any chain whatsoever. It's just cryptography. Okay, so once we sign this message, we get a request to our login, and this one contains the address, which is the public key basically from my account. And we have the signature, which is the message that we just saw signed with the private key of my account. And then in Laravel, we can validate that this signature is actually valid. So I'm using a package from, of course, from Miguel. It's slightly modified for this usage, but I'm going to tweet out the link to this package later so you can check it out if you want to implement this. So to verify the signature, we basically just pull out this random string that we showed in the message from our session. And then we can build up this string again that the user signed as a message. And then we just compare the signature that we got as a post request with the public key of the user using that string. And if the signature is valid, so meaning that this public key actually signed this message, then we can go and either create the user in our database using the public key that we have, or look it up and then return it, and then log the user in. So as I said, this is really cool, and this is something that you can implement right now. The MetaMask extension is being used by recording. This is just taken from the Google Chrome store for 10 million plus users. So a lot of users have this extension installed. It's a lot safer because you don't have to store any email and password that could be compromised. All you have is a public key. And to ensure that the user can log in, they need to sign a message with their private key. So I think this is really nice. So you might wonder, what about Web3 now? So in reality, I think Web3, the whole idea of Web3 circles around decentralization. And if you want to do this perfectly right, then Laravel doesn't really play well with a decentralized approach, because let's imagine some application like Twitter. If this would be a Web3 app, then all the tweets would live on the chain, and the UI of the website is basically just a front end that queries the blockchain data. So we don't really need a middleman, and that's actually what we want to avoid in a Web3 scenario. But I do think that it's still valid for sort of hybrid applications where users sign in and then the server, for example, takes care of creating a public key and private key and deals these things for the user. I think it's also just valid to experiment with this technology and then figure out for yourself if this is something that you want to spend more time looking into, and then find out if this is of interest to you. I could probably talk and continue this, speaking about NFTs and a lot of other things, but unfortunately I only had this 40 minutes and talk a lot about the basics just so we are on the same page. That's all that I have for you for today. I hope that you learned something along the way, that you enjoyed this talk. And if you hated Web3 and still hate it now, that's totally fine for me. I hope that you still learned something. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Marcel. That was great. I think really good job kind of breaking it down and showing the basics of it, especially obviously with GDPR and all these privacy things. I think the logging in is obviously something that a lot of people might find useful.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thanks a lot. Okay, well, let's see. All right. Now it is break. So we are ahead of schedule. We were behind, now we're ahead. Just looking at the time here. We're gonna stay on schedule because a lot of people are obviously gonna be coming in for Taylor's talk. So we're gonna be on break for about 30 minutes. So you have some time, get up, get lunch if you're in that appropriate time zone, get dinner. We'll be back here at 1:40 Eastern. Yep, 1:40 Eastern. So about 30 minutes. So we will be back in a bit. Thanks.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Flashing red lights, driving at night. Windowless ride, feeling alive. Nothing in sight, forever in flight. Follow those lines, we'll make it this time. Blurry street lights, work as a guide to memories that we're making tonight. Oh yeah, we'll make it tonight. Yeah. I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? I'm in a race that everybody's chasing fast. They wanna be that someone on the screen at last. They ain't looking inside for their needs in life. They wanna be liked by everybody in sight. But trust me, being free ain't spotlights. No, it's long nights and it's long fights with yourself all the time to get your mind right. But if you put in the work, you can find the light, alright? I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more. don't wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, I'll tie up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. So give me all the scars, I'm a human being. Cover them with tattoos so you can't see. Knew it from the start, you had problems with me and the things I could be, I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright, and for the first time in a long time I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I'm not falling, I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows, and we're all going live. Still nobody knows, but I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago.
back a year ago. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright, and for the first time in a long time I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows, and we're all going in life. Still nobody knows, but I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. Back a year ago. Don't wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, I'll tie up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. So give me all the scars, I'm a human being. Cover them with tattoos so you can't see. Knew it from the start, you had problems with me and the things I could be, I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn
Okay, everybody. Welcome back. Looks like people are filing in here. Let me just get prepped. Okay. Okay. So before we talk to Taylor, we're going to do one of our gold sponsors here, Titan, who have a short message for us. Obviously, long time sponsors and huge participants in the community. So let's go to Titan's message, and we will be back with Taylor Otwell.
Hey there, I'm Dan, CEO at Titan. If you've been around the Laravel community for a while, there's a pretty good chance you've heard of us by now. If you're new here, welcome to the best programming community on the internet. Normally, I hang out behind the scenes at Laracon, but this year, Titan is stepping up our sponsorship to help bring Laracon to the whole Laravel community. So I thought I'd take a minute to tell you a little bit about us and why we're here. So here's the short version. Back in 2012, I had been running my own agency for about 10 years and needed help with a huge project that had fallen in my lap. While I was looking, I overheard Matt Stauffer teaching a friend programming in the co-working space where we both worked. We kind of got to talking, and by the next day, he was on board for the project. 6 months later, we became partners. Now, I'm a pretty lucky guy, but this chance encounter ranks among my luckiest moments. A few years later, Matt said we needed to stop messing around and go all in on this technology called Laravel. He showed me how it had this incredible supportive community behind it, and I soon realized we'd be fools to do anything else. We've been a proud Laravel shop ever since, and we've never looked back. Since then, we've refined our craft immensely, and we've also carefully and methodically assembled what I consider to be the finest team of programmers at any agency in the world. And I'm not limiting this to Laravel. I'm also not limiting this to programming skill, because so much of what this team brings goes far beyond engineering. There's no substitute for things like empathy, active listening, supportiveness, professional candor. The team behind me has these traits in abundance because we've hired specifically for them and for the rare trait of being a good and decent human being. The fact that every one of them is a world-class programmer is really table stakes. These days, I talk to a lot of people at organizations facing a major turning point of some kind. Maybe there's a funding round looming, or a grant that just got approved, or a big market opportunity that needs to be addressed. Maybe they've got an aging code base that needs to be wrangled before things go south. If you're that person at a crucial moment, what should you do? Should you start a hiring process? Should you bring in contractors to buy time while you figure it all out? Bring in an agency maybe? I can't tell you what will be best for your organization, but what I can tell you is this. If you have a software project in our space and you need it to be done right, I've got the team to do it. No gimmicks, no hiding behind process, just people you'll enjoy the hell out of bringing their absolute best to your project every day. If that sounds interesting to you, we've got a brand spanking new website over at titan.com. Check it out and let's get a conversation going. Thanks a lot for listening and for attending Laracon in this awesome new format. Enjoy Taylor's talk, and we'll see you out there.
Okay, thanks again to Titan. Obviously, we could not be doing this without the sponsors, and Titan's really stepped up on this one to help us bring this to you. So thank you very much. And check out their swag on the digital swag page. They've got some stuff going on there as well. A Laravel swag box of goodies of Laravel things they're giving away. So definitely check that out. Okay. Let's bring in the man himself, Taylor Otwell. There he is.
Can you hear me? Am I live?
I can hear you. Perfect.
God, so many windows here. Let me desktop to share. Got to grant it privileges. I'm going to have to rejoin.
Oh, boy. It's all right. We'll cut him some slack. All right. He'll be back in a second. What else can I tell you about while we're waiting? Let's see. Swag page merch. So we only keep the merch up for a day or two after the event. Once it's gone, it's gone. That's it. So if you want hat, t-shirt, any of that stuff, definitely go check that out at some point during the event. I think Taylor's coming back in. There he is.
Am I back? Am I back and better than ever?
You're back. You look prettier.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That was the plan.
All right, let's see if we can get this. It works. You're good.
All right. Am I good? Do I start my talk now?
You good? You're good. Start.
All right.
It's your show.
All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming out to Laracon Online 2022. I guess you didn't have to travel very far. Thanks to all of our sponsors for making this event possible. I'm sure, as all of you know, this has been a free event, which is awesome, which is crazy. And we couldn't have done it without all of our sponsors making that possible. And I'm so glad we're able to do that, because it just is, it's so cool to be able to make the event totally free for everyone around the world, accessible to everyone in basically every country, to get to kind of join in on this live online party. Thanks to Ian and the crew for putting together another Laracon. Feels like we've been doing these forever now, and they just kind of keep getting better. And thanks to all of you, for the Laravel ecosystem to continue to feel so fun and vibrant and active and fresh as it does, is really because of all of you here at Laracon and everyone involved in the Laravel community and ecosystem. And that, includes everyone that just participates in the ecosystem through being a fan of the framework, or maintaining a package, or maybe just contributing a few words to the docs, or tweeting a fresh hot tip. You're all of a reason why this ecosystem, I think, continues to feel so fun and so enjoyable, and honestly so unique in the PHP world, and even rare even in the web development world in general. I think very few ecosystems kind of have this kind of fun feeling about them, and I'm so thankful to all of you for helping be a part of Make Laravel feel that way. Another thing I love about this community is its spirit of kind of exploration, which I think we've seen a little bit of already today with some of the interesting things people do with Laravel and around Laravel. And I think, Laravel's always had a sense of that spirit of exploration, and maybe even a bit of like a rebellious streak ever since its inception, basically, kind of born with the mentality of not being shackled to, an old way of doing things or old ideas. And I think that's also kept the community so fun. We're not scared to try new approaches or new ways of doing things to make our development lives easier or more enjoyable or just more fun for ourselves, even if they don't ultimately pan out. And I think that's a big part of what keeps me motivated working on Laravel, is wanting to see what cool new thing is around the corner, some cool new feature, a new approach that increases productivity. So anyway, all that to say, thank you to all of you for your participation in this community and making it so interesting for all of us and for me over these last almost 11 years of running this framework. Before we kind of jump much further on the note of community, I wanted to point out that, as some of you may know, there is actually a Laravel documentary coming out. I did not pay to have this produced, about ourselves or whatever, but OfferZen is actually producing this. It's some of the same people that were involved in creating the Vue.js documentary. And that's going to have, the trailer is out on YouTube, and there's going to be another free YouTube event on March 2nd with a Q&A, and we're going to premiere the documentary then free on YouTube. So watch the trailer. At the end of that, I think there's registration info for how to be involved in that event. All right. So jumping in, as some of you probably know, as all of you probably know, Laravel 9 was released yesterday. I can't believe we've made it this far. This was actually the first release since we've transitioned away from a 6-month major release cycle, which sounds crazy to even say that we used to put out a major version every 6 months now. But anyway, we transitioned to a 1-year release cycle, and this cycle actually ended up being about 17 months since Laravel 8 came out, because we adjusted our timing to line up a little better with Symfony's releases. And then also we adjusted our timing a little more to line up with future Laracon events, including this one. Because doing these yearly releases and having Laracon at this time is a really convenient time to kind of demo new stuff, talk about new things, and kind of show everything off. And looking back, I'm really proud of what we accomplished with Laravel 8. I think, we challenged ourselves when we transitioned to this new release cycle to ship as much functionality as we could without breaking existing applications. And so it was a change for us because we went from holding back all these cool features and then releasing them every 6 months to basically trying to deliver value throughout the year. So we tried to ship as much as we could to Laravel 8 without holding it back for the next major release. So we did, new features like prunable models, parallel testing, and also new packages like Octane and Breeze, and an entirely new version of Laravel Spark. And honestly, I think we could have pushed Laravel 8 even further and kept using it, but our hand was a little forced to release Laravel 9 due to some upstream dependencies. We really needed to move over to Symfony Mailer from Swift Mailer, which is no longer maintained at all. We needed to upgrade from Fly System 1 all the way to Fly System 3. So some of that stuff kind of necessitated a new major release. And so we used that as an opportunity to make that happen. And I think Laravel major releases will look a little different going forward. In the past, major releases of Laravel were sort of these monumental occasions where all the big new features shipped. And we're kind of transitioning away from that and trying to just continually deliver value and productive features all the time throughout the year. So every week, we're shipping new things. Sometimes they're small and sometimes they're large. And I think since we've transitioned to that, I think what you'll see in future releases is throughout 22 and going forward. And when Laravel 10 releases, it's mainly about updating upstream dependencies, maybe making a few small minor tweaks that we need to do that might be slightly breaking. And all of the cool features are going to ship throughout the year continually. So it makes the major releases feel a little smaller than they used to. But I think overall, it's really better to just kind of continually get value all the time. So to complement this new release, as you can see on my screen here, we shipped out a brand new Laravel website to give everything a bit of a modern facelift. Brought back kind of the classic code window we used to have on the old Laravel websites, and introduce some new sections here to kind of show that Laravel is flexible in the modern web development age. So Laravel can be used to build monolithic traditional PHP applications like we're all used to. It can be used to build JSON APIs, and it can be used to do interesting approaches to front end that are new, like Livewire, Inertia, Hotwire, things like that. So it's not really like a one-trick pony, I guess, is what we're trying to show with this section, which I think is important for Laravel going forward, and just for PHP in general going forward, is in terms of where we fit in the web development landscape and keeping ourselves fresh and relevant in that landscape. Showing off some of our cool new features and, of course, the big Laravel ecosystem of all the first-party packages. And then in the documentation, I wanted to point out that we've started using Aaron Francis's, who spoke earlier about Lambda, his Torchlight syntax highlighting. So what's really cool is, like, if I jump into the Blade documentation and go down to if statements, we get real, let me make this a little bigger. We get real syntax highlighting around Blade. And that's because under the hood, it's using basically the same syntax highlighting that you would get in VS Code or something like that. So syntax highlighting greatly improved, website greatly improved. Wanted to call that to your attention and give a shout out to all of that. So check that out if you haven't already. And with that being said, let's jump into some feature demos in Laravel 9. Of course, if you've seen one of my talks before, you know that a lot of times I kind of just go down this routes file of features and kind of demo things. And that's what we'll do. We'll kind of walk through some of these features that are in Laravel 9. Some of these features actually shipped pretty late in the game in Laravel 8. But since they were so late in the release cycle of Laravel 8, I'm throwing some of them in here just to call them to your attention, because you might not have seen them before and you may not have had a chance to use them before. So I wanted to point those out. So we'll go ahead and jump in here in this little demo application. And to get started, let's start off kind of light. I've got a few new helpers here in Laravel 9, and helpers are not something we add to the framework a lot, global helpers, I mean, because just adding a global helper is somewhat of a breaking change if someone's already defined that helper in their own helpers file. So we don't do it very often, but with Laravel 9 coming out, we took the opportunity to add 2 new helpers. One is the str, short for string helper, which basically is a shortcut for the old string of method. So this is kind of the equivalent. But importing the string class from the Illuminate support namespace, especially within a Blade template, is a little cumbersome. So this new string helper just gives you a really quick way to get a stringable instance, which is basically a string object that you can then work with in an object-oriented way to append text to it, to manipulate it, and so on and so forth. So that's what it looks like there on line 31. And if we hit this route, we should just get Laracon 2022 in title case. Really simple helper that just mainly it's just to save you the headache of importing that class, especially within Blade templates, and especially if you're using something like Livewire and you're in Blade templates a lot. All right, so that is the string helper. The second global helper that we added is something that I've been using in my own personal applications, and I just kind of thought was a cool helper and was really expressive, is this toRoute helper. So instead of saying return redirect route, which is it's fine, but it's like not super, I don't know. There's just like a more classic Laravel way to approach it, I feel like, which is this return to route, which is sort of like reads like an English sentence and kind of that classic Laravel way. But these 2 calls on line 36 and 38 are basically equivalent. So if we go to this route, we should be redirected to the photo index, the redirects route. You can see we're redirected to that photos URL. And if I comment out this top redirect and hit that again, that behavior should be basically equivalent. So you can see that's just a simple way to create a redirect response to a named route. So really simple, just a couple of new helpers in Laravel 9 I wanted to point out to you just to make your code a little bit more convenient and expressive. All right, so jumping down a little further, now that we're warmed up, I want to dig into something a little bit heavier, which is a new way to write eloquent attribute accessors and mutators. This is a feature that I wrote to solve a longstanding annoyance that I've personally had in the framework. And I get asked a lot, actually, when I go on podcasts or on Q&As, are there any features in Laravel that I regret or that I don't like how they turned out, and what would I do differently? And there's not, this one doesn't always come to mind, and there's not a lot that come to mind after 11 years of sort of refining things. But this was one that was coming to mind recently. And every time I saw how we had to define accessors and mutators, I just kind of cringed and wanted to fix it. So first, let's take a look at the old way of doing this and kind of walk through it. And I'll kind of explain some of why I didn't like it, and then we'll look at the new way. So I've got this user model here, and it's got this options attribute, as you can see. This options field is a text field, just a database text field in the database, where I'm going to basically serialize like a string of JSON. So no big deal. And then if we jump into the user model, of course, I could have used the JSON cast to make this happen, but for the sake of this demo, we're just going to kind of recreate that cast using these methods directly. So the way you define an eloquent accessor is you have to define this kind of like magic convention method name method that's prefixed with get, and then the attribute name, which is options, which is basically like the database column name, and then attribute is the suffix, and then within that, you receive the value and you do whatever you want to it, transform it from its raw database form into however you're going to be interacting with it, which in this case is just decoding it into an array. All right. And then likewise, the mutator, the setter basically is prefixed with set and then has the attribute name and then is suffixed with attribute, and it receives the value as well. And it doesn't return. Basically, we want to prepare the value for how it's going to be stored in the database. But the weird thing is it doesn't return that value. You have to actually interact with this underlying arrow attributes array and set it directly in that array. And I've never really liked any of this because I don't really like that I have to define sort of this magic method name that's prefixed and suffixed in a certain way. I don't like that I have to interact with the attributes array directly. That all just feels kind of gross to me, and I wanted to improve it. So basically this is how you define it now in previous versions of Laravel. And so if we go back to this route, when we dump out these options, we should see a PHP array because we've transformed it from a raw database string. All right, and we do an array with 1, 2, 3 in it. And of course, we can set the options and save it if we wanted to or whatever. So how can we improve this? I wrote a new way to improve it. And some of my goals were I wanted to have a single method, and I didn't want to have some like magic method name. I just wanted to name the method, the name of the attribute that I'm interacting with. So in this case, if I'm interacting with options, I just want to name the method options. So let's go ahead and take a look at what the new way to do this looks like. And the old way still works actually in Laravel 9. I didn't want to force everyone to rewrite every accessor and mutator they've ever written because that would be a pretty big headache. So you can still use that old way of doing things. That's no big deal. And we don't have any plans to remove that. So I'll comment that out, and then I'm going to uncomment this new approach to doing this. And as you can see, I did define the method name just using the attribute that we're interacting with. And then I set the return type to attribute. And this is what lets Laravel internally know, hey, this is an attribute accessor or mutator. And this kind of defines how we're going to interact with this piece of data. And then this method, of course, returns that attribute definition. And I'm using PHP 8 named arguments to specify the getter and setter callbacks for this attribute. That's not explicitly required. Of course, you could just pass the first and second argument to this attribute object. I just like to use those here because it makes it really obvious what's happening, which one is the getter and which one is the setter. And then I'm basically doing the same thing as I was doing up above in the old way of defining this, except I've changed the setter a little bit. You do not have to manipulate the attributes array directly. You can just return the value that you want to set the attribute to. So this should be basically the equivalent to what we had up above, just defined in a single method and not having to interact with that attributes array under the hood. Everything's just sort of more tucked and clean. All right, so now that I've got that uncommented, we will go back to our route, and we should see the exact same behavior as before, where I just refresh the page and we still got an array. And of course, I'll comment out this dump, and let's set the options array to something different, just some random strings, and then we can go ahead and save the model and make sure that updated. And it looks like it did. You can see there that options array is just 3 random strings, and every time I refresh the page, they change. So that is a new way to define accessors and mutators. I think it's a little bit cleaner. Of course, if you're free to continue using the old way in your existing applications, but I just like having just a single method that's actually has the name of the attribute and can give these clean callbacks to interact with the data. So that is a new way to write attributes in Laravel 9. Moving on, but sticking with Eloquent, I want to show you about enumcast. So enums are a new feature that's actually in PHP 8.1. So Laravel 9 requires at least PHP 8.0, but this feature requires an even later PHP version, PHP 8.1. And enums, or sometimes they're called enumerations, are basically a custom type that is limited to a set number of values. So in this particular situation, back on our user model, I've actually got a user status enum that's been defined in my app models directory. And Laravel doesn't have a specific place that you should put your enums. I just put it in here because this enum is used by a model. And the user status can basically be in 2 states, active or inactive. And you can see here that the enum has cases for those 2 states, and then it sort of has string values for what underlies those cases. And then if we go to my user model and I go up to my casts, you can see that I've got the status column, which is just a string column in the database. I've got that set to the class name of the enum. So that's going to tell Eloquent that this column is going to be cast to and from this enum type. All right. And so if I go back to my route and I pull the user and then I dump the status, let's go ahead and hit that enums route. Enums. You can see that I get a user status instance. And then of course we can also make comparisons against that enum. Like I can check if the user status is a given case of that enum. So if I hit that, it should be true, of course. And if we were to compare it to the inactive state, that should be false, which it is. And of course we can set the value of the status to one of the enums. So you set it kind of like this. But what's cool about enums is they make it really easy to keep track of the valid values for a given concept. So for example, if I was to come in here and just, put some gobbledygook in here that's not a valid status as defined by our enum, and I try to, let's try to save this model. I don't even think we have to try to do this, but let's try to do that and see what happens. And you can see I get that this random string is not a valid backing value for that enum. So that's really cool because it basically prevents your code from setting an invalid value into this Eloquent attribute, which is really nice. It just sort of making your code a little bit more strict in that way. All right, so that is enum CAS in Laravel 9. Again, that requires PHP 8.1. So if you're running on PHP 8.1, dig into that. I wanted to show you something else before we totally move on from enums, which is enum route binding. So imagine we have this route where we want to get a list of users that have a given status, either active or inactive. What we can actually do is type hint that enum right there on the route. And so what happens is, like, if we try to access this route, let's try to do it for a valid enum state. So like users/active, which we saw was a valid state for our enum. You can see that I do indeed get a list of the active users from the database. And again, if I try to hit the inactive route, which there's no inactive users in our database at the moment, I'm able to access the route and I get an empty array returned from the route. But if I try to access some value that's not a valid enum case, Laravel will actually just throw a 404 for me automatically. So this is a really nice way to constrain a route's valid parameters without having to dig into like the where method on the route and setting up a regular expression or anything like that. You can just type hint an enum that has a list of valid values, and Laravel will automatically throw a 404 response if you try to give a route segment that's not one of those values. All right, so that's a really handy little feature there. Okay, moving on to another quick routing feature. This was recently contributed, and it's a way to say you have a controller that has a handful of routes, or you have, a handful of routes that all use the same controller. Instead of repeating yourself in every route definition about that controller, you can just have a route controller group that says every route within this group uses, in this case, the photo controller on line 88. And then when you actually define the routes within the group, you define the URI, of course. And in this case, I prefix all the URIs, as you can see here with photos. But then you don't have to define the controller in the route definition, because we've already grouped this entire route group for a certain controller. So it just makes the routes a little bit less repetitive inside that group, because every route in the group is going to be using the photo controller, and I just need to provide the method name in that controller that I want to invoke when this route is accessed. All right, so in this case, like if I go to /photos in my browser, I should hit this route on line 89. Let's go ahead and give that a shot. Which we do. We get a list of photos, which I've just got some dummy data here. And likewise, if we try to access a specific photo by hitting the show route, we can do so, as you can see here. So just a quick, convenient feature to make your route definitions a little less repetitive. All right, jumping away from routes a little bit, let's talk about full text where clauses. So this was a recent addition to Eloquent, where you can easily take advantage of searching against full text indexes in your MySQL or Postgres database tables. And so in this case, if we look at my user table migration, you can see that the bio field has this full text index defined on it. So This will work on MySQL or Postgres. It will create the proper full text index declaration for your database. And this feature of searching using full text requires you to have a full text index on the columns you're searching. But thankfully, that's really easy using this method. All right, and so if we jump back into our routes, we have this new where full text method on our Eloquent query builder. So in this case, we're going to run a full text query against the bio column, which again, we saw was our column that has the full text index. And we'll just search for this random Latin word, I guess, that is, I'm using Faker to generate all these bios, which inserts the string of Latin into the bio field. All right, so let's go ahead and hit this route and see what happens. Full text, and you can see we do get some results. And so I think to dig into this a little more, let's open Ray, which is right here. And we'll actually take a look at what query is being generated here. So when I hit this route, you can see that it generated a query that actually uses a legitimate full text where clause for MySQL. So this is not like a like query with, parentheses on both ends. It's actually using the platform specific full text where clause for your database. So that's really nice to have a quick, fast, searchable data set for applications that, maybe don't have billions of rows they need to search. Maybe you don't need Elasticsearch or Algolia or Miley Search. You just maybe have a few 100,000 rows or 10,000 rows, and you need a quick way to search them without really setting up any additional infrastructure or software. This just lets you leverage the existing full text indexes provided by your database, and many times that might be good enough for your application. All right, so that's full text where clauses in the Eloquent Query Builder. And why we added this to Eloquent was actually just sort of foundational work for what we really wanted to build, which was a database driver for Laravel Scout. So the method I just showed you was kind of the groundwork for this next feature. And to demonstrate this, I've built a little Laravel Livewire powered search page, which I love Livewire. It just took me 2 or 3 minutes to build this page using Livewire with basically no JavaScript at all. So that was really cool. But if we hit this search page, I'll go ahead and pull it up in my browser. And then let me pull up the component here in Sublime Text, and so you can see how it works. So basically, I've got this search field kind of bound in Livewire to this query property. And then when the page renders, I'm going to, if there was a query, I'll use the standard Scout search method to search using that query and get all of the results for these blog posts. If there's no query, I'll just return an empty collection. So again, the search method is added by Scout. And so I'm using the database driver in my Scout config. That's the database config. There's my Scout config. I'm using the database driver here on line 18. So under the hood, that's actually going to use those full text where clauses that we just saw in our previous example. All right, so let's see. I think it's kind of gotten in my way there. All right, so let's go ahead and search for some weird Latin phrase. And you can see we get post back. So if I search for like quo, we're getting results back, or I can search for an ID and we get results back for just like a primary key. And before we move on, let me show you what kind of queries this is executing. So if I go into Ray and I search for, let's say, alias, you can see that it may not be what you expect. So look at this query on my ID, my title, my content. It's just using like clauses with parentheses on both ends. And, that's what I said we kind of didn't want to do at first. And so if we don't configure Scout any further, this is what it will do. Just a really naive where like against these columns that I've specified in my post model. But let's configure that to take advantage of our full text indexes, which Scout, the database driver of Scout, can do for us. So let's hop over into that post model, and you can see here's the to searchable array that I've specified on this model. This tells Scout what columns we actually want to search when we're executing a search against this model. And this is required. You're required to define this so that we know what columns to query. Now we can use PHP 8 attributes to customize how this works. So I can add an attribute that says search using full text and provide the content column to that attribute. And now let's go back and search again and see what happens in Ray. All right, so I'm going to reload the page, search for alias, and you can see now the content section of this query has changed to using a real full text where clause. All right, so that's pretty cool. But one thing we can also take advantage of is you can see how when we're searching the title field and the ID field, we've got this leading % sign on the like clause, and that's not very efficient if we have, for example, like an index on the title or an index on the ID, because it's basically like telling the database or like looking in a dictionary for words that have a certain phrase inside of the word. Like it's hard to do that with a dictionary. It's not very efficient, but that's basically what we're telling the database to do here, and it has a hard time optimizing that. All right, so we can actually fix that by using a different attribute called search using prefix. And right here, we'll say ID and title. We want to search using a prefix. All right, so I'm going to clear out Ray again, and let's just run this query one more time. And you can see now it's got the prefix of alias and then a wildcard only at the end. So that's going to let us take advantage of any indexes we have on this columns. And of course, we still get our full text search here on the content field as well. So we're kind of tweaking Scout using these attributes to take advantage of the indexes we have on our database really easily. And again, this database driver is not intended to be thrown at billions or trillions of records. But if you have an application that's got a medium-sized workload, I think this Scout driver is going to be a really convenient thing for you if you just need to put some quick search functionality on that application without adding any additional software like Elasticsearch or something like that. All right, so that is the Eloquent or Scout database driver for Eloquent. All right, let's jump into something totally different, some Blade stuff. So this has actually come up so many times over the years. Let me see if I'm going to have to make it a little bit smaller just to fit on the screen. But even in my own development, sometimes you just want to render a Blade string as HTML and you don't have a template behind it. Like the string is either like in the database or it's some in weird location or just in memory. And you really need to render it to HTML without writing a file. Finally, you can do that in Laravel 9. So there's a new Blade render method where you can actually just pass a Blade template string straight into the method and then an array of data to make available to it. Similar to how you would pass an array of data to a view. And then Blade will render this behind the scenes, and then you'll get the HTML out fully evaluated. So if I run this route, you can see I get hello Laracon, just like you would expect. Behind the scenes, this actually does write a file to your storage views directory that's used by the framework. If you want it to clean up that file afterwards, which it doesn't by default, just to save time, you can actually pass this delete cached view parameter to the method, specify that as true, and that file will be cleaned up after the fact. All right, so there's not much else to say about that method. It's just a really easy way to render Blade inline without writing a file. Likewise, there's also a Blade render component method where sometimes you have a Blade component that you want to render, and you just can pass an instance of that component into the render component method. So this is really nice because you can just new up the component, pass its constructor parameters directly to it using plain PHP, and then get a rendered version of the component rendered back out to the screen. So if I hit this route, it's the equivalent code to what we just saw above. Now, of course, I could have also done this using the render method by just rendering the actual Blade component right there in the string. So if I run this route, that sort of creates the same output. But being able to just pass an object instance into this method is sometimes useful rather than having to specify all of these props down here as strings, especially if they're kind of complicated props or even an object. It's a little bit easier to specify using this sort of by just instantiating the component. All right, another quick Blade feature I want to show you is slot shortcuts. So previously, when you define slots in your Blade components and stuff, you had to have this name attribute right here that had the name of the slot. So Caleb Porzio actually contributed a really nice little shortcut here, really simple feature that just lets you shorten that to putting the slot title after the slot declaration using like a colon as the separator. So it just kind of cleans up the Blade templates a little bit, makes them a little bit more concise with a little bit less noise. So for example, if I render this route, you can see that I get my title slots rendered here at Laracon, and then my content is injected down below into this component. And then if I comment this out, and run this code down below, we should get the exact same output, which we do. I'm also taking advantage of that inline blade rendering, which is kind of cool, just to be able to throw a blade template back from a route without even a backing file at all. Kind of a cool little feature of Blade now. So anyway, that's a cool new feature from Caleb, just to clean up your templates a little bit. We also added a few new Blade directives to kind of continue to clean up some of the noise that tends to accumulate in Blade templates. So one place that happens is like something like checkboxes. I'm actually going to make this full width here so you can see it, but this is a very typical situation where you want to mark as input checkbox here on like line 178 as checked under a certain condition. So this is a really contrived condition, but say we wanted it to be checked by default if the user ID in the template is equal to 1. And so typically you would have to do this kind of ternary statement where you say if the user ID is 1, output checked, otherwise dump out an empty string so it won't be checked. Okay, and so I am indeed passing a user ID of 1 here on line 182. So if we run this route, what we should see is that the checkbox is checked, which we do. But let's try to clean this up, and we can do so using a new checked directive that's built into Blade. So I can just say checked user ID equals 1, and that's all I have to do. And now if we render this page, we get the exact same behavior. But if I pass a user that's not the user with an ID of 1, we should see that it's not checked by default. So again, this is really useful for applications that are using Blade templates or using Livewire to really clean up those Blade templates and get some of the noise out of it. All right, we've done a similar thing for select inputs, so like drop-down menus. This had a very similar situation to where you wanted to say that a specific drop-down menu option was selected by default. So basically, as I'm spinning through these users building the drop-down options, I again would have to do this kind of ternary statement to say if the user ID is equal to 5, mark that as selected by default, or sort of the default selected option for this drop-down menu. All right, so if I hit the selected route, let's go ahead and do that. We should see that you can see the 5th user here was the user that was selected by default. Now let's go ahead and clean up this template, and we can do so using the new selected directive. So I'll just say selected. If the user ID is 5, close that element. So that should be the equivalent behavior. Basically, that's going to do the same thing as that ternary statement. And you can see that the 5th user is still selected. We could change that to be like maybe the 3rd user just to make sure this is actually working. And you can see now that this 3rd user is actually selected. So these are just 2 new simple Blade directives to clean up your templates a little bit, make things a little bit more concise and less noisy. All right, speaking of less noisy, Nuno made a lot of improvements to the route list command, as you may have seen in Laravel 9. So to show this, I'm actually going to go grab a copy of the old route list command, and we'll dump it in this Laravel application. I've got a link to it right here. So let's go grab this. This is the route command, or the route list command from Laravel 8. And I will just go into the route list command here in my vendor folder and pop that code in there. And now if we pull up my terminal here, let's see, kind of center it up. If we do, make this a little bit bigger for you. All right, if we do jump into this project and do artisan route list, you can see that is a nightmare of text there. And it's hard to tell exactly what's going on at all. So I'm going to go ahead and revert out that change. I think that did it. Let's try it now. Yeah, that is way better. So let me go ahead and clear the screen and run it again. You can see we get a much better output of our route list. Everything's kind of color coded and highlighted. Everything's much easier to see and fits on one line. And what's really cool is we still have a lot of the options we had before. So I can do like artisan route list path equals photos and just get a subset of those routes. And I can add the verbose option on here to see the middleware that's on those routes as well. You can see it drop the middleware down below the route definition or the route URL. And we can easily see that. Nuno did a good job on this, and we have to shout out, I believe it's Alex Wolf, who created a package that did this before and sort of inspired us to incorporate this into the core of the framework. So thanks to both of those people for adding this to the framework. I think it's way better and way easier to use. I'd like to also add these improvements to a few other commands in the framework soon. All right, so that is the improved route list in Laravel. All right, so I wanted to show you a few new features around our Breeze starter kit. So if you're not familiar, Breeze is sort of the spiritual successor to the old Laravel UI package, which was a really simple way to scaffold out your login pages, your registration pages, your password reset pages right out of the box, so you can start building a Laravel application really quickly. We introduced first Jetstream, which is a more fully featured version that has like Teams and two-factor authentication, but a lot of people really wanted that simple Laravel UI bare bones starter kit. So we came out with Laravel Breeze, which is like a very light Jetstream, you might say. And we've been improving it and adding additional stacks. So there's a Vue version of Laravel Breeze that uses Inertia. There's a React version of Laravel Breeze that uses Inertia React. There's a plain Blade version of Laravel Breeze, which is just the old school Laravel UI style login pages for Laravel. But we've recently made some improvements to the Vue version of Laravel, thanks to Jessica Archer just actually getting this in place yesterday. And I wanted to go ahead and run that by you here. So what we've done is upgrade to the Vue 3 options API and script setup approach to writing your single file Vue components in Breeze. So this is sort of the way that people are writing Vue components these days. They're not using the or they're not emphasizing the old options API as much. It's kind of how Evan, the creator of Vue, is writing his own Vue components these days. So let's go ahead and just like scaffold out a new Laravel project using this. I'm going to do Laravel new, we'll call it Breeze Vue, and create this new Laravel project. We'll just see kind of how fast we can kind of get up and running here. All right, so I've got that installed. Breeze Vue. All we need to do is compose or require Laravel Breeze. Then we're going to do artisan Breeze install Vue. That's going to install that Vue stack using Inertia. Inertia is basically a way to write Vue-powered Laravel applications without the complexity of a modern single-page application. So Inertia handles all of the routing, all of the data hydration, but you can still get to use single-file Vue components on the front end. And all of your routing actually still goes through controllers, and all of your data hydration can be done right there in the controller using Eloquent, just like you're used to. You just get to take advantage of a different front-end stack for your front-end templating. And if you need to use any JavaScript libraries or anything like that, it's really convenient. All right, so now that we've got that set up, let's go ahead and run yarn to install all our front-end dependencies. And then once that is done, we will go ahead and compile everything. All right, we are good there. Let's go ahead and compile. And we are good there. So I'm going to pop open this project. Let's go to the environment file. I'm going to set the database to the database that I'm using for this presentation. And then we'll just go ahead and migrate. And we should be good to go here. So let's go ahead and pull this up. Make this a little bit bigger. Breeze Vue test. All right. Make this bigger as well. And we should just be able to register an account here, I think. Password. All right. And we're in. So that's how fast it is to kind of scaffold out something. But the whole point of me showing you this was to show you that the new style of writing these Vue components. So if I open up this login page, you can see we're using the new composition API offered by Vue 3. We're using the new script setup tag, which to me feels a lot like it's reminiscent of like Svelte, if you've ever used that. So everything defined here at the top level is sort of accessible down in the template, so that like that submit function that I just defined in the script, we can actually call it right here just down in the template. So it's actually a really lightweight way of defining these Vue components. And the PR that added this feature actually ended up deleting a couple hundred lines of code from the scaffolding. So really nice. Again, if I hop over into like the register page, you can see it's using the options API. So everything's just been a little bit more modernized in this Vue stack, and get us up to speed with how people are actually writing Vue these days, I think. And if you haven't tried this options API, go ahead, and this is a great way to dive into it using Breeze, because Breeze is so easy to install, easy to get into. All of the code is just exported straight to your application. There's nothing magical or hidden behind the scenes, and you can just start playing with it immediately. All right, so that's all it took to get up and running. So check out that new starter kit and give it a try. And while we're discussing Breeze, I want to stay on this topic for just a second and show you another way that we've launched of how to use or how to get started with Laravel. So as I said earlier, part of my thinking over the past few months, kind of when I was showing that website and the different ways to use Laravel, is how do we position Laravel to thrive over the next 10 years? It's very easy for an open source tool or framework to kind of get stuck in its ways of doing things and get left behind, honestly, if you're not careful. So I think there are a variety of ways I've been approaching this question of how do I keep Laravel interesting, productive, and fun to use for another 10 years? And I think it's extraordinary, really, that any framework or open source tool remains relevant for 10 years to begin with. So it's really incredible that we've continued to keep the ecosystem this fresh, this fun for this long. So it might seem ambitious to try to stay relevant for another 10 years, to go 20 years of keeping Laravel relevant in the world. But I think we can do it. It's all about us being willing to adapt and change with the times as things happen, and kind of stay energetic about the framework. The community plays a big role in that, but I think it's important for us to, as maintainers of the framework, to be willing to embrace new trends in web development, to make, or at least make, Laravel's integration with those trends painless and interesting. So one of those trends, and it's been a trend, honestly, since Laravel started, was so many people are coming into web development through JavaScript, and they're getting started with JavaScript frameworks, front-end frameworks. It used to be that people got started in Node, I think, with like Express.js or something more low level, more like a micro framework. But now a lot of people are coming into JavaScript using more kind of opinionated frameworks that already have routing and stuff figured out, like Next.js, Nuxt.js, Remix, Blitz, and other tools like that. And those sort of take care of all that routing stuff for you. And I think we'll continue to see those types of frameworks thrive. But I don't think it's controversial to say that the JavaScript ecosystem has not reached a level of full stack cohesiveness as more traditional frameworks like Ruby on Rails and Laravel. In other words, frameworks that have kind of painless out-of-the-box answers to authentication, job queuing, emailing, notifications, validation, job scheduling, console commands, database migrations that are sort of integrated and cohesive across the entire stack in this very robust way, with a set of certain opinions and documentation on how to organize all that. So what you'll find is a lot of front-end applications using Next or Nuxt or something like that talk to some kind of back-end API to do different work that more established full-stack server-side frameworks like Rails or Laravel have traditionally taken advantage of. So part of that long-winded speech is to say that one of my goals has been to position Laravel as an obvious choice for those types of situations where, we have a front-end team at our company and they really want to use Next.js, or they really want to use Nuxt, and we need to put a backend API in place to do some things that they can call and send emails and queue jobs and interact with our MySQL database or whatever. So what I did to make that painless is recently launch a new API stack for Laravel Breeze that basically sets up your backend Laravel API using Laravel Sanctum and token authentication and all of that, ready to authenticate and serve a Next or similar application, and it's ready to go out of the box. And then what we did is write a Next.js implementation of Breeze. So this front end that you see here on my screen, we implemented this entire front end in Next.js so that it looks the exact same as the Blade or Inertia version, and everything's ready to go. So let me show you how easy it is. You would typically think that like setting up this type of scenario would be pretty complicated, but let's just see if we can do it pretty quickly here live on the stream. So let's go ahead and create a new, we're going to need a backend and we're going to have a front end, a separate repository. So let's create a new Breeze backend. We'll go ahead and create another Laravel application. All right. And once that is ready to go, we will hop in there, composer require Laravel Breeze. And then we're going to artisan Breeze install API. So last time we chose the view stack, this time we're choosing API. I'm going to pop open that project, go ahead and set my database again to Laravel, which that's what I've been using for this presentation. Go back and migrate the database. And then this project is pretty much ready to go. The backend has already been scaffolded and set up. The authentication routes are in place. So I'm going to go ahead and serve that using Artisan Serve just so it's ready for us. Then I'm going to pop open a new tab. Let me make the text bigger in this tab. All right, and I'm going to go back to my code directory and clone down that Next implementation of Breeze that I was telling you about. So I can grab that from Laravel/Breeze Next, and we'll put that in Breeze front end. How about that? All right, so let's clone that down. Breeze Next. We will go ahead and copy the environment file example over to be a real environment file, install our dependencies for Next. And then once those are installed, we should just be able to start the development server, yarn run dev. While that's starting up, I'm going to pop open this project. And you can see this is a Next.js project, but it has a lot of similar pages. So like login.js, right here in Next is an implementation of Breeze and the login form using Next.js and React. All right, so that should be running now. And so if we hit localhost 3000, you can see we are up and running here. Make it a little bigger. And this is actually being rendered by Next.js, but it's talking to the Laravel API on the back end. So let's go ahead and try to register an account. Password, and we're logged in. So it's talking to the backend application. We have our Next.js front end ready to go. It took us just a few minutes to get that set up. And if you've ever tried to do that by hand, I think you would find it takes a lot longer than a couple minutes typically. But there you go. You're ready to go, and you have hot reloading and everything ready to go. So this is just, I wanted to release this just to continue to position Laravel to make sense in the future, you know, to not be necessarily stuck in our ways of one way of doing things. Do I personally think that would I build my web applications this way, or do I think it's the most productive way to sort of have two separate repositories? For me, it's not as productive, but for me to kind of close my eyes and say no one should do this is not really being realistic about the state of web development and where web developers are at, you know, in 2022. So my goal as a Laravel developer is to make it as easy as possible to use Laravel in the ways that make sense in current web development and kind of what's happening in current web development. So that's why I released this new starter kit. If that interests you, if you're into that kind of style of doing things, having that separate front end, check that out, and you can scaffold it out in just a few minutes. All right, so that is the improvements to Breeze. And now, before I wrap up, I want to give you a sneak peek and a brief update on Laravel Nova. So we're hoping to ship out Nova 4, which is our next major release in March. This is a really major update of Nova that includes, honestly, a lot of great new features. And I'm not going to demo a lot of them today. So this is going to be a little bit short, but I just wanted to give you an update because we haven't talked about it in a while. But there's a lot of new stuff that went into this release. And I'm actually running a new version of Nova here locally. Let me go ahead and go over to that project. Shut that guy down. Shut that down. Code, new Nova. Go ahead and migrate my database again, just so we're ready to go here. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and actually, I just can log in. I've already got an account here. Password. There we go. I'm going to close that out. Open up an editor for this project. All right. I think we're finally set up here. Get rid of that. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up Nova. This is Nova 4. You may notice there's been a few UI enhancements. Things look a bit lighter, a bit leaner. And the first thing that I want to show you, which is the thing that a lot of people seem to ask me about first whenever I launch something new, is dark mode. And yes, Nova 4 does have dark mode support. So if I go into my settings here and switch to dark mode, you can see the whole interface changes over into dark mode. So that is supported, just to go ahead and get that out of the way first. And even better and more importantly is the entire UI is now finally fully responsive. So when you pop open Nova 4, you're going to have a fully responsive administration dashboard ready to go to interact with your Eloquent models. All right. So those are a couple quick UI changes. We're also shipping some new features, of course, that are in the code. So one thing I want to show you is the introduction of filterable fields. So if I go to this post index, so this is a list of like blog posts for this application, you can see that each blog post is attached to a user. Now, what if I want to make it easy to filter on these users on this filter menu that's built into Nova? Well, previously I would have had to define a custom filter in the code and code it all up and everything like that. But in Nova 4, it's really easy. So if I go into my code and pop open that post Nova resource, come down here to the user field that is marked as searchable, I can just mark it as filterable. This is a new feature in Laravel or in Nova 4. Reload the page, and now it just pops a really nice filter here. So I can filter my post by a certain user and just get those posts for that user. And you can do this across all sorts of fields, date fields, text fields, and add really nice filters into your Nova UI with basically one word of code. It's really pretty slick. Another feature that I want to show you before we move on, and we're going to have another official unveil of Laravel or Nova 4 later next month when we actually launch it, where we'll go over every new feature, because there's a handful of new fields. There's a handful of other new features like notifications, like batched action queuing support and things like that. But the last thing I want to show you in this little sneak peek is dependent fields. So dependent fields allow you to alter the configuration of a field based on the state of another field on the resource. So if I go to this podcast resource, which I don't have any yet, and I go to create a podcast, you can see that podcasts have a category, and then they also have a subcategory. So these categories are pulled from a categories database table, which is backed by an Eloquent model. So to show you this, if I go into the podcast resource and go down here to the select field for category, let me make it full width, you can see that the options are actually pulled from an Eloquent model, which is retrieving the available categories from a database. And then the subcategory, for example, each category can have subcategories that are related to that parent category. So the subcategory depends on category. And this is a new feature in Laravel, or I keep saying Laravel, Nova 4, this depends on method. So this field depends on category. And then within here, this depends on callback, I have access to the field, the request, and the current form data that's currently the current state of the Nova form. So if there's a category selected, I can pull the subcategories for that category right here in the callback and change the state of that Nova form based on another field. So this is dependent fields, and you can do all sorts of things like add different validation rules to the field, make the field hidden or visible based on the state of another field, and all kinds of things. So let me show you how this works. So basically, if I pick a category, you can see that these subcategories down here have changed. So if I pick art as my main category, my subcategories are painting and music. But if I pick, for example, tech as my category, then these subcategories change to programming and robotics. So this is just a quick demonstration of dependent fields and how we can modify these fields based on the state of other fields. All right, so that is just a quick preview of Nova 4. Like I said, there is a lot more going into Nova 4. The big things that I showed today were responsive, dark mode, filterable fields, dependent fields, but we also have Nova notifications, new fields like color, batched action support, and more. So I think you're really going to enjoy Nova 4 when it ships in a month or two. And again, we'll be back to give you a full picture of everything that's in Nova 4 when we actually launch that. But David and Mawar have been working hard on getting that ready for you. All right, so that is my kind of state of Laravel and Laravel 9 update for this conference. I hope you enjoyed it, and thanks for coming out. Thanks for being a part of this ecosystem, and thanks for making it so fun for me to continue to work on the ecosystem. And I'll see you in the chat for the rest of the day. Thanks.
Okay, great job as always. I think we can all agree Blade Render is the biggest feature and the one everybody's most excited about. At least that's true of me. All right, so we're about to get to Steve. Before we do, I'm going to share a message from our friends at Jump 24. Gold sponsors, been really great working with them. And they made this really great video. So I just want to share this with you, and then we will get on to the next talk.
Jump 24, we're a Birmingham-based development studio, really specialise in building kind of web-based applications and platforms.
We try to foster like long-term relationships with our clients, and I think that reputation of being focused on the minute details has really helped.
We've worked with startups through to kind of big enterprises, but the types of projects we get involved with tend to be a lot more complex. We have a nice mix of people who've been doing this for years, people who've been sort of doing this kind of out of college and we've taken them on as an apprentice. We try to make it as inclusive as possible, we try to make it fun.
Everyone has a part, and everyone can help steer and the focus of the company.
Quite close-knit, so I feel valued and quite close to a lot of people here already.
Even though everybody's remote, but we still have a good atmosphere. We are a group of people working together, not just individuals all over the place.
We do have our own little sort of community with our own ethos, and we're very open, and we have an open culture.
We're heavily focused on the way we write our code and the testing and things like that. And it's important, not just to me, but I think it's important to the whole team now, and it produces a much better result. I think the Laravel framework has got a very bright future ahead of it. There is an amazing culture behind it.
That ecosystem has got larger and larger. We try to specialise and work around and within that ecosystem.
I think there's like huge amount of potential for growth in Jump 24, and especially using Laravel, which constantly is growing, getting bigger, more adoption.
Every person in the business knows and wants to work kind of intimately with our clients and with our customers. And we're always on the lookout for, for kind of great aspiring individuals that want to come and make a difference.
We always offer the support, and we're kind of like an internal team within a lot of the companies that we do work with. So they become part of our family as well.
There's some really outstanding developers within the team. They're just as invested in the company as I am.
That's a fantastic place to be, because you only get that if you're good at what you do, and that's what I'm proud of this organisation for.
Okay, thank you again, Jump. Amazing job. Check them out in the swag page as well. And see if I can make this work. Okay, let's head over to Steve. Bring him in here. Stop my share. There we go.
Hey.
Hey, sir.
I am ready.
All right.
Let me hide my YouTube window. There you go. Out of the way.
I see me. I'm there.
Yeah. Sorry, you're in the corner there as well.
All right, take it away.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for my first Laracon talk. Amazing to be here. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. It's a really tough act to follow someone like Taylor, I'm going to say. So this is my talk about working with third-party services in Laravel. It's all about how you can approach integrating with APIs in a nice and easy way. Firstly, who am I? I'm Steve McDougall. You'll see me in a lot of places as just Steve King. So feel free to reach out to me to give me feedback after the talk if you like. I always enjoy feedback. I'm currently the engineering manager at Jump 24, partner who you just saw the video of, which was pretty cool video, I have to admit. I'm a huge PHP advocate. And quite clearly, as you can see, I am a bearded man. I've got to be proud of that fact because there's not really much on top, so I've got to try to make something stand out. So that slide was wrong. So there are many ways to work with APIs in Laravel, and the main thing is you've got to choose a way that works best for you. What I'm about to show you is my advice, ways that I've found useful. I'm not telling you this is the only way you should integrate with APIs. I'm not saying this is the best possible way you can work with APIs. What I'm saying is this is a nice and easy way to follow that's going to work well for you if you follow it closely. So, live coding time. So I have prepared a little repo here, which I'll put up online shortly after this talk. And currently, I can run my tests, and I've got some failures, which is expected. So as you can see, I've got a few passing already, and I'm starting to fail as soon as I start to build that request. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to walk you through how I got to this point. So when integrating with an API, you're going to need an API key. You're going to need some sort of authentication mechanism from them. And with GitHub, I got a personal API token. I've stuck that in my env files. Then we go to config down to services. So what we've got a GitHub key, we've got a Git URI, we've got a timeout, and we've got some retry options going on here as well. So a lot of people I've seen put these in their own specific service config file, and sometimes it's a little bit hard to find those. So what I like to do, I like to put these into a nice GitHub within services, so everything's all collected in specific places, and no one's going to get lost looking for where the config options are. Then what we need to do is we go over to our service providers, and we want to think about booting our service. Now I've got this GitHub service here, and what we've got is we've got a very simple constructor where we're passing in some information, the base URI, the key, which is the API key, the timeout, and optional retry options. So what I'm doing, I'm getting the config value for those, but I'm gonna pass these as string values and int values. I found it is a little bit easier doing it this way when you're working with static analysis, as if you just try and cast it to a string, it does start to complain. So our GitHub service is really, really simple. We've got a nice little trait here called can be faked, and all it does is it just proxies that request through to a HTTP fake. And it just allows you to, when you're writing your tests, you can really easily and really simply just regain that context. You're not calling HTTP fake and then going into another service. That context stays with you throughout your testing as well. So what we've got a few options. We've got make request, some repositories, and some releases. So the first test that we've got failing is it can create a pending request. So the first thing we need to do is this make request here. So from the options we've got available, we know we're going to need to build a request. So we can go HTTP, we're going to set the base URL, and I'm going to do name parameters because I'm addicted to them at the moment. So I apologize if that's not your thing. You do not have to do it this way. And then I'm going to set that timeout as well. And for the seconds there, I'm just going to say this. Seconds. Timeout, sorry. And then if we have the if is not null for the retry times, and if this retry sleep is not null, that's when we want to think about adding on those retry. Otherwise, we're just adding null arguments for no real reason there. So again, we can get that request and we can set that retry and that's sleep. And then just return that request. And that's all we need to do there. So now if I run my tests again, I am now creating a pending request and I can carry on with my testing. It can be resolved from the container. It can create a pending request and it can resolve as a singleton. So next step is I've got a request that I can work with. So now I want to actually start talking to an API. And with GitHub, there's a couple of things that you might want to use. But for me, I wanted to get repositories and releases. I thought those two things might make a little bit more sense to people watching this talk. So let's start with the repositories. So we want to return a new repository resource. And for the service, we want to pass this in. So what this is, it is just a really simple class where we're passing in our service so that we can start making calls to the API. It means we can use the DI just to resolve that repository service on its own if we really wanted to, and we don't have to worry too much about booting up the service. We can just allow the DI to take over for us. So again, we'll run our tests, and now we're good. We've got a repository resource. So now let's do the same thing for that release resource. So down in our services, GitHub resources. We just need to return a new release resource where we pass in the service as this again. Now if we run our tests, we're doing good. So now we're starting to look at requests. So we can start diving into the more interesting parts of this. So the way I've organized my code here is that in app, I've got services, and then I've got a namespace or a directory for the service in question, in this case, GitHub. And then that's where I keep my main service, and that's where I keep everything to do with it. So when we look at the repository service and we want to get organizations, what we need to do is we need to start thinking about, let's make this request. So our request is going to be this service make request. So I've got a request I can start working with. So that means that my response can be request get. The URL is going to be what I've copied here. And what we want to do is, if this fails for any reason, we want to make sure we catch that early on. So if that response failed, then what we want to do, we want to throw a new GitHub request exception, and the response is the response. Now you can use something like throw the response to an exception, and there's nothing wrong with that. But adding in your own custom exceptions adds that little bit more domain context. You know exactly what's going on if you're going through any sort of bug trackers or exception trackers like Bugsnag or any of the millions that are out there. So it's a little bit easier, gives you some context, and you know that where that would have come from. At this point, we've got a response, and what we want to do, we want to return the organizations. So you could just quite simply get that response and just return the collection, and it's nice and simple. It's not going to cause too much hassle, but it's a little bit, it's not useful. It's not adding any context. It's not adding anything more than here is some JSON content in a big array of a collection of arrays and lots of stuff for you to play with. So what I like to do at this point, I like to say I want to collect everything, and then for each one I want to run over that organization, and with that organization I want to get my organization factory at this point, owner factory. My owner factory, and I want to make something. So this is going to, I'll show you this code next. So the attributes that I want to pass through is simply the organization. So now if I just quickly run my test, we've got a syntax error. There we go. There will be mistakes. So argument 1, repository must be of type repository array given. What did I do here? Let's go look at the test and debug. Things always go wrong when you live code. So features, services, GitHub test down here. And where we are can fetch organization repos. So we're going to fake the request there. We will resolve the service, repositories, organization, passing that through, and we're expecting the repos to be an instance of a collection at that point. So that should be fine. It isn't though. It can fetch. I'm calling something wrong here. Okay, so if we just returned JSON on that one, we are, again, I apologize, fast fingers. So what we've got, return value must have type collection array returned. So let's just debug this live. So what we'll do is we are going to get the JSON, and let's just spit that out. This is how I build it. So what I've got a big list of things from Laravel. I want to map over each one of those and add that to a collection. So if I just collect, this should now be a collection. So what I need to do is map over the collection as an organization, and then owner factory org. So each one is going to be giving me that. What has changed? What has changed? Yes, I do. So let's just test that. Still complain about the same thing. So collect each function org. Get that org out. So we have got an array . No. Let me have a look at my test repo. This always happens. So, organization. Where did I go completely wrong? Collect map. Apparently I just went really, really in the wrong direction there. So let's just import that. Won't worry about that. And there we go. Let's have a look. See what's happening. Wow, that's going horribly wrong, isn't it? Can't use value. When debugging goes wrong. And there we go. So what I did wrong there was, I always love it when it goes wrong, mapping over an array for the repo, and I was actually pulling out the wrong thing from the looks of it. Okay, read the test first, Steve. So I want to get organization, a list of repositories for an organization, not the other way around. So next test, let's walk through the tests. I want to be able to get a single repository. So the idea here is that I'm going to resolve my service. I'm going to get GitHub. I'm going to say, okay, for this user, I want to get this repository. I'm expecting my repository to be a repository and the name for the repository to be this exactly. So now we can fill that part in. So go through to repositories, go down to user, and it's very similar to this. So what we can do, drop that in, replace the URL. At this point, we've got a nice response back. So what we can do is we can return a repository factory make, and we're going to pass through for the attributes response JSON. So let's see if we can get that single repository back. Yes, we can. So what this is doing, the repository factory, is we're passing it through to a make method, which is an array, and then we're just going to return a new repository, and we're just mapping it out. It's what I like to see these as. It's a little bit like the Laravel API resources. So it's just giving you a Laravel resources. What they do is give you a way to give a standardized way to give data back through an API. And what I do here is I standardize the way that I represent API data. It's the opposite effect. And all that is doing is returning a data object which has a constructor and it's got a toArray should I need it. Really simple, really clean. It doesn't take too much work and it's super helpful. So the next test that's failing, we can work on it can create a new organization repository. So at this point, we don't know whether it's going to be from our repository resource perspective, we don't know whether it's going to be if it's going to be an organization or if it's going to be a user. So what I'll do, I'll copy that code across because I don't have the most amount of time, unfortunately. So let me just copy this across and I can walk you through how we got there. So what we've got, we're going to make that request again. And then while we're building this post request, we're going to say, if we are an organization, then let's make sure we go to this URL or we'll go to the user repos. And we're just going to get that request body that's been passed through as an object. And we're going to turn it to a request. And then we can check if it's failed and return the repository factory make the response JSON to an array. Now this part here, this is basically, if I pull up the test for this, I'm just creating a new, nice and simple class. Instead of just passing through arrays all the time, I can create an object and I can pass that through. I can say, right, okay, so I know I want to create a repository. You can name that whatever you might want to do. Create repository request. You can give it a name and just say whether it's private or not. So you take that and you pass that through to here. And then this comes through. We can have it in there. And then we pass that as a toRequest, which when we say toRequest, it's just going to convert that back to the array that the API is expecting. Maybe from a domain perspective, it makes a lot more sense to have it as username or repo name. And then within here, because the API expects it, you can change that to name. Again, it's very much like the API resources in Laravel, but what you're doing is you're just converting data that you're using to that makes sense within your domain, and you're converting it to a way that makes sense for that third-party API, and it keeps it clean. So if we just go through and make sure I didn't add an A, as I usually do, when my tests, I can now create a user repository. Nice and simple, nice and clean. Didn't take too much effort to do so. It's just the same as we have been doing. We're making our request, we're building it up in a specific way, keeping it organized and using objects over arrays where possible. And then we're just sending the request. So our next one, it can get a list of releases, which means that our repository resource is absolutely fine now. So you can go through, you can get a list of releases. This is how I like to test my APIs. So we pass through a URL that you want to be focusing on, and then we're going to create a HTTP response. We're going to return the status code OK, and we're going to pull back a fixture. Now this is a nice little thing that you can do with if you're using PEST PHP. Is I've got a nice little function here called fixture, and I do a quick file get contents, base path to my fixtures folder, and then I just pass through that name.json. Keeps it nice and simple. It means that I don't have like lots of .jsons or .anythings in my tests. I'm going to say I know it's called this. And if there's no file, just throw a quick error because I've named something wrong. And then I'm just simply going to return the JSON decode on that one. And my fixtures are really simple. Fixture GitHub, latest release. It's just a bit of payload data back from the API that I can copy, and it means that I don't have to rely on that service being online anytime I'm running my tests. And it means I'm not making actual full requests as well. So again, we resolve, we call our releases on our GitHub service instead, which will return our release resource, and it'll allow us to call that list method. So if we come down to our releases, we can come down to list. Now this is going to be the exact same thing that we did for organizations, but with a different URL. So we can grab that. Don't want to import that yet. I can grab the URL. I can replace the URL with what I need. I can import that class there. And then we want to map over everything, and we want to say that a release is a repository, so it should be a repository class. So let's see if we fail. It does fail. So GitHub service test argument must move of type and app repository release. So if we go up to our factories, we've got a release factory. So our release factory we can make and run that test. So we can get a list of releases works. So all we're doing here is we're using what Laravel gives us. We're using that HTTP facade, and we're using it in an organized way so that we can organize our code, user responses coming back, and map it into something usable for us anytime we might need to integrate. So we're collecting and then we're mapping over an array, and then we're just saying, okay, take this data, create a new release, and return it to us. And it will just do that over every item within that collection. And it's quick and it's easy and it's useful. So the next part, again, we can just grab that. They're all very similar other than the URL. You could start to look at extracting some of this if that's what you want to do. What I'll do is I'll just focus on this so nothing fails. So we make our request. We get our response after we've hit the API. If it's failed, again, so that GitHub request exception, and then simply return a release factory make where the attributes response JSON. And there we go. It can get the latest release, and it's really simple. It's really easy to do. You're just relying on these other outside factors to just take that response array and just turn it into things that are going to make sense to you. Because if you just did a die and dump on this instead, it's a lot more readable than an array. So if I take this as an example and just die and dump on that, we've got a nice object. It's got an ID, it's got an author object on it, and it's got a carbon instance for created. So you can start to do a lot more with it than what you could if it was just the array. So let's take the JSON response as an example. Compared to that, it's a little bit easier, and I've just trimmed it down to what makes sense to me for my usage. Your usage may vary. but it gives you a nice, real clean option to start controlling the data that you're collecting from arrays, from APIs, and controlling the way that you integrate in a clean and measurable way. So version. So what we are going to do here is not that one, back to our test. You can get the latest release, and you can get a tagged release. We are on. It can get a tagged release. So tagged release. So what we're going to do here, we're just going to pass through a specific tag, and it's going to pretty much map almost exactly what happened before. So, but instead of, we're just going to switch that URL over. So if I just grab that, pop it below, the only difference between getting the latest and getting tagged is the argument that we're going to pass through. So you could extract that to a private method on here and just call it within itself to make it a little bit cleaner, a little bit drier, if that's what you would like to do. But for a demonstration purpose, it's not that useful to add all these shortcuts because it doesn't show the point that I need to make. So let's move on to the last part. For our API, it can create a new repository source manually. Yep, can do that, and we can do that. So all in all, our tests are pretty clear. We're not relying on any external services. We can run everything locally, and we've got things organized. We've got our GitHub namespace, which we can work within. We've got a service, and I like to call it GitHub service instead of just service, because then when you're binding to it, it's within your app service provider, you're not getting any conflicts. You don't have to alias anything, and everything can be cleaner and more concise. And that's the main thing. Keep everything clean and concise. So to finish off, I'll just finish my slides. So what I like to say is integrations can get complicated really quickly. The main thing you need to do is to find that standard that works for you and make sure you stick with it. So thanks all for listening. Love to get some feedback, and this will be up on GitHub within the next 10 minutes. Thank you. Elephants.
Hey. Great recovery there. Nice job.
Thank you very much. That was yeah, more practice needed on that little bit there, I think.
No, it happens. It happens. All right, thanks a lot.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna have a quick note from our good friends at Kirschbaum, and then we'll be on with Caleb. So Kirschbaum, obviously longtime sponsor, stepped up again to sponsor Laracon. Really appreciate it. So they always like to do something a little bit different. So they have another one of their unique videos, and we're going to take a look at that right now.
Hey everyone, hope you are enjoying Laracon. I am Nathan from Kirschbaum. So in addition to being longtime sponsors of Laravel, we also have a tradition of creating a video for you. And so here we go.
Unlike the end meeting for all button, stopping is hard, especially when you're in the groove. Code is just falling into place, you've practically melded with your keyboard, and new lines effortlessly flow forth from your very being to form beautiful and delightfully efficient code. But it's also nearly 5, and you haven't taken so much as a bathroom break since stand-up this morning, and you feel like taking breaks is an important part of keeping your mind and body sharp and ready to take on whatever comes next. But it's not always that easy to do. Here with a few helpful tips, I present to you the Diligent Dev's Guide to Taking Breaks. First, set a timer. I like to use a Pomodoro timer, but anything that gets you up and moving at least once an hour will do the trick. The key here is not to ignore it when the time's up. I like to set my timer's ring to be a bit more heavy-handed during times when I'm prone to ignoring it. Next, pair your breaks with something you already do. Got a meeting? Block out 15 to 20 minutes afterwards to take a walk. Got another meeting? Of course you do. Meetings are how we get things done. This time, Reward yourself with some push-ups, some squats, or a quick jog out into the forest to climb trees and live among the squirrels as one of their own. Finally, buddy up. Sync up with a colleague and go on a talkie-walkie together. Go for a walk together and talk on the phone, like you're a teen in the 90s, but with the modern convenience of not being tethered to a corded phone. If the walking and talking at the same time thing didn't trip you up, you can even talk about work stuff. You'll get in a break and some work. Oh, that's either my cue to take a break or I'm about to get some muffins. Just kidding. I need to take a break. No muffins for this guy. You're on your own from here. Good luck. I'm off to make some muffins. Wink. Or, ooh, and you feel like taco trucks. The teleprompter, they said. No more outtakes. Why did he pick muffins? I don't even really want a muffin right now. Nice.
Do you want help or not?
Yes.
So I hope you enjoyed that as much as we enjoyed making it. For anyone interested in working with us, please don't hesitate to reach out. Take care.
Okay, that was great as always. Always a nice a little break in the show. Actually, it's just a little something different. So thanks a lot to Kirschbaum. Check out that they do have a giveaway going on with $1,000 towards your open source project, or I assume open source project of choice. So check that out. And obviously, if you'd like to work with them, all the info is on the swag page. Okay. And now we're going to have Caleb. Let's bring him in. Hello.
Hey, Ian. How's it going?
Good. All right. You sound good. Let's take it away.
Let's do it. All right. So I'm going to take it that means that we're live.
We're live. We're live.
That's great. Hello and welcome to another episode of No Plans to Merge. Just kidding. We're live. Laracon, how's it going? Today, I'm Caleb Porzio. I'm the Livewire and Alpine guy. And today we're going to talk about blade components because I love blade components. They're probably my favorite thing, the new tag kind, with the X hyphen. They're probably my favorite thing to the Laravel framework since I started. No joke. I love them a lot. So I want to show you how I build stuff with them, maybe a few tips and tricks along the way, and how they pair really well with Alpine and Livewire. So let's do it. Okay. We got some code. Here's our first blade component, X layout. I'm not going to bore you with what that is, but basically I have Tailwind and Alpine in a script tag, and then some other stuff that renders this little beauty. And that's that. Okay. So we're going to focus basically on form components. So components that you would use for, form inputs, because at the end of the day, most of these apps are just forms and tables. And so most of the time I end up creating like layout components for start, and then a bunch of form components like input text, input select, stuff like that. And then maybe an icon or two, but that's really the core of the component. So getting those right is really important. And that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to throw a form tag up here. First point, you don't always have to create a blade component. I think I'm always oscillating somewhere on the scale of how aggressive I am with my blade componentry. Sometimes in some apps, I'm tempted to do stuff like this, and I'll have blade component for every tag and whatnot. I think that's a little silly sometimes. So with like a form tag, there's not much I need reused. So I'm just going to leave it like that. So my first tip is don't use blade components if you don't need them. All right, so this form is submitting to a route that's just the root route. I'll show this to you so you have some idea of what's going on. Pretty simple, posting to this little root endpoint here, and it's just validating two inputs. It's doing nothing. It's totally dumb. It's just validating so that I can show you some cool validation stuff, but that's it. All right, now let's add an input tag to this form, and we'll give it a name of username and a placeholder of username, and then a bunch of Tailwind. Take a look at that in the browser. There it is. Beautiful. Great. Everything we want in an input. The first time that I really encountered utility CSS like Tailwind was shout out to David Hemphill's Beard CSS. Throw it in the chat if you ever used Beard CSS. But that was my first intro into utility CSS, and I was like, this is cool. I liked it. But then I got to the input tag and was like, I have to repeat this on every single input in my app? No way. Of course, the answer is Blade components. That's what helps with stuff like this. So you don't have to copy this stuff all over your app. So the first thing we're going to do is create an input text Blade component. So let's write out how we want to use it, and then we'll actually create it. x-input.text. That's generally how I like to do these kinds of things. Some people do like have a form folder with all their Blade components in there, but I do input. That's just me, whatever. So let's take the things that are different about this tag, the name and the placeholder, and then leave the things that are the same. So this stuff will extract, but this stuff is going to be different for every input text. All right, now let's create this input. Let's go into full screen mode here so we can breathe a little. All right, artisan make component. And now typically you might do something like input text, right? And then that creates two files. Move my face. Okay, that creates two files in your app. There's app, view, components, input, text. And this is the class portion of your Blade component. And then also the resources, views, components, input, text. And this is the view portion of your Blade component. So here's the thing. I actually almost never ever use the class part of a Blade component. I use these classes with my Livewire components, but with Blade components, most of the time, I don't need them. And you can do almost everything without them. So let's just axe this completely. And I love how lightweight, these are called anonymous components when they're just the head. So they're like buttless Blade components. I love buttless Blade components. It's almost exclusively the Blade components that I use. So next time we go to generate one of these, you can actually just kind of write out the name of the component you want and then add -- view. And I think that's actually new in Laravel 9. You can add -- view, and now you're only creating that view. And if we try to create this, we can't because it already exists. All right, let's open that up in a new split screen here. And we're going to extract this whole input into this file. So very simple. Let's load it up on the page. Okay, we got a few things going on here. I probably didn't save this file. Step one. Okay, we lost our name and placeholder. These things are not automatically forwarded onto this element, those attributes. So we need to manually forward these attributes. And the first thing you might think to do is accept these in as a prop. And if you're not familiar with anonymous components, you can just use this at props. It's really awesome to just pull in props. So we could say name or and me if you want. We could also say placeholder, whatever. And then inside of here, we could echo those things out. But these aren't really proppy kind of things. I just want this to be a wildcard, like catch-all of custom attributes. And I want to just plop them all on this element here, like this. So thank you, Blade components, for giving us $ attributes. This is a magic variable that it can do a lot. It's deceiving how much it can do. I encourage you to source dive it. Go to, I don't know, attribute bag. Yeah, component attribute bag. Go in there and source dive it because there is a ton of cool stuff that it can do. But basically what this is, it's a bag that holds all these attributes that get passed in. And if you straight echo it out, it will do the work of like formatting it, like a blade or whatever, like an element. So there we go. So Laravel forwarded these attributes, and now we have a nice little component. Cool. Now let's say one of these inputs we wanted to make jumbo. We could say class equals text 5XL and refresh, and hopefully it's jumbo, but it's not. And it's not because if you think about it, we're saying class equals text 5XL. And when we echo that out, it's going to be a full attribute, class equals text 5XL. So there's two class attributes on an element. And what does a browser, at least Chrome, do with that? It just picks the first one and sticks with it. So that's why we're not even seeing text 5XL. But if you looked at the source that was sent to the browser, there would be two class attributes. So to remedy this situation, there's a few different approaches. There's merge, which is cool. You can merge in, your own attributes. But I like, most of the time, I'm just doing this for classes. So I like this little class helper, and we can just pass this whole class string as a string right into there. And then Laravel is going to handle this. It's basically going to be like, all right, any classes that come in here, we're going to merge those directly with this pile of classes. And it'll handle adding that little extra space. So you don't have to do that, where you do like a conditional and you add a space in front of the class. There we go. So it did the work of merging those two. That's great. Thank you, Laravel. All right, awesome. So next thing, most of the time when you have an input like this, you generally have like a label along with it. Keyboard, come on. You have a label, right? And then you might wrap those in a div. And that's what it looks like, right? And so, again, we're in this reuse phase where I don't want to copy and paste this all over an app. I want to extract this into a Blade component. If this was live, I would hold my hands out and you would all like chant Blade component. So you might think that the best thing to do with this is to throw this all in the input text itself. Like maybe you put this inside of there and create like an optional, label prop or something. But this is a really powerful concept in all of programming, but specifically Blade components, composition, creating components that you can compose with other components and by using slots. It's kind of what we're doing with X layout here. So rather than shoving all this in input.txt, let's create a new Blade component. We'll kind of design it up here. I want this to be input.group. This will be a group for our input. And then we can just add label as a prop because we don't really need to repeat ourselves everywhere. We don't want to repeat all this markup. So we'll say label equals username. Cool. So let's create that component, input.group, and we'll open that over here. First, let's split this down. We'll open group on the top, just so you can keep track and I'm not like, switching a million times to different files. So this is that input.group component at the top. And then the bottom is the input.txt component. Cool. Okay. So we'll take the contents of what we want to be the group, paste it in. And then where we're passing in the text, that's going to be made available to us with the slot. This little slot variable, you echo it out and that's the slot. You've probably seen that. Okay, cool. So let's load this up and see what this looks like. It looks good, but we hard-coded username right here. So let's make ourselves some space. And instead of hard-coding username, we'll pass in a prop that's going to be label. Cool. Okay. And then in username, we'll echo out label. All right, refresh, and everything is still golden. And now this is actually dynamic. If we said usernames, then it would pass that in and all would be good. Cool. All right, so we added a label, and most times when you add a label on the page next to an input element, you want those two to be linked so that if you click on a label, it'll focus the input that's directly next to it. And it's helpful for like screen readers and other things. So it's good for browsers, it's good for screen readers, but we don't have that right now. So this is how you would normally achieve that. You'd say like for, and then throw some class on there, sorry, an ID. Then you'd put the actual ID on the input, right? Refresh. We click and it doesn't work because I probably didn't save one of them. That's it. We click and then it focuses. That's what you want. But there's a problem here. If we take this pile and we duplicate it, and we could change these if we want. We don't have to, whatever. I'm doing it anyway. Okay, we're changing this a little bit. And okay, so that's broken. It's broken because in a browser, you can only have one ID on a page. IDs have to be unique throughout the whole page. And this can be kind of a problem for these Blade components. So one solution to the problem is you could manually pass in for, or you could manually pass in ID. And that's fine. That's actually a valid approach. So if you like that, do it. The reasons I don't like it are sometimes it's impossible. If you have something kind of deeply nested, sometimes you don't have the benefit of being able to just in a bespoke way pass in that attribute. Also, it feels super redundant. It feels like I just need two things to match up. That's it. I don't need them to even be a readable name. I just need them to match up. It's like machinery. I want it to be taken care of under the hood. So my solution to this in the past, and if you felt that same way, you've probably done a similar thing, is create an ID that's just a random string. So of course, string helper, got to use that string helper. I said Blade, these Blade components are the best, things in sliced bread. It's really the string helper. That's the real hero of Laravel 9. ID equals string random, and then echo this out into here. Okay, and then you want to somehow get this ID to be echoed out into ID down here for input. But how would you do that? Like scope isn't shared. So maybe you could use like a scope slot thing. There are ways, but they're roundabout and I don't like any of them. And even if you find something that works, it still is just not going to work for Livewire, because if you're using Livewire, when you do something on a Livewire page and it sends that full request back, it's doing a full PHP render. So that string random is going to hit again, and then you're going to get a totally different ID mid-page, and everything's just going to be wacky. So drum roll, please. This is our solution. By the way, I use this little pattern a lot. I don't know, Blade component tip, this little @PHP, and do a little bit of setup stuff up top. No shame in a little bit of inline PHP, am I right? All right, so the solution to this problem is an Alpine solution. So let's turn this into, first I'm gonna do that attribute forwarding just as a good practice. Whenever I create one of these components, just do that attribute forwarding. We're gonna use X data. So this is the first Alpine you're seeing. And every time you see Alpine, it can be a little bit confusing when you're working in Livewire and Alpine and Blade of like, wait, who's doing what? With Alpine, any Alpine attribute, unless you use the shorthand syntaxes, like you can do @click. But as a best practice, if you just do X on click, you won't get confused. I actually use @click a lot, but people don't like it. So I get it. For this talk, we're doing all X on and X bind. That way, anytime you see anything that's Alpine, it's going to have X hyphen in front of it. So try not to get confused with that. All right, X data creates our Alpine component. And now inside for, let's use Alpine's X bind to make this a dynamic attribute. And we'll use this new magic $ID helper that's available in Alpine that accepts a random string, whatever you want. It's bespoke. It's your class name. Sorry, your ID name. So the point of this is basically to make these global. It takes a string in and it makes it globally unique by adding a suffix to the end of it. So if we refresh this page, take a look at this label, we have xbind for, right? And here's our actual for attribute, for input -1. So it appended that automatically. And if we look at the second one, that's going to be for input -2. Cool. So that's great. Let's apply that to this ID down here. So we'll xbind ID, input, refresh, and it doesn't work because if you think about it, this for is input -1 and this input is input -2. It's, just they're all globally unique. We need these two to be the same, but these two to be the same, but these two to be different. And the solution to this is a little handy feature called XID. And this is equivalent to like a group. It's like an ID group. So you can pass in an array of these IDs, in our case, input. And now it's going to group those together so that this label here has for input 1, and this input has ID input 1, and then these two have input 2 and input 2. So if I click on username, bam, focused. If I click on username over here, we're focused. Cool. So this, it looks a little bit roundabout, but honestly, I think it's the best solution to this problem because it works in every context. It's like a front end solution, so you can use it from the back end, and it also works in the front end. And now that I've introduced it, I'm using it in almost every Blade component, and it's a dream. It solves a lot of problems, if I do say so myself. Okay, so that's XID. Next thing we want to do to this group here, let's add some errors. So let's say that we want a validation error. Let's get rid of the second one. When we submit this form, submit it, you saw that request validate. We get a validation error, but we don't see it. So if we want to show a validation error, let's just add a static one right now. We'll make this input group capable of showing an error. Something went wrong, okay? Okay. And then in the input group right here, we'll accept that error prop. And at the end, we'll do like if error, put in a bunch of tailwind, echo out error, and end if. Okay. And there it is. Something went wrong. Cool. So the plumbing is there, but how do we actually get a real error in here? So when you just pass in an attribute, it's a static string. We need access to PHP. We want to say errors first, username, like classic, Laravel stuff. If you add a colon in front, whoops, not like that. If we add a colon in front, then it's going to make this string actually evaluate as PHP. It's a dynamic attribute. All right, refresh. So now that's gone. I hit enter and then it's there. Great. One thing to note, if you leave out the error attribute, so I'll just get rid of that and refresh, we're going to get an error for the error attribute, undefined variable, because we're trying to actually access this variable. So we need this to be is set, and that's annoying to me. Anytime I'm using all that is set, it's just annoying. So in my mind, set a default of null to any property that's going to be optional. That's my way of flagging properties as optional. All right, we'll bring that back. Okay, so we're back in action. This is good. It feels good to me. Next thing is, let's say that we want this input to have a red border when an error is present. So if we go into input, and right here it's border transparent, but let's say that we want this to be, come on, mouse. Why doesn't that work? In full screen, okay. Yeah, okay, great. All right, so this class method can accept either just a string itself or actually an array of classes, which is cool because it gives us a little bit of extra functionality. So check this out. We could say we want border transparent to only show up if no error is present. Otherwise, we want border red 500 to show up if error is present. This is just like Vue.js or Alpine's class binding stuff. You can set these Booleans as values to toggle something on and off. Let's get rid of that. Okay, now we need to accept error into this component, and we'll pass it in as a prop right here. Okay, so that error thing, that bit that we were doing on the group, we're now doing that on the input. Refresh, hit enter, and cool. So now we have this nice little error highlighting, and that's good. But, and let's make this optional, of course. But there's a problem with this, for me at least, that we're passing in error twice, like once to the group and once to the thing, and that feels weird. And maybe we could extract it somehow or do something weird, but I also want to be able to add or pass an error directly to the input because I want these inputs to stand on their own or be composed within an input group. I want that. So here is a lesser known Blade feature that allows some pretty cool magic. Let's axe this, and we can actually make this component aware of parent props and kind of inherit them with the @aware directive. So @aware is the equivalent of like Vue.js's or React's context API. It's a way of making nested components in a chain aware of data in their parents and grandparents. Super powerful for this composition stuff. Let's make sure that works. Okay, that works. Awesome. Okay, we have a pretty robust little input group here. One thing I want to show you is, let's say that we want an icon in our label. Pretty common thing. You want a little user face thing right there. Well, we used a prop for label, and there's no way to get like an SVG in this little string. It would escape it. It just wouldn't work. So this is kind of a Blade hack. You can actually use slots as like a proxy for props directly. So we're not even going to touch the source of this group component, but we'll say label as a slot. And for now, I don't know, let's say username, put it in a span tag, kill this right here, refresh, and it doesn't work at all because of something I did wrong. And what I did wrong is x-slot. That's funny. I PR'd this thing like you guys heard and I messed it up. Okay. So x-slot label, cool. Check that out. That's awesome. What this allows us to do now is easily just plop in an SVG, refresh, and bam, we can put markup into a prop and not actually change the source of the group at all, which I think is awesome. All right, so here's a little opportunity for extracting a Blade component. We have this big, nasty SVG. So for me, I often, let me actually cut that. I often create icon dot, X, whatever it is, in this case, user. And that's where I store icons. And I think this is a hero icon. I use hero icons. Yeah, it's a little hero icon that I grabbed. Okay, not input, icon dot user. That's what we want. We'll create that. We'll go into it. We'll paste it in. And that'll be that. Now we have an icon extracted. Cool. Very good. But this looks ridiculous. Our person is on top of the name. We want them to be side by side. So in a dreamland, no problem. I'll just add some classes. I'll add flex and then item center and then space X, space X1. And nothing happens because, of course, you can't just do that. But I didn't know this actually until I wrote this talk and was working on it, that you can actually forward attributes from slots just like you can from a whole component. So check this out. Let's do this. So down here, we want to forward this class onto this label. We can do that. We can take the label prop that before was just like a naive string. and we can access attributes on it. And it's just another like nested attribute bag, which is super cool. And it too has that class method that we can easily take this bit and pump it into. And there we go. How awesome is that? I think that's really cool. All right, so this is, again, cool. We've expanded on this little like concept, but it's still big. It's like 5 lines of code for just a label, and I'm going to have a label all over the place. So I think at this point, we are ready for a new nested component. I'd say with slots, they're really useful, but a lot of times you're better off just creating a nested component yourself and not using slots, because if you think about it, they're more rigid. They actually like have a determined place to render. So whatever, let's extract this into input.label, and then we can just pass in like username, and we can pass in an icon in a second. And we'll show you that in a second. So let's do that. Let's do input.label. Cool. And we'll open that up. Let's open it up down here. Whoops. Whoa. Label. Okay. So in full screen mode, switching or like maneuvering these things is just the silliest thing in the world. Okay, so xinput.label right here. Let's take the actual label from the group. This is this big group, remember? This big group, yep. We're gonna take this label markup, we're gonna yank it out, and we're gonna put it into here. Okay, and then we have to de-slotify this thing, because this was, we want to make this a slot. So instead of this label prop, it's now slot. We're no longer passing label into the group. Cool. And then label attributes, that doesn't work anymore. We just want $ attributes. Remember, we're making a big boy component right here. So the meat goes into the slot, and then the attributes get forwarded directly, and everything else looks pretty good. Cool. Let's pull this a little bit out and wrap this up in a span. Okay. And then let's delete this bit. Well, we don't want to delete this bit just yet. You'll see why. Okay. So that's good. It is rendering. This isn't, because there's no label slot anymore at all. So we're going to keep absorbing these classes here that we needed for that icon. Let's pile them in here. They're fine to just, live on here. That's fine. And then the only other thing we want is this icon. So we're going to kill the slot. We're down to just input.label. So full stop. If you need to like collect your thoughts, we're good. We have an input.label component. The only thing we don't have is icon capability. We want to be able to say, pass in an icon prop. So let's do that. Let's pull in a prop called icon, and we'll make this optional. Okay, and then down here, we'll say, hey, if there's an icon, then render that icon component. So here's a problem. We could easily say icon.user, right? But we want this to be dynamic. We want to somehow be able to say, icon.variable icon. This is illegal. This doesn't work in Blade. But there's this sort of lesser known, maybe, I don't know, magic Blade component called dynamic component, where you can bind a component attribute and then just write out like icon dot and then concatenate on that icon. And now we have a dynamic icon component. Super nice. Refresh, and there's our icon. And so if you had different icons, different icon components, like whatever person, it would just show up. And that's pretty great. Cool. So I think our our input group is pretty robust. We've taken this kind of rigid HTML hierarchy and componentized it in a way that's really extensible and reusable. So good work, everybody. I'm proud of you. All right. Next little thing we're going to do is, so far we've been using like a native text input field. Let's use something not native, like a toggle. So I pasted in a bunch of markup. We don't have to care about that at the moment. But let's say I want to have a toggle to agree to some terms and conditions. And there's a few problem statements here. The first is toggle isn't a native input. There's checkbox, and you can kind of hack it like that. But this represents to me the many input types that aren't native in browsers. Things like, type ahead searches, selects, toggles, counters, all these little things that you create yourself with a tool like Alpine. What's the story for interacting with that in your Laravel app in a way that feels really good? And that's what we're going to do here. All right, so here's all this. This is just like a div soup and Tailwind. That's it. There's no Alpine. There's nothing else. It's just div soup and Tailwind. Here's the toggle bit here. So let's first extract this into a Blade component. So I'm going to cut this. We're going to say X, not icon. You're so silly. X input toggle. Cool. All right. And then let's create that input toggle. All right. And then over here, we will paste that in. Cool. And now we have our input toggle. Okay. Everything's the same. That's exactly what we expect. Let's make this work. Let's use Alpine to make this work. So we're going to make this a Alpine component. First thing, kind of like always, is let's forward those attributes just in case we ever want to add anything here and have it forwarded. X data. That's how we initialize an Alpine component. And let's put a value in there and set it to false to start. Okay, cool. And then on this button, this is the toggle thing itself. We can listen for a click. So X on click. Let's say value is equal to not value or toggle. That's what we're doing. And then really the only thing we need to do, because we're toggling this value, I'll show you that briefly. We have a span, X text, value, whatever. This is just kind of like the DD equivalent for Alpine. Refresh this thing. And as I toggle this, we're changing the state. Cool. But rather than doing that, I want to switch some classes based on that state and we'll be done. So xbind class, if value is true, then take this whole class bit right here, highlighting there. And that's that. Okay. And then down here, we'll say keyboard work, go gadget keyboard, xbind class. If value is true, then put some class there. Otherwise, put some class there. Okay. So this is the truthy class. This is the falsy class. Great. So this is all Alpinified. We refresh and check it out. We have a nice little working toggle with Tailwind. Tailwind's doing the heavy lifting here. Alpine's just toggling some classes based on some state, and that looks all well and good. Cool. So, but this is like different. You know, there's a few differences. Like one, the input isn't a full width. So we can't, you might think that we can't easily just use this stuff that we created before because our label's next to it rather than on top. But this is the magic of creating composable blade components. This is why blade components are so beautiful to me. We could just do this, input.group, refresh, and it's the same. And now we get all that extra juju. We can say errors, bam, and just like paste them on here directly. And instead of username, we'll call this terms. And now when we submit the form, we get the terms field is required. We get that for free, and we just renamed a div. And this span here, we could also rename this to xinput.label, and we get all that label goodness, which is super cool, I think. Cool. So let's refresh it and see it work. That's fantastic. It looks the exact same, but now we're using the components that we created. We didn't modify their source code at all, and they work perfectly. And we're using them in a totally different way. It's a remix, which I love. That's my favorite thing about blade components is you can remix them. Okay, but check out this error. We got the terms field is required. Well, we do actually have the terms field there. It's just false. Like, let's make it true. And it still says the terms field is required. Because if you think about it, this is just div soup. Before we had an actual input tag with a name and a value, and forms know how to submit that stuff. But a form doesn't know how to submit a random value stored in Alpine. So it is my belief and philosophy that every input component in your app, you should be able to add a name, and it should be able to be included in a form. And I also think, teaser for what we're going to do next, I also think you should be able to X model that just like a normal input, and wire model.defer without a lot of sweat. So we'll get to that in a second. But the first thing we want to do is get this thing inside of a form to be submitted. So the pattern that I use for that is for something like this. Let's just create a hidden input whose sole purpose is storing the value of this input. We'll accept name as a prop. So props, name, Anmei. There's Anmei again. Okay, props name. And then the value, we're going to use Alpine here, xbind value to value, this true and false Boolean that we're just using arbitrary Alpine for. So now this is like a sneaky little hidden thing that users aren't going to see or interact with, but when a form goes to submit, it's going to have the proper data that you use, Alpine to kind of, orchestrate. So let's check this out. Submit this bit. The usernames field is required, and the terms must be accepted. Cool. That means that it actually submitted with the form, but it's false. So if we hit true and then we submit it, cool, it disappears. That's awesome. All right, let's keep going. So next bit that I want to do is, again, like I think these non-native inputs should be able to, you should be able to interact with them as if they were native, which means if you want like a default value for this, you could like use, Laravel to bind a value of true so that the page loads with that. I think you should be able to do that. And by the way, another thing I love about these components, in my mind, like by the way, this is not Livewire. None of this is Livewire, but you could use this all in Livewire. I think that Livewire should be the place where you put all your Blade components, and you don't have a lot of Alpine, you can have some, and then you sort of hide the Alpine and the Tailwind inside of these Blade components. And this is especially relevant for something like, a toggle or some custom-made form input. All right, so let's go with this. We want to pass in a PHP value here, value of true. But how are we going to get a PHP value as a default value for this Alpine business here? So let's pull in this value prop. This is just Blade right now. Okay, value, we'll default it to false. We're passing in true right here. How do we get that into Alpine? So there were ways to do this, and it's a little heady. Like you can like maybe echo out JSON, encode your PHP value into Alpine, and that like kind of works, but then it sometimes doesn't. Like if you have a string with double quotes in it, you're just screwed because you can't have double quotes inside of a double quotes attribute. So there's so many little hangups with this. So we solved this problem in Livewire. Now it's in Laravel. It's been in there for a bit with this nice little @JS directive. You could basically say @JS anywhere, and it will be JavaScriptable, whatever you pass into it. So we're saying @JS value, and I'll show this to you, and then we'll dig a little bit deeper. So this totally broke. And can I just see why it broke offhand? Hopefully, that would be nice. No. All right, we got to open up the console. Value is not defined. $value, we have a prop. What did I do wrong? Value. Maybe I didn't save this. I didn't make it optional. No. @JS. Oh, you all know exactly what's wrong, don't you? I have this here. Haha. Oh, we found it. Great. Okay. There we go. Well, whatever. You already saw the bit. It's set to true right there. So we can see it right here. So this @JS is totally baller. Let me show you more cool stuff that you can do with @JS. It works anywhere in Alpine. You can drop this into an Alpine, directive, but it also just works in script tags. So like if we wanted to alert some PHP, we'd say like, hello Laracon. That's how you spell hello, by the way. It's Yiddish. Hello Laracon. Cool. That works. But let's say that we go even further and, put in like a very PHP array. Hey, even though it's the exact same syntax as JavaScript. Hey there, right? Okay. And then if we reload that and it echoes it out, did my computer break? Okay. Hey there, right? But we can now use JavaScript to do something like join, I don't know, --, and there you go. So this is like a teleport. Syntax highlighting for it really sucks, by the way, but it's a teleportation device to get PHP into into Alpine or any sort of JavaScript. It's super nice. And where has this been all my life? Am I right? Okay, so that's that. We got that going. We can axe that. The next thing I want to do is something kind of JavaScript-y. So let's throw a little submit button in here. Load it on the page. And okay, why does that look bad? There we go. Okay, we have the submit button. Let's say that, we have the validation we need in the backend to make sure they agree to the terms. But let's say that we want some more JavaScript-y fun so that the submit button is disabled, period, until you agree to the terms. So if we wanted, you can add this disabled here, and then we've disabled that button, right? Let's say we use Alpine to say xbind disabled if the user has not agreed. And then we can add a little Alpine component up here, add this little agreed state, make it false. So that's there. The user hasn't agreed. In an ideal world, in a perfect fantasy land, we could just say X model agreed, as if this were an input type text or whatever. And if you're using Livewire, you would want to just be able to say wire model agreed or whatever, right? That would be great. So before, this was actually required like a bunch of hoops to jump through to do this. And anytime if you're into Livewire and you've done this stuff, or you've done this custom wire model stuff, you're using Entangle and all that, Those days are over, folks. This isn't officially released, but it will be probably this week or next. Follow me on Twitter if you want to know the real update. But here's a new thing that we just made available. And by just, I mean haven't yet. Xmodelable. You say Xmodelable and then name the value that you want to be Xmodelable. And that's that. It's just bound for you. It's a really easy way to just expose any Alpine data nested in your component. You can wall off your Alpine data and expose it to be X-modeled or wire modelable. And that's it. You don't need anything else. What I just showed you is all you need. And then you can X-model to it. I don't know. This is super nice. I think it's great if you haven't heard by the tone of my voice. Love it. Okay, so that's X-modelable. We got one more thing we want to conquer really quick. So this button here, we want it to open a modal. And Blade Components 101, every app needs a modal. And rather than boring you by creating a modal, let me at least scaffold it out. X slot trigger, right? We want some trigger for it. And we'll put the button, oops, don't undo too much. We'll put that button inside this trigger. And then this one, instead of saying trigger, we'll say dialogue. Cool. And inside here, I just have, some terms and conditions in my back pocket. Okay. So we want to make this, I said model? A modal. Whoa. I want to make this a modal. And I want to be able to click. Yeah, right. It doesn't exist, of course. I want to be able to click it and use that, right? So I could extend this talk and go way over and build this modal from scratch and show you how to do it with Alpine. Or instead, I can demo for you a new product that we've been working on for quite a while called Alpine Components. And it actually launched this morning. So Alpine.js, if you go to the Alpine docs, there's this new section down here called Components. And with it are a bunch of the common UI components that you need in any application. And they're totally screen reader accessible, keyboard accessible. They're well written. They've driven out a ton of Alpine features over the past 6 months. And folks, you can actually get the modal for free. So if you want, you can just go here and preview free modal. And let's do that. You log in with GitHub, takes 2 seconds. And now we're on the modal page. Each component comes with a full screencast that dives really, really deep. Just go and watch the modal one. It dives even if you don't care about it, you just want the code, just watch the video. You'll learn a ton. If you watch the Liveware videos, this is the Alpine equivalent. It's like an Alpine masterclass disguised as how to make UI components. And then here's a little example. We want this modal, and we can just copy all this code, paste it in, and then find the parts that are, boilerplatey. That little button will turn into our little trigger slot. And then this whole chunk here will turn into our dialogue. Okay. And now magically, without doing anything and really lifting a finger, we hit this button and we have a perfect modal that has focus trapping and all sorts of things that are really, really hard to build on your own. I can't focus out of it. It's focus trapped. It's whatever. It's good. I could go on for days. It's a good time. So that's that. And right now, this is early access. It's not done. All the components I showed you, these are done, but we're making Liveware versions for each of these. So you can just copy the Liveware version and not have to do what I just did, where you kind of fiddle with things a little bit. And there's going to be tricks and chart.js and Select2 and all of these things. We're just going to pack a bunch of components in so that you can use them in your app. And yeah, that's that. They're generically styled so you can easily change your little border radius or your shadow or whatever you want. That's that. Go build Blade components. Check out Alpine Components. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be seeing you.
Awesome. Great job as always. I'm super excited. I can't, it's unfortunate I have to keep running this because I want to go buy Alpine Components right now. I might pause the show for 5 minutes.
Pause the show. Come on.
Yeah, come on. It's my show. I can do whatever I want.
That's right.
All right. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
See ya.
Okay, everybody. We still have a lot more to go. A lot more. 7 more speakers or something like that. 6 more speakers. A lot. So we're going to take our final break. And then we're going to come back with 4 lightning talks. And then 2 more full presentations. So get up. You got 17 minutes, get a drink, hang out for a few, and then we'll be back with a whole bunch more talks. So stay tuned.
don't wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, I'll tie up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So give me all the scars, I'm a human being. Cover them with tattoos so you can't see. Knew it from the start, you had problems with me and the things I could be, I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Flashing red lights, driving at night, windowless ride, feeling alive. Nothing in sight, forever in flight. Follow those lines, we'll make it this time. Blurry street lights, work as a guide to memories that we're making tonight. Oh yeah, we'll make it tonight. Yeah. I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? I'm in a race that everybody's chasing fast. They wanna be that someone on the screen at last. They ain't looking inside for their needs in life. They wanna be liked by everybody in sight. But trust me, being free ain't spotlights. No, it's long nights and it's long fights with yourself all the time to get your mind right. But if you put in the work, you can find the light, alright? I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. 'Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? I'll just breathe in. 'Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? I'll just breathe in. Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, 'cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seeds as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright. And for the first time in a long time, I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago,
but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows. And we're all going in life, still nobody knows. But I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago. Back a year ago.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Let's just feature another one of our sponsors. This is Terra AI. Define, plan, and track mission critical product updates in one place. Laracon attendees get 25% off their premium plans with unlimited tasks, sprints, docs, and users. So basically, if you're doing software development, this is going to kind of manage everything for you. Really great looking product, a return sponsor again. So thanks a lot to them. Definitely check out their offer on the digital swag page. You can use this URL right here or just click it on the swag page. Link is in the description for the swag page. So check that out. And then also I just want to note, tons of great both giveaways, discounts, and everything else on the swag page. So make sure you go there, support our sponsors, get a deal. Also, a lot of the speakers have left items in the digital swag also. So courses and products and things that the speakers produce are there as well. So make sure you check that out and support them as well. Okay. Let's do this. 1 second. There he is. There he is. Look at that, those vibes there. The vibes are good.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so
you
are the first lightning talk. So this is now a big round of lightning talks for everybody. We got 4 in a row. So go ahead and kick it off and good luck.
Okay, thank you. I'll start by sharing my screen. And you should have it, Ian.
Yep, looks good.
Okay, let's get the party started here. So I'm going to talk about a nice little idea called route discovery. For people that don't know me, I'm Freek van der Heerta. I work at a company called Spatie. Like many of you, I'm active on Twitter. My handle is Freek Meurze. I have a blog, freek.dev, where I talk about Laravel development. I've created an uptime tracker called Odir and an exception tracker together with my colleagues at Spatie called Flare. Now, before heading into the talk itself, I want to say a quick few words on the open source efforts that Spatie does. We have about 300 packages registered on Packagist. They have been downloaded over 230 million times, and they are being downloaded 12 million times a month. You'll find a big list of everything that we did on our company website, and I'm pretty sure there's something there for your next project. Those packages are not free. There's a special license on them called Postcardware, which means that if you use a package of ours in production, you need to send us a postcard, and we share all those postcards on our virtual postcard wall. Now, open source isn't what pays our bills. What pays our bills are our paid products. So we create digital products such as Ray, which you saw Taylor using, and Mailcoach and Flare, and also premium courses such as testing Laravel, package training, and a few others. So check those out. Now, with that out of the way, let's discover some routes. So route discovery, what do I mean with route discovery? With route discovery, I mean that you're automatically going to register routes by just looking at the controllers and views in your project, and you won't register them manually. And you might think, what is wrong with a routes file? And there's really nothing wrong with a routes file. In fact, I was very pleased with Laravel when I first discovered a routes file. And I think the reason why you want to have auto discovery is because there are a lot of boring routes in a project as well. Take, for instance, maybe a documentation section, or maybe some administration sections without any publicly facing URLs. Wouldn't it be nice to just create the controllers and they would just work? And it makes sense to have something like this in Laravel, because Laravel can already discover a lot of things, such as commands, such as policies. So it makes sense that Laravel just takes care of the boring bits. Now, I know that in many of your minds, route discovery has a bad reputation. And I think it has a bad reputation because the older frameworks did it a little bit wrong. You had to go all in with route discovery without having an escape hatch of just registering stuff manually. And I think with mixing a route file with discovered routes is a nice balance. So in fact, the Laravel team they pursued the idea of route discovery a while ago. I think Nuno started it, and Taylor closed down the PR because there wasn't a consensus on how it should be implemented. So Taylor closed it down with this comment: since this appears to be quite controversial, I think this could be released as a package. And I stopped reading from there, and I thought, are you talking to me? And I thought, let's just try to make a best effort at how we can package this. So I created a new package called Spatie Laravel Route Discovery. And I released it, I think, 10 minutes before this talk. So there's a stable version now on GitHub. And this one can automatically discover routes for controllers and views. It can be used in combination with regular routes files, so you can discover the boring routes and still use your routes file for regular things. It is crazy easy to customize things. So if you want to give some special route name to a discovered route, that's no problem. And for those wondering about this, there is no performance impact. Locally, it takes a few CPU cycles, but on your development machine, you're not going to notice this. And on production, you're probably already caching all of your routes. So there's really no performance impact from this. I've talked a lot about this, but as many great people before me have said, show me the code. So let's head over to PHP Storm here. And I'm here in a vanilla Laravel 9 application, and I've already prepared it a little bit. I've got some helper commands, and I've already installed the package. But if I type here route list, then you see this beautiful new route list output, and there's nothing really here. These are like the standard things. So how can we discover views, for instance? So how you can discover views is like this. discover, views, in, and then a certain directory. And I'm going to pick the resources part, the views, and maybe I'm going to use a dedicated directory for this called discovery. But of course, you can use any name that you like. So I'm going to create a new directory here, discovery. And let's see what happens if I do route list now. Nothing, because there's nothing here yet. So let's create a kind of boring view here, maybe your contact page, something very simple. And let's add some content here. This is the contact page. No blade fanciness going on here, it's just a string. And let's take a look at our route list now. And now we see that we have a contact route in our application. And when I visit this route, I got a nifty command for that as well, so I can show it to you here. So we're visiting contact. Then you see that we have the contents of the contact page here. You'll also notice, and I'm going to say this explicitly for those that don't know the output here yet, this is the route name. So we actually also made that discovered route. We added a route name of there that's sort of equal to the URL. So if I dd out that, so I can dd something here. So I'm going to dd contact like that. Then you see that I get the full URL back to that route. Of course, you can have a subdirectory as well, subdirectory, and maybe something else in here, another blade. And here is some other content. And if I do a route list now, then we see that we registered another route here, and we gave it a route name as well. Now, you might think, yeah, can I manipulate all of the routes in one go? And yes, you can do that. Say, for instance, that you want to prefix all of these routes. How would you do that? Well, the good news is you already know how to do it. You can just do route prefix, my prefix perhaps, and you can group this one, move that in there like that. And let's see which routes are registered. And now we can see that all of these routes got a prefix. And of course, you can, if you want to discover multiple directories, you can have multiple discover statements here as well. And I really like the syntax. It's I think Taylor mentioned it also in his talk. It's good. It's a good API if it's just plain English. Discover, views in, and that directory. It doesn't get any simpler than that, I think. Okay, let's go to the other part that the package can do. So we have discovered the views. Now let's go and discover some directories. Let's see how we can do that. And maybe you can also guess this. So we are going to discover the controllers in a certain directory. Which directory? The app path, and then HTTP controllers. And maybe I'm also going to put them in a separate directory here. So I get a little bit hinted that all of the controllers in that directory will be auto-discovered. But you can also go full hardcore mode and just discover everything if you wanted to. But for this demo, I'm just going to do this. And maybe we will have the boring example, a block controller here, like that. And maybe we'll put an index method in here. Oh, typed a little bit wrong there. And let's do a route list now. And now we can see that we have our block route here going on. It points to discovery block controller index, and we also gave it that name. Now let's also add some other things here. Maybe we also want to have a store method here. Maybe also an update one. And this should have, of course, a post thing. Maybe another well-known one is maybe we want to destroy something, post like that. And let's see which routes are generated now. And we can see that the package does the right thing. So for that create route, we have a post route. For editing, we have put and patch. And for destroying things, we have delete going on here. Now, let's simplify this back a little bit. I'm only going to need these two. Now, imagine that you want to give this one another kind of route name. So as the route name, we now use block, but now let's do something else here. How can you override that? Well, you can do that with attributes. And if you don't know attributes, they're just a sort of super powered dog blocks. And the nice thing is you get auto completion on those as well. So we can say that the route name for this one should be my special snowflake or something like that. And let's take a look at the route list now. And now you can see that this route is my special snowflake that points to this route. You can also here have other middleware that you can pass here. You can pass it as a string or as an array. So my middleware, something like that. And let's do this, route list. And you can see that my eye doesn't fall in it. No, because the route list command doesn't show it by default, the middleware. If I make it a little bit more verbose, then we're going to see it. And here we see that the block route now has my middleware. Now, if you want to use middleware on all routes of the controller, you can just add that middleware on the control or the attribute on the controller level as well. So let me remove it here. I did something wrong. Yep. Let's do route list again. And now you can see that middleware is applied to both of these routes. And basically, yeah, anything that you can do in manual registering route, you can override this with attributes as well. So you can also override the method in the same way if you want. If I go back to web here, then yeah, prefixing things works here as you would expect. So my prefix again, my prefixed controllers maybe, my prefixed controllers function like that. Oh, let's move this one in. And I did something wrong here, but my eye doesn't see it immediately. You're probably all shouting at me now. You know what? I'm just going to copy this. Yeah, okay. Controllers. I'm a little bit messy here. I'm just going to copy this. Sorry about that. My prefixed controllers. And now with a little bit of luck, we see the prefixed controllers here as well. So you see that. And there are a lot of nifty things that the discovery will do for you. I don't know if you ever done things like this, where you have a route and you put here, like for instance, a post. It will eat up all of the rest of the routes. If we discover a route that is like that, then we will actually make sure that it gets discovered last, so that it doesn't eat up all the rest. And that's basically, yeah, the principles of this nifty little package. So let me go back to the slides. So like all of our packages, we've written a lot of documentation on this, which you can view on our documentation site. And I hope that just by seeing this, that if you were a little bit dismissive about the idea of route discovery, that this convinced you that it could be a nice approach if you can mix and match it with what you're doing regularly. It isn't an all or nothing approach. For my personal blog, freek.dev, I'm just relying on this 100%. If you take a look at the routes file there, you won't find any manual routes there because it's just a simple application. But I think in a sizable application, you'll always have like routes that you really want to control yourself and maybe register them automatically for the boring kind of routes. So there's one more thing that I want to share before I close down this lightning talk. I've said that we at Spatie have made some premium video courses. We're currently recording another one called Writing Readable PHP. So we're going back to the basics. It's a premium course that will come out early this year. At Spatie, we often say that writing the code that works, that is the minimum that you can do. After that, you should optimize the code for readability and maintainability. And in this course, we are going to share all the tricks. And we've decided not to go by this ourselves. Well-known community member and my personal buddy, Christoph Rumpel, is going to help us making the best course on this subject that's available. If you are interested in this, you can sign up for our waiting list at spatie.be/readable-php. So that's all that I have for you. The package is released. You can see the documentation on that URL. I've also written the blog post on it. If you're wondering which theme, IDE, font size, whatnot I use, I've listed that on freek.dev/uses, and take a look at our paid products as well, and enjoy the rest of your Laracon. Thanks for your attention.
Awesome. Great job as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. And yeah, have fun at the remainder of the conference.
Yes, we will. We still got a ways to go.
Cool.
Okay. Just gonna go through here quick. Intro Erica. Oh, I see a typo, but I'm just gonna keep moving. We're gonna move through the typo. All right, let's see. Okay, looking good. Stop the share. Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear? No? Yes?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I got it.
Classic Zoom.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, take it away, Erica. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen now.
And I can, oh, yes, I can see it.
Is that good?
Yep, all good.
All right. So let's get going. Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to Laracon. I'm Erica Heidi. It's a pleasure to be here in another Laracon. And I'll be presenting today the art of programming. So before getting started, I really have to go about a little bit about me, a brief story. I promise I will keep it brief, just to let you know how I came to be a web developer, working with web development and PHP and whatnot. So it all started with my parents, of course. So this is my mom and my dad. They are very different from each other. My mom is Brazilian. She's an artist. My dad is German. He's an engineer. My mom is a cat person. She likes arts and all sorts of things related. My dad, he likes his numbers, his spreadsheets. He's a dog person. So they are very different, but they kind of complement each other. And of course, I've been very influenced by both of them growing up. But I spent a lot of more time with my mom. So we did lots of arts and crafts together. And I always thought I would be an artist when I grew up. But something happened that changed everything. Computers happened. So I first had contact with coding at school. It was unusual, but I was lucky enough to have some coding lessons at school. But that's not really when it clicked for me. Only when we got a computer at home you know, and I was about 14 years old, I think, when we got our first computer at home, and we had internet, dial up, and technology was, you know, boom, you know, cell phones were starting to be a thing, and the internet. So everything changed after that. So I started using IRC, connecting to other people, and I started writing little scripts for IRC. You know, just little automations to love colors and do things like that, silly things. So that's when it started to be fun. And when I started having fun, that's when I thought, well, I want to work with this, but I don't know yet what I'm going to do, but I want to work with this. And at my age at the time, the natural path forward would be to look for a graduation. So that's what I went after. I tried a couple times and I got in. In Brazil, we have free education, and I managed to get in. And I had big expectations, of course. But it was a really frustrating experience for me, really, because I couldn't go past the math disciplines, the mathematics, algebra, calculus, statistics. That was really hard for me. And you would just abandon the discipline and try again the next semester. Eventually, I just abandoned the course. But I was really good at all the coding classes, all the coding disciplines. I even got 98 in Java, which is crazy for me thinking right now. But yeah, I got it. And, you know, I would help other classmates and all. So why it didn't work for me? I was really frustrated for a long time. But since then, I started asking myself, is programming science or is it art? You know, that was a question that came up because I was working already as a developer and all, but I couldn't go through the graduation. It was really hard for me. So to answer this question, we need to go back to the early days of coding. So this lady here is Margaret Hamilton. In case you don't know her, she was very important for the project Apollo. Without her contributions, it would be very hard for us to land in the moon. She wrote some really critical code for the landing and handling errors and all. She even got a Medal of Honor from Obama in 2016 for her contributions. And she has several interviews, and one of his interviews, she says, she tells the story of how it was back then. And she tells us that software during the early days of the project was treated like a stepchild and not taken seriously as hardware engineering. It was regarded as art and magic and not science. So that's very important. It's our starting point. But what is art anyways, right? We must come to a definition because it's a very broadly used term that kind of loses its meaning. So let's see some definitions. The Oxford Dictionary says that art is works produced by human creative skill and imagination. It's also good to see what artists have to say about art, right? And I think this is a really great quote from Alberto Giacometti. He was a sculptor, a famous sculptor, and he says that the object of art is not to reproduce reality, but to create a reality of the same intensity. And that is basically what we do, right, as developers. But let's go ahead. I also want to quote my mom. She's also an artist. So this is something that she said to me once, and I never forgot. She said that art is not meant to be perfect because it is made by humans and we are not perfect either. She said that perfect work is the work of machines, and you have to have some imperfections, made it human, makes it art, it makes it human. Okay, so let's see some key aspects that I want to focus for the definition of art. Creativity and imagination. It's also an output, is a work produced. It's not just on your mind. You have to produce something. It depicts an alternate reality. It is not meant to be perfect. Let's then demystify the term art, because there's a lot of usage that's not quite what I'm meaning with this. So what I mean in this talk, when I use the word art, it's not an adjective, it's a noun. It doesn't need to be good. It doesn't need to be beautiful. It's art. So I also would like to say a word about creativity, because these are very interconnected terms and concepts. So let's talk a little bit about creativity. There is a myth about creativity. And this myth lives on because it appeals to romantic prejudices about invention. There is a myth about how something new comes to be. It often says, the myth says that people are born geniuses and they just have brilliant ideas out of nothing. They are just sleeping or doing something, whatever, and then a brilliant idea comes to mind and they don't have to work hard for it because they are born with this. And that is really a lie. That is not true, right? The biggest musicians, composers of all time, they had to work really hard for creating their compositions, to create their arts, and this is a myth. So this is a really interesting book, How to Fly a Horse, from Kevin Ashton, if you are interested. And the important bit here is that we are all born creative. See how children are very creative, you know. We are educated out of it with our educational system and other capitalism and other things. We are led to believe that we are not creative or we don't have this inside of us, but we are all creative. It's human nature. Humans are creative. We just need to really find that connection again. So let's get back to software. Margaret Hamilton started to use the term software engineering to distinguish it from other kinds of engineering, hardware and others. And it was an ongoing joke for a long time. People would think that she was crazy to say these things. And they thought that she was radical. This was a radical idea. So think about it right now, where we are privileged with our careers and everything. And it was not even a thing back then. It took a long time for the term to be accepted. So the truth about software engineering, let's hear it. It is still very young. How often do you hear about a bridge collapsing, a building really collapsing and just, you know, burning down? Sometimes it happens, but it's not so often as software, right? Of course. It is strongly based on trial and error, even tests. The best we can do is test our whole application, but it's still trial and error. It's not the same as mathematical proof. So I like to think of programming languages as building blocks. So programming languages are like Legos. They are very well specced. They have known sizes and they follow patterns and everything. But you can go vanilla. So the pieces are available at different sizes and all, and the different ways you can build, right? So you can go vanilla, for instance, or you can use a framework. But the rest is really up to you. What you're going to build. If you're going to build small or big, if you're going to do something simple, use lots of colors and lots of components, if you're going to build something really complex, it's really up to you. So I came to the conclusion that programming is both art and science. Programming is art built on top of logic, like Legos. And what it is to be an artisan then? So I asked this question on Twitter and I got some really great answers. So I had some here that I liked and I want to share. Mohammed said that for me, an artisan is someone who gets work done and has passion to the craft without being a fundamentalist. Cool. Brian Dillingham said that he considers artisan in the Laravel context to mean that we are of a mindset to be creators and the tools are the pathway, not the destination. I love that. Sean Lindstrom said that excellence in the application of one's craft as an artisan in the Laravel community, it means always learning, teaching, and sharing with humility and empathy. I also really like that because it resonates with the community in my experience in the Laravel community, which I love. So I'd like to share my vision as well of what makes an artisan. So I think that this is the artisan way. It's a perfect balance of a few different elements because technical knowledge will not get you far. Only technology knowledge. You need curiosity to keep up with the changes and learn new things. You need creativity to come up with solutions because you'll never know everything. Sometimes you have limitations and you really need to be creative to overcome the limitations that you have with a library, limitations on an API maybe, or something. You need to find a workaround. And we Brazilians are very good with that, actually. I must say, we are really good at gambiarras. Creativity, we make up for experience when you don't have much experience, but they both combined are much better. If you have experience and creativity, then you go very far. But you also need technical knowledge and curiosity to keep searching and keep looking for new answers and new solutions. So the artisan has this balance of things. You might not be always in the center, but you have these elements that you have to explore. And this is the artisan way. I would like to leave you with this quote from Andy Warhol that I really like. And it says that, don't think about making art, just get it done. Let everyone else decide if it's good or bad, whether they love it or hate it. While they are deciding, make even more art. The judgments, you leave for the others to do. Don't worry about that. Just keep making art. And replace art with code or with open source. And yeah, it just works because that is the truth. Keep making open source, keep making codes. There is a space for everybody on GitHub. I am sure there is a space. And you can share your code, you can share your projects, and the mentality that you are reinventing the wheel, I really go against that thing that people say, oh, you are reinventing the wheel. How can we come up with better wheels if we don't stop and think about better ways to do things, right? Imagine if Taylor thought, well, there already are few frameworks, so I'm not going to bother doing Laravel, or not going to bother creating a new framework because there are already others. So you cannot think that way. We really must keep trying to improve things. Otherwise, we're not going to improve as a society. We have to keep doing it, and everyone will help. Everyone comes with new ideas. Everyone has your individuality, will bring your own experiences. Your code is an expression of how you think, and you have different connections. You have different experiences, so you will always express differently your ideas in code as well. Thank you so much. That was all I had for today. I hope you have enjoyed this talk. And I'm Erica Heidi on Twitter. And this is my website, aheidi.dev. And feel free to share your ideas and your comments about the talk or anything, connect on Twitter, and I'll be happy to engage. Thank you again. Hope to see you in other Laracons.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Great job. All right, we're going to keep moving along. We got more speakers. It's the lightning round. Let's get Rory in here. Okay. Let's see. He's coming in. All right, there he is. Okay, sounds good. Take it away. Looks
All right.
good.
Thanks, Ian.
Thanks.
So my name is Rory McDaniel. I am a senior software engineer at Red Ventures, where I am part of a team that supports Bankrate.com. I've been using Laravel since 2013, all the way back in the days of 4.0. I've been using Lando since early 2019. Lando is a CLI tool that makes creating your local development environment, a containerized environment, ridiculously simple. It handles all of the abstractions and the really complicated setup for you, so you don't have to worry about any of that. So why would I want to use that? Well, first off, a containerized environment has a lot of advantages. For one thing, if you have, a lot of times you've seen maybe containerized environments that maybe it's just a Docker image, but it's really not much different than, say, a Vagrant server, because we put the whole server on one image. Lando takes care of making sure that we have all our different services, a PHP service, a Redis service, a database service, and that's all handled for us. It's isolated from our local machine. So I don't know about you, but I'm always hesitant to upgrade to that next version of macOS because I know it's just going to blow up my environment. Well, with something like Lando, it's really not much of a big deal. As long as that utility still runs, I start it up and I'm good. I've had my hard drive die before. And once I got my new one set up, you'd think it'd be a pain. No, I've got everything in my repo, Lando start, and I'm back up and running again. Lando is centered around one configuration file, a .lando.ymo. And you can commit this to your repo and share it across your entire team. It doesn't matter if you're on Mac OS, Linux, or Windows, it just works. And then one of the main reasons that I was initially drawn to Lando, at the time I was working for a small agency, and we had Laravel, WordPress, Magento, and many other different projects. And I needed something that was going to simplify life for my developers. And when I found Lando, everything worked the same. All I knew was that I had to Lando start, and any command I wanted to run, Lando Artisan, Lando WP, it all was right there, a very similar API. And it just made life a lot better for my developers. Sometimes it can be a pain to run something like an Artisan command or Composer within a containerized environment, maybe a complicated syntax, or you have to drop into a shell first. This is all exposed through Lando, and you don't have to worry about that. It's open source, and in my opinion, it's the best kind of spirit of open source, where they really just want everyone to have the best possible tools. It's not beholden to any one organization or just a tool to try to get you to buy some other service. The configuration file and really Lando itself is designed to be centered around your application. You don't have to micromanage services and understand how each little thing goes together. But if you do and you want to, you have that ability. And there's no Docker knowledge that's actually required. So this makes it great when you're onboarding new developers. Maybe they haven't had that experience. It doesn't really matter. Your README can be as simple as install Lando, Lando start, obtain the secrets from your team, and you're done. The documentation really is great. It'll show you the high level stuff, and then you can dig into the specifics for what you need. One of the things that I love, for every application that has a URL, which for us is going to be most, if not all of them, it's going to generate a DNS, or pardon me, it's going to generate a URL for you, and it's going to be a star.lndo.site, myapp.lndo.site. There's an actual DNS entry out there for star.lndo.site to your local host. And then not only on top of that, they include a certificate authority that you can trust, and then you have local TLS. You're always going to be running HTTPS in your production. So why worry about any of the local certificate errors or security errors locally when you can be dealing with a trusted certificate? Very common scenario, you might have one service that's an API, another one that consumes that API. As long as you make sure that they're both running, Lando makes sure the networking between the two happens automatically. There's a whole bunch of events that you can hook into. I use them primarily for build steps, run my Composer install, NPM install. Maybe I can install a specific PHP extension that one project needs. I talked to one guy that he used the post start event at the very end just to echo out a message to remind him to check his email before he got started. So there's really no limit on what you can do with these hooks, as long as it's something that you can script. As I've mentioned before, you can get to Artisan and Composer ridiculously easy, but you can also add your own tooling. The defaults are very easy right out of the box, but you can get really, really granular. And they have a preset recipe for quite a few frameworks. These are the recipes that, as of at least a few weeks ago, what they had available. I've used the Laravel, WordPress, LAMP, LEMP, and Mean recipes pretty extensively, most of all the Laravel one. And that's what we'll look at today. But a recipe is a sort of a preset for your application with certain defaults. And then it'll have a database service, a PHP service, and then you can modify or augment those services depending on what your application needs. These services are all available from Lando, but if there's something that you need, it's a little bit of configuration that mostly involves specifying the container you're going to use. I did that when I wanted to use Kibana for my Elasticsearch instance, and that was really easy and it worked great. To install Lando, there are some things, it's really pretty easy. You're just going to go download it and install it. There might be a few extra things if you're installing it on Windows, so make sure you check it out, check out the docs if that's the case. While it's optional, I highly recommend you trust the CA, but for the most part, it's just download, install, and you're ready to go. When you get started with a new project, you're going to start with your existing source code. You run a Lando init, and that's going to allow you to interactively generate a default config file. This is the one that comes up whenever I choose the Laravel preset. And you see the name of my recipe here, and you also have to specify your web root. But out of the box, this one here, I needed to go back. This is going to give me a default PHP 7.4. You're going to have a MySQL database, and then an Apache LAMP server. Now, take note that this one was not really taking into account that Laravel 9 requires PHP 8.0. So if you do that, you'll want to specify your PHP version, which is really simple. In these configurations now, if I want, I can switch to Nginx just by specifying this via Nginx. My PHP version I can specify here. This is great if you have an older application that needs to be updated. So what happens is you simply maybe check out a new branch, update that, run a rebuild, and then you can go through, work on your upgrade. If something comes through, you need to go back to your main branch, you can switch it, do another rebuild, and you're right back where you were. I'm a huge proponent of using Xdebug, and I always hear how complicated it is to set up and use. Maybe that's true in other environments, but not for Lando. This right here is all it takes to get Xdebug up and running, and using it is just as simple. If I want an entire Redis instance, this allows it to go ahead, creates the instance, networks it, and gets it set up. As I mentioned, by default, it gives you a MySQL database, but this is what you need to do to specify Postgres. And you can also, by appending a colon to the end of the Postgres, go ahead and specify your version number. Now, if you think about what's going on when you have a containerized environment, you have two separate file systems. You have a file system on your local computer and another file system on your container. Docker is going to take care behind the scenes of making sure that those two file systems are in sync. For things like your vendor and your node modules, that takes a lot of effort. And sometimes you can have those fans get running too much or just slow things down. This little excludes key, I highly recommend putting it on any project. The only time you would not want to do that is maybe if you're doing local package development, because if you go in and manually edit these files, those changes aren't going to be reflected in your container. But when you make your changes by a composer require or an npm install, that is reflected, as well as anytime you do a restart, it syncs it as well. You can easily specify additional services. So for a Laravel app, I might want a node service to go ahead and build my front end. I love having MailHog for my local mail, and this is all that's required to get that going. This is how I specified the build step that I mentioned before. For my build hook, I just have it checked to see if there's an existing .m file. If there's not, it's just going to copy from my example. But if there is, it's just going to say, hey, it's already there. And then it's going to run my composer install, generate my app key, and then migrate my database. Now, because I'm touching the database, I made sure that I specified here that this step depends on the database being ready. Otherwise, you're very often going to happen that this app server is ready first, and that step would fail. You can specify an additional PHP service if you want. I like to have a Horizon running in a separate service, which I think is great for managing your queues. You just always want to make sure that you specify your PHP version so that it matches whatever version that you are running, hopefully the latest version, and then the VIA CLI. This command goes there. And then what I have this do is I add this overrides restart always, and that allows Docker to gracefully restart this container whenever it's stopped, which with Horizon, we're going to want to do that intentionally anytime we have a change that we want it to pick up. This proxy section is going to allow us to come through and set URLs for application. As I mentioned, by default, you don't need this section at all. It can just have, it's going to give you this laracon.lndo.site domain. But maybe you have a legacy project that you want to use a .test domain, or you just really want to do that. Note that if you use something that's other than this, you will need to edit your local DNS like you normally would. And then I like to specify this mail.laracon.lndo.site so that I can have all of my local mail set in one place, and it's always an easy URL to remember. Tooling, this one is really cool. You can basically, anything that can be scripted can be available to you here, and it will run within the container. You simply give it a name, and really these names don't matter. I just like, of course, for the name to mimic or to make sense for what it's going to be. You have to tell it what service that this is going to go to, and this is going to match whatever the name that you gave the service. Always good practice to give a description. And then for some reason, when I'm trying to run this Horizon terminate within Docker, it wants it to be run as root. So that's why I added it there, even though most of the time you run it as a non-privileged user. I like to run my PHP unit tests on the command line this way, and you can see them. You can also generate a coverage report, which, as you know, has a slightly different syntax. And then right here, I was able to add this env to give me a different environment variable that's only going to be within the context of this specific tool. And then PHP stand for your static analysis. This is only really limited by your creativity. If it can be scripted, you can use it as a tool. Now, with your .env, you're going to have to make just a few changes from the things that you would normally do in a standard Laravel app. Your database host is going to be the word database. That's the actual host name within the Docker network. Now, because I used a Postgres database within the Laravel recipe, these are my database credentials. The database is Laravel with Postgres and Postgres. I put down here, if you're using a MySQL database, it's just Laravel all the way through. If you're using any different recipe, check the documentation for that recipe, and they do give you what those defaults are, but you always have the option to override if you wanted to, for some reason, to change and use custom credentials, and that's available in the documentation. Actually, right now, the default .m.example in Laravel works with the MailHog setting for Lando right out of the box, but I highlighted it here that again to show what you would put for that. So let's do a real brief demo here. And in order to get these things, I'm just going to do a Lando artisan, and we do Tinker, and now I'm right in an interactive shell here for Tinker. If I want, I can run a composer require or Lando composer, Lando npm. I won't because those take a little while. I really like that there's a Lando DB export, and that's going to go through and dump my entire database there. And then if I want, I can then do that Lando DB import. And now my entire database has just, it noticed it dropped the existing database and then imported what I have there. There's a flag that you can use so that it won't destroy it. If I want to drop down into my database, because I have Postgres, I can do Lando pSQL, and I'm right there. I won't take much more time with that. And then there's all sorts of apps or commands you can do just by seeing Lando. You can do Lando list to see what's container, Lando stop to shut this one down, or my favorite, because there's a Star Wars reference at the very beginning, Lando power off to shut down all of my running containers. And it helps if you type the right command. And it says, no, shut them all down. So that's all I had for you today. It's a lot to try to get through in 15 minutes. I hope it's been useful. I'm available on Twitter. I've put the code for this up on GitHub, and I'll link to it in the slides that I'll put up on Twitter. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Great job. All right, I keep moving here. Let's see. Well, let me share my screen quick. A proper intro. Okay. All right. Hello.
Hiya.
Okay. I think we're ready.
Are we? Okay. Oh dear. Okay, let's do it.
Deep breath.
I'll try.
Relaxation.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see your screen. You're good.
Great. Okay, let's get started. Deep breath. Right. So, you know how WordPress is known for its famous 5-minute installation? Well, I'm here to challenge it with this Jigsaw challenge, where I'm going to install, customize, and deploy Jigsaw website in 10 minutes. Well, if I'm lucky. My name is Zuzana Kunskova. I'm a programmer at Titan and the founder of Laravel's, the community for women, non-binary, and trans Laravel developers. Jigsaw is a static site generator built by Titan that's using Laravel's Blade, which makes it super friendly for Laravel devs to use. I'll talk about Jigsaw some more in a moment, but I think it's time to get started with this challenge now. Okay, let's start the timer. Wish me luck. Right, there I go. So I'm going to open my terminal. In here, I already created this Jigsaw challenge Laracon directory, and I'm going to run the composer required Jigsaw Titan code Jigsaw command. Now, I can't type and talk, so I'm going to copy paste everything to make it easier, because otherwise I'll do a lot of typos. Now this, as you could see, this took only a moment. It's not big at all. Jigsaw is not big at all. Next, I'm going to initialize the website using the block template. Now this might take a moment, so I'm going to go and open the Jigsaw website to talk about Jigsaw now. Now, as I said, Jigsaw is a static site generator developed and maintained by Titan. I believe it's the #1 PHP-based static site generator based on the number of GitHub stars. You might think that I chose Jigsaw because I work at Titan, but I actually started using Jigsaw way before that. My personal website used to run on Jigsaw. Laravel's first website was a Jigsaw site, and I actually created a course about Jigsaw for LinkedIn Learning. So I've been a fan of Jigsaw for a while, and I thought it would be great to share how easy it is to get a website up and running. Now, these are the docs, and yeah, you've got really clear instructions how to get started, install Jigsaw, initialize the project, what is the default directory structure, and so on. Now, let me check if it's finished. Yes, it is. So I'm going to go open it in my code editor. I'm using VS Code. Not that it matters, but I thought I'd just say it. And also, because I'm running Valet under the hood, I can actually just show you what the default site looks like this. Okay, so this is the default site. We've got some default content. We've got a few pages, the blog page, about page, contact page. I'm going to change a lot of it, so don't get used to it. In here, I'm going to mainly work in the source directory, and I'm going to delete the about page, like I said. I don't want the blog page either. I don't want the contact page. Now, because I've deleted these pages, I'm going to go to the main layout and get rid of the navigation, because I don't need it. Why would I have it now? So this is one bit. Then I'm going to delete this. Even if I save this, you won't see any changes, because I'm not running any watcher behind the scenes, because that actually takes a moment to compile. So I'm just going to do all the things locally and then build it at the end. I also got rid of this gray background. I'm going to remove the image, the logo, because I don't want it there. And I also don't want this to be blue, the text. So I'm going to get rid of these Tailwind classes. So this one and the hover one. Okay, so that's all I want to do in here. Next, I'm going to go into my index file and I'm going to delete pretty much everything which is inside this body section and replace it with my code snippet. Again, if I was to type it out, we would be here tomorrow. So believe me, even finding the snippet takes a moment when my hands are shaking. God, why did I even decide to do live coding? I have no idea. Anyway, so this is the really, really simple website I'm going to do here. I'm also going to add, as you can see, it's using an image. So I'm going to add an image to this assets, image or IMG directory. Here is the image. This is what I'm using. And so this is all I wanted to do here. Next, I'm going to go to this config.php file and I'm going to, because currently the site is called blog starter template. So I'm going to replace it with SusannaCon, because why not? If I can have a little conference, I'm going to do it now. And also the description will be Jigsaw Challenge. Oh, see, I should have just copied it. Laracon Winter 2022. So that's what I wanted to do here. And finally, last thing I want to do here is create the netlify.toml file, which is a file that's going to tell Netlify how to deploy the site. So I'm going to go back to the Jigsaw docs, go to deploying your site, scroll down to using Netlify and copy this command. So it will tell Netlify that it needs to run npm run prod, and it's going to publish the build production directory, which is going to be created when we run that command. So next thing, I'm going to actually run the build. So you can see what it looks like. Just a moment. There you go. This doesn't take any, I mean, look, 0.16 seconds. And I'm going to refresh the site to see what it looks like. So this is my custom site. Yes. Right, so the first part of the challenge is done. Next, I'm going to push everything to GitHub. So initialize git add everything, git commits, initial. Oh, see, initial commit. Sorry, I do know how to spell, just not when people are watching me. Then I'm going to go to GitHub and create a new repository. So I'm going to copy this name because otherwise I wouldn't mess it up. I'll keep it public so you can check it out later and create it. Then I'm going to copy this, go back to my terminal, paste it in here, and my code will hopefully be up on GitHub, and here it is. Good. Next step, let's go to Netlify. Okay, I'm doing quite okay on time. I don't know if you're keeping an eye on it because I'm not. I mean, my focus is somewhere else. Right, I'm going to add new site, import an existing project from GitHub. My Netlify is already authenticated with GitHub, so everything is fine. In here, I'm going to look for, no, see. I'm going to have to type it Jigsaw Challenge Laracon. And there is my repo. Come on, Netlify, there it is. Now, because I added the netlify.toml file, I actually don't have to do anything here. I mean, all of the commands, everything has been pre-selected because Netlify went, read the file, and then added everything in. I didn't have to use the netlify.toml file. I could have done it manually. It's perfectly fine, but you know, whatever works for you. So all I have to do is now deploy the site and pray and wait. I can click on the build to see what's going on. It's already started. If I don't want to look at this, I can play a game, which is, I mean, playing this Match the Pairs game would normally be fun. But again, when people watching me, it's just, I'm seeing the pictures, but I'm not really seeing them. This is terrible. This is probably, that was the dog right there, isn't it? It's probably harder than the whole challenge altogether, to be fair. I don't think I'm going to finish this. Is it? No. Oh my God, terrible at this. I promise you, people are probably screaming at the, you know, at the computer. Susanna, come on, pay attention. No, you know what? Hold on. I'm just going to not play it because this is way too stressful. Let's see what Netlify has done. So starting the build, it read the netlify.toml file. It's running the npm run prod command, which will then create the, what is it going to create? It's going to create this build production directory, which will be, as here we've got the build local, which is for the local development. But when you deploy it for production, there will be another one. Okay, that's done, that's done, that's done. Okay, build successful, deploy site, scroll down, and the site is live. Okay, let's click preview and it's there, I've done it. Oh, God, I can breathe again. Okay, right, I'm gonna stop the timer. As you can see, I've done it with like just over 2 minutes to spare. I've done it, I can't believe it. Okay, I should believe it because I knew what I was doing, but still, you never know what can go wrong. So tweet a link to a site you built, tag in Jigsaw by Titan, and use the hashtag #BuildWithJigsaw for a chance to win some Titan swag. So please do that. And yeah, let me show you my last slide. There are some links if you wanted to get in touch with me. So I am Zuzana_Kunskova on Twitter. We can follow Laravel's PHP on Twitter. This is my personal website. I've got links to all my courses. I've done 3 courses on LinkedIn Learning so far, so you can go and check them out. Laravel's website, where you can see, we've got a directory of all Laravels I have found so far, and I've got more that are coming. Check out titan.com, new website. We went live with the new branding today. And by the way, Titan website is running on Jigsaw as well, which is fantastic. And jigsaw.titan.com website with the docs and everything else. And I also wanted to mention that the Laravel drawing that you saw right here, this was done by my daughter, Mariam, which is only 11 years old. And I think she's amazing. So she's been doing these little drawings for me. And sometimes I share them on Twitter. So yeah, I think that's all. I hope you enjoy this challenge. And next time you need a quick website, remember Titan or remember Jigsaw by Titan. Enjoy the rest of Laracon.
Wow.
I mean,
You did it. See, I never had a doubt.
Unbelievable. But like, typing live, it's hard. Like my fingers didn't want to listen to me. It's horrible.
Came in way under.
I know.
Now I think we need to have like coding challenges as part of like every Laracon. We need to make this in here.
But I'm not doing it again though.
You can supervise the next one, while somebody else do it.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't ask me for advice because I would just tell them don't do it. But I hope you enjoyed it. Cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, that's the end of the lightning talks. And they go fast. Holy cow. Okay. Last of the silver sponsors, About You. About You, one of the fastest growing e-commerce players in Europe and Hamburg's first unicorn, and they are hiring Laravel developers. That is people like you. And they're giving away a Raspberry Pi as well. So again, go to the digital swag, check out About You. And you can enter the giveaway. Obviously, they have information on the job openings they have, and they have a bunch of job openings. So if you're looking for a new adventure, check them out. And even otherwise, go see if you can win a Raspberry Pi. Thanks a lot to About You for once again sponsoring Laracon. Really appreciate it. Okay. Ashley is up. 2 talks to go. 2 big talks. These are really, really great talks. I'm very excited for these. Get him in here. There we go.
Howdy.
Hello.
There's a lot going on. 1 second.
I gotta up my stream game like you. You just have the best setup. I'm so envious of your setup. It's
I bought all of this stuff because I wanted to start my own screencast site like Laracast, and then realized I wasn't nearly as good, so I never bothered. So now it's for Zoom calls. Can you see?
Buy the house too, the brick wall, the whole thing? It's great.
That's definitely wallpaper. That's not real, but don't tell anybody. Can you see my Pikachu?
Yes, you're good. Take it away.
Perfect. Okie dokie. Thanks a lot. Howdy, everyone. I'm hoping I place the eyeballs correctly, or this will be a terrible little Easter egg. I'm hoping it fits in the O's of Zoom. We'll see. So my talk is slightly different. I'm not doing any live coding. I don't have the nerve for it at all. I don't know how people do it. And these talks have been pretty incredible to level up your individual skills and learn new things. Caleb's especially, I really enjoyed. But I want to give a broader overview of how our team works and how teams can be successful. So how you can take your individual skills, mix them with other people in your team, and make that a success. So I'll give you a look behind the scenes into how we work day to day within our giant monolith pretty successfully. We're using Laravel monolith for millions of users with 15 or so developers right now, few thousand tests, and transacting millions of pounds. So I'll show you our systems, some of our code, how we set up our tasks and stories, and the processes that we use in our team. So you can see what other teams are up to and take any bits that you like to your team and then leave the bits you don't. I also have 2 calls to arms in here, which I think maybe is excessive, but we'll get to those in a minute. And so I'll show you what works for us, why simplicity is underrated, how Pikachu helps, I think, and why handling 500 million requests a month is pretty straightforward with Laravel and boring tech. So then you can take what you like, leave what you don't, all good. I suppose the first order of business, though, is some background. Where are these 500 million requests going to? What's going on? Which monolith am I talking about? I'm talking about Current Classic. I'm talking mostly about my experience with Current Classic. I'm the director of engineering at Current Classic. And Current Classic helps people securely buy and sell fancy cars, basically really cool cars, and bikes and plates. And Current Classic started with one developer 15.5 years ago, and it grew organically over time, and the code base was full of files with mixed HTML and CSS and JavaScript and PHP. It was lovely. And back in the day, I had the fun task of porting that messy legacy code from PHP 5.4 to PHP 7.2. Those were interesting days. Recently, we've done a ton of work migrating our legacy code to Laravel, and that's just helped me fall in love with Laravel even more, basically. I knew Laravel code is nicely tested. It's really nice and clean. It's so easy to use. It's so maintainable, and it's setting us up for a really exciting future. So, as I said, Current Classic helps people buy and sell fancy cars. One of them is this cool-ass car, a 1964 Porsche 356, which I can't afford, but I really, really want. And we also sell some weird cars as well, like this 1963 PLP 50 microcar, which I think was on Top Gear with Clarkson. Jeremy Clarkson, I think, took it into some offices. I think they only ever made 50 of these, something like that. Anyway, we're an entirely distributed company. In engineering, we have 16 or so developers across 8 countries and 4 time zones, 2 turtle doves, it just fit, and 1 repo, 1 monolith. And we're still hiring and growing rapidly. And I think we'll be able to grow with our current processes, probably up to 30 or so developers in the next 6 months or so. And like everybody else, we're also hiring awesome humans if you fancy it. So I think that sets the stage of who we are, what we do, a rough scale of kind of where we're operating. Company of 80, fully distributed, 5 million users, hundreds of millions of requests, handling payments of millions of pounds, with a million problems. Let's quickly talk about simplicity and boring technology. This is one of my calls to arms, maybe. I listened to Taylor earlier, and he was completely right. He said the Laravel community isn't scared to try new things. We're always innovating. And I agree, we should keep experimenting. It keeps the ecosystem fresh. It keeps things interesting. But I will argue against Taylor slightly, although I'm sure that's illegal, and argue for simplicity. So I really love the simplicity of Laravel and Blade, with a minimal amount of JavaScript. So I think we should innovate frequently until those things kind of become routine, and then they're everywhere and not any more bleeding edge. And boring technology, as I call it, can handle massive scale. I think we have boring technology, but it works really bloody well. And so we experiment frequently, but know that simplicity works too. So we have to keep innovating, and we will keep innovating until those things become routine and part of our standard world. There's a great article called Choose Boring Technology by Dan McKinley, which explains it much better than I could possibly think of. So, we're using best practices. We write good code. We will stay up to date. Our tech stack will be up to date. So I'm not advocating for legacy, outdated tech, but you can handle 500 million requests, 5 million users, tens of millions of pounds with what comes out of the box with Laravel. Laravel, Blade, Apache, you're good to go. You don't need Kubernetes, Docker, Elastic Auto Scaling, Magic Kingdom stuff, unless you're Fathom Analytics maybe, who do. So our tech stack isn't the sexiest yet, because migrating a 15-year-old legacy app takes a while. And we're not using Nuxt, we're not using Pest, we're not using that cool sidecar thing that Aaron spoke about earlier, although I really want to now. But it really works well, and so we'll obviously upgrade shortly. We're not on Laravel 9 yet, we're not on Nova 4 yet, but we will be. And so I'm not advocating for a legacy stack, but I am advocating for straightforward and known, a Blade form and Laravel validation over a Vue form and JavaScript validation, for example. It just works in more cases. It is just more predictable. So you can go really far with the basics. You should feel comfortable not chasing for the newest things in town. And so don't overthink it too much. Concentrate on the end user. Get stuff done. You'll be successful. So let's get to know Laravel and Pikachu. Let's figure out how they help us be successful. And we'll show you a bit how we work. And you can take any bits you like. Some will say I forced this acronym, and they'd be completely right. I want to quickly run through my patented, as seen on TV, pop-off system for team success. I've never managed once to pop off in Rocket League, but we're doing pretty well team-wise, so you can probably trust this incredible system. So there are 6 steps I want to cover. We won't have time to go in depth into all of them. But we're also documenting, or trying to document more, how we work in public at CarOnClassic.engineering. So if you want to see where we're at and where we end up, and our career progression framework, the tools we use, go and have a look over there. But before we dive into our first P in pop-off, look at this design. That's so good. Okay, let's look at the first P in pop-off. People. So people are the most important part. People are everything. If you want to be successful, you need great people. The team you work with is incredibly important. The community you immerse yourself in, and Laravel is an incredible one, is so important. Nothing happens without people. We write code for people. We build websites to improve people's lives. So at the center of everything we do are people. And it's important to remember that. And it's also important to note that if you work with and partner with great people, you can do great things. You can achieve more collectively together than anyone could dream of individually. So keep that in mind as the first P. And the first part of our success, at least with Laravel, is to hire the right people. So we hire people at different levels, from different backgrounds, different countries. We even hire some people with hair. And we hire and work with people who love to learn, who love to help, people obsessed with quality, not stagnating or standing still. And I've been using Pikachu to help with this. But, you can see Pikachu there on the left, waving in our job description for the senior job role that we have out. You can see Pikachu at the top right in our kind of public website with our operating system, essentially. Pikachu shows up everywhere. Maybe too much. You'd have to ask the people on the team. But for me, Pikachu is a perfect reminder that we're all human. We're not a faceless company. We're not avatars on the screen. We're not coding monkeys. We're humans with more in life than work. And that's really important to remember. And if you have the right people, everything else is smoother. So be the person who makes everything better and levels things up. And since you're here, you probably already are somebody that wants to level things up. You want to get better. And we can all be that person that's welcoming, friendly, helpful, driven, knowledgeable. Like Aaron Francis earlier. Blimey, I really want to work with him now. Yeah, that was an awesome talk. But surround yourselves with those people, with those driven, welcoming, helpful, knowledgeable people. have them all around you, people who level us up, people who have our back, people who tell us, as the team have been doing today, that we must move to Pest immediately because it's incredible. And also Alpine, actually, they've just been slacking about that. People are so important, and I believe that so deeply that I built my own business to help build cultures of recognition in businesses, in organizations. And I want to point out, if somebody you work with does something awesome, tell them. It's really important to hear that you've done well, not only because around 80% of people who quit their jobs mention a lack of appreciation as a key reason for leaving. 80%. Ridiculous. But recognition breeds more recognition, which breeds excellence. It's important to praise people when they've done well and give feedback if they've fallen short. And my side business's motto or tagline is, life is too short to be part of a bad team. So make your team great or move to a great team. So when you have the right people, if you're part of the right team, look after them. Whether you're a manager, whether you're part of the team, whether you're a junior or a senior, you are part of that fabric of the team. You're part of the whole. So a team needs a mission. Give all of the support that you have. People deserve and need more than a salary. A salary isn't enough. This is a list of some of the things that we try to do, for example, and there's more that we could be doing. And maybe some of these will work for you, maybe they won't, but the ones that you like, ask for them from your manager. Introduce them if you're the boss, or DM me about better things so I can do better. We have at least 2 hours a week of learning time. Go and experiment with new technology. Go and learn something new. Go and learn Go. Go and play with Lambda. I think everybody will be using that learning time this upcoming week to learn and play with all the new Alpine components, I'm sure, because we're debating at the minute over Alpine and Livewire and Vue. What do we want to be doing? But learning time is so key. The age-old Dan Pink book Drive, lots of people know, but it says that people need purpose, autonomy, and mastery. And so that 2 hours a week of learning time, 2 hours doesn't sound like a ton, and I would like it to be more. But that fits into that drive of mastery, of getting better at your craft, becoming more of an artisan day by day. We have super flexible working hours. I think everybody should have super flexible working hours. I start work at 7 a.m. because I wake up early. I like to start work early, and I finish 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. when my kids come home from school, and they have then my full attention, and I pretend that work doesn't exist. So offering these to people helps them. It makes them better. It helps them flourish. Limited meetings and distractions. I really don't like meetings. I like asynchronous communication. I like to write things down. But also it helps developers get deep work done to get into flow. So we need to limit those as much as we can. And don't be the people that's always insisting on a meeting and booking in for a day. I could probably talk about how important people are for 40 minutes and what we should be doing for them. And that probably wouldn't be a good use of time. So maybe let's move to the O in the incredible, patented, as seen on TV, pop-off team success system. And the first O is organization. I'm still hoping those eyes are in the right place. So the first O. When you have awesome people, or if you're part of an awesome team, you have to organize things well to get out of their way and unblock things. There needs to be a frictionless journey to building the right thing and getting it out into production. So these are, just the tools we use. These are just examples. I'm just showing you what we found as successful. If you like it, take it. If you don't, leave it. So these are the tools we use day in, day out. A peek behind the curtain. We use Notion extensively for big epics and big projects. All of our meetings have meeting notes in Notion. You can go and see a meeting note about what marketing we're up to, or our last sprint retro, for example, all in Notion. All of our engineering documentation is in Notion, our architecture information, even our public website, karnclassic.engineering, is actually a Notion page hosted by super.so. Our meeting recordings are in there, developer onboarding, which is so key, our handbooks, expenses information, our translation strategies, our review guidelines. It all needs to be written down. We use Notion for that. Other options are available. Confluence, for example, is very good. The second tool there, the S, is Shortcut. It used to be called Clubhouse, which was a much better name, but then this weird social audio network came and they had to change the name to Shortcut. But we use Shortcut for our sprints and for our tasks, and we kind of use a Scrumban system with 2-week sprints. Like most people, we use GitHub for version control, pull requests, continuous integration, and Slack. Lots of people use Slack. I am very interested in a tool called Twist, twist.com or twistapp.com, which is kind of a Slack app, essentially, but focused on asynchronous communication so that people have time to collate their thoughts before replying. But we need Slack because you have to have some way you can post the Pikachu wave GIF. So quick look at how we do our sprints in Notion. We use 2-week sprints, and we plan that in Notion. You can see there, it says future sprints. Each sprint has a goal. What are we trying to achieve? And then the tasks in that sprint go into Shortcut, and that's where we work day to day. And you can see on the right there, they're the stages that our stories go through. We estimate our stories as well, using complexity, using story points, so we know our velocity. And then on the bottom left there, you can see a sprint retro as well. We do all of our sprint retros in Notion, and we can collaborate in real time on those. Notion is really perfect. Once you get to know it a bit, it's great. Let's take a quick look at sprint retros and what we've found to work, as well as avocados. So sprint retros are in Notion. We collaborate in real time on them. And the goal of sprint retros is to figure out how can we work better as a team. And I stole a quote that I really love, and I also stole a tweet that I really love. But let's start with the quote, is that every sprint or every turn of the crank, we deliver something of value to customers or the business, and we figure out how we can make the next sprint even smoother. For me, that captures sprint retros perfectly. We're trying to figure out how we can do better, and we're delivering a ton of stuff for users in the business. And these are blameless retros. And Frake tweeted about this perfectly recently, which I've borrowed and 10,000% agree with. If something goes wrong, there's something wrong with our processes or our systems. If somebody has fallen short, that's because we haven't given enough context. We've not got the right processes in place. We've not done enough, basically. So we use our sprint retros to work together to improve those processes and to improve our team as a whole. I also want to talk about avocados. We have a role that we call sprint advocate / sprint avocado, whose job it is to handle internal technical support, to shield the rest of the team and the sprint from ad hoc kind of internal support requests. This role rotates between developers, which is really useful in many ways, but one of the ways that I like is that everybody gets a really good sense of where the rest of the business has issues and has extra context then. So when they go and build something, they know, oh, so-and-so had this issue, so they have a bit more of an idea of how best to build it. So if you have an issue handling tech support and it disrupting sprints, maybe think about avocados. Documentation is key. The golden rule in distributed working is to write stuff down. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear, or that would have been a different S word, but write everything down, and starting with documentation. So this is screenshots of our documentation. And it's important that this is searchable and findable. And we try to use the Diataxis framework, which I've linked there. We've not got it down completely just yet, but we do reference our documentation very frequently, and often Notion links are provided when somebody asks a question. And writing documentation is a great multiplier. If you're a developer and you want to get to senior level or staff level, writing, communication, and collaboration is a very good way to get there. It's not only incredible code. And you can see some of the documents that we have there, talk about even our expenses. What stack are we using? What training and resources do we have available? And my favorite is Stripe. Savory of the payment verse, which I think you got to love that. That's great. Whoever came up with that, and it wasn't me, I don't think, is incredible. And then our more on writing things down, we call it our tech book. We're kind of building in public our team's operating system, essentially. We're trying to document the way we work, our coding guidelines, our style guidelines, our translation strategy, our localization strategy, our review guidelines, how we use DDD, how to get the most out of pair programming, all sorts of things. We're trying to build that in public. And so this is an extension of the golden rule of distributed working. Write stuff down and include a Pikachu in it if you can. It'd be great to see more of this from other teams using Laravel. I'd love to learn from other teams that are doing things better than us. And so if you publish anything like that, please let me know. I'd love to know what other people are up to. And also, I want to publish what we're up to. Take what's great, leave what's not. Okay. The second and final P in Pop-Off, patented as seen on TV, extra cool system. Very quickly, I want to walk you through our processes, how we work, what min-maxing process looks like. The point of process here is to have as little process as possible to achieve the best results. We don't want to add process everywhere, get in the way, always having to remember a 6-point checklist just to do a simple thing. So as minimal process as you can get away with, basically. And you'll be happy to know that this is where we introduce a second gratuitous acronym. I'm fairly obsessed with acronyms. So we have Pop-Off, and now we have IRS doctors. Sorry. Everything we do goes through this process, though. We have an idea ourselves or from others. We research it. We spec it collaboratively, product and design and engineering. We put it into a 2-week sprint. It gets developed, it gets reviewed, and it gets shipped. And there's probably monitoring and measurement after that somewhere, but that would ruin the acronym, so I left that out. It's fine. And the IRS steps are before the Laravel fun, so we'll ignore the IRS for now, as all good people should. But let's take a brief look at doctors and how we develop our code, review our code, and ship our code. Developing all starts, I think, with a great local development environment. If you have a crappy development environment, you're in big trouble. If it's painful to run the site you're supposed to be working on, or painful to get it into a state that you need, or painful to run the tests, everything's going to clog up and go slow. And Valet is great. I use Valet for my personal sites and for my wife's sites. And if that's all you need, then you're set. Awesome. But for us, we need a bit more. And so we use Vagrant for virtual machines, and we use Ansible for provisioning those machines. And what's important to me here is environment parity. So we need our development environment to be as close to production as possible so that we can catch any issues, any bugs before they go live. So if you use Docker in production, use Docker in development. If you use VM instances, as we do, EC2 instances provisioned with Ansible in production, we provision our development environment the exact same way, exactly the same. And we spent a decent chunk of time making our developer onboarding and our development environment mostly rock solid. And again, just to get out of people's way. Every developer deserves a frictionless experience to get their code into production. There will be friction from reviews. We need high quality code, but nothing else should be in the way of that. So if you don't get to work with a great development environment, get on it. And before we start writing code, it's pretty important to know what problem we're solving. And so we need to spec our tasks right too. This is a task we have in our sprint right now, which maybe I shouldn't be showing you. Who knows? I'll speak to the lawyers tomorrow. But again, this is about unblocking the awesome people that we've hired, that we've got on our team. We don't want them to be spinning their wheels. I don't want to be spinning my wheels when I'm developing because the story doesn't have enough detail. So we provide a user story, we provide some context, a reason, and we have acceptance criteria that we can check off as we go through. And so each task has, by default, automated testing, metrics, which we use StatsD for with Datadog, and documentation. I love documentation. I love writing stuff down. So that's a default. And it wouldn't be right without mentioning Sparty, I don't think. I'm not open the chat, so nobody can answer, but is everybody else's Composer JSON full of Sparty packages too? I just took a small screenshot there, but I imagine they are. So thanks, Sparty. Okay, a bit about our code. We make extensive use of domain-driven design and events. So domain-driven design, again, we took a lot of inspiration from Sparty's Beyond CRUD course, which is great. Go buy it, sparty.be. But we're also getting some training. And Ryuta's talk this afternoon, for me, was great. It had a lot of awesome things to modularize a monolith. So if you haven't seen that, go and look at that. And so we're going to document more in our handbook as we progress, as we learn more. But so far, we've learned that DDD really helps us with boundaries around work, which Ryuta also talked about. Developers can work on lots of different things at once without stepping on toes or causing merge conflict hell, basically, which is very, very handy. And you know where to go. You know where to look when you need to work on something. Events as well. You can see our event service provided there for auction ending and auction extended. They've been super useful. We can rerun events for a particular car auction if needed, and we can track which events are ran so that we have full traceability of what's going on. So we're not full on kind of event sourcing yet, but maybe we'll explore that in future. We use a ton of jobs, very extensive notifications, very excessive maybe notification system. We have a custom notification storage system into the database and a panel on the front end. And we use lots of factories and factory states. Everything needs tests. That's the key point of this. So write your unit tests, write your feature tests, write your browser tests. My preference is to write feature tests. At the end of the day, as I said on one of the people slides ages ago, we're humans writing software for other humans to improve their lives in some way. So feature tests prove that our system will improve the user's life. So for me, it's write feature test. That's make sure the user is getting what they need. I also wanted to show this particular event from our event service provider, full transfer confirmed, just to show that we use quite a fair amount of chat ops. So we use Slack for chat ops, and we use kind of event-driven design to alert the relevant teams when awesome things happen. So in this example where it says Nova, the photographer Ashley Hindle, I didn't actually do it, has submitted their photos for this auction. And we tag the right team, and we have a button there to make their lives easier. And, quick access buttons make everything more efficient for them. And so Laravel's notification system, the Slack notification channel, and the package that we use is really incredible for that kind of thing. So if you're not using Slack blocks or the Slack notification, get on that. It's pretty cool. And the developer's job is to open a pull request with great instructions for a reviewer to review, basically. Very quickly, I'm not doing well on time. This is the process our tasks go through. I don't know what process yours go through, but have a look at ours. If you like it, take it. If you don't, leave it. Our tasks start On the left, ready for development. So anybody on the team can pick these up. The next one, ready for development, is called verified dealer. In development is PHP 8 upgrade. Waiting is we're waiting on somebody internally. We're waiting for it to be picked back up. Ready for a review. We need somebody to review it. In review, somebody is reviewing it. On staging and QA is getting QA'd. So we have a staging environment before production, which is super key to pick up any bugs. All of our reviews have continuous integration pipeline. We are moving more towards GitHub Actions, but we also have a tool called BuddyWorks for our automated unit and feature tests and our browser tests as well. And we also require that a review has an approved review. A pull request has an approved review, so that we only merge things that people have approved and passes all of our checks. We have a style check. Very briefly wanted to touch on this. We essentially use PSR 12 because it's pretty great. We have some slight modifications in a PHP CS file. And we also recently added a code style sniffer to ensure that our files have declare strict types at the top. That strictness of the code is really, really nice and helps us spot bugs a lot earlier. So reviewing, we're on the doctor's acronym, we've gone from develop to review. Reviewing starts with the developer. It's part of the developer's job to make it easy for the reviewer to review. And this is the same in open source. If you want to contribute in open source, you read the contributing file. You should write an excellent PR with clear instructions on how to test, with your thought process, and things go a lot smoother. So developers, and me too, when I develop, put in extra effort so that the reviews go really smoothly, basically. So these are examples of our pull requests. We make sure there's a clear how to test section, and we use continuous integration for running our tests. And reviews are always focused on the code and our systems and our processes, not the human. And Kristen's talk earlier had some really awesome suggestions as well on better review comments. And she also made a really great point about pointing out good things in a pull request also. Pull requests aren't to tear people down. They're to build us all up. They should be focused on readability, maintainability, security. So I think Spotty just said they're releasing a new course for those kinds of things. So I'm buying that. We read code a lot more than we write it. So it has to be able to be followed. And the review process can be awesome for pairing also. Pair programming is great. Everybody talks about it. But have you tried pair reviewing? It's very, very interesting. As a team, this is my belief, and I feel very strongly about it. As a team, we don't provide any value unless our code is merged into main, and neither do you. So have a bias to action, have a bias to shipping. I think Taylor spoke about this too with the change to Laravel 9, iteratively delivering value frequently. That's an awesome approach. He's completely right. You can spend 8 months on the most beautiful, perfect 12-factor solid BDD, DDD, TDD, chef's kiss code. But unless it gets into main, you've not made a difference to the world. It doesn't improve your users' lives. It doesn't make your website better. You will inevitably improve your skills, no doubt. But unless it's in main, it's not had any further impact. Anywho, that's an aside. Our shipping, so you know, continuous deployment. So you merge into our staging branch, it's auto-deployed to staging, as you can see there. And merge into main, it's auto-deployed to production. Getting this part fast is really important if you want to build a culture of iteration like Taylor spoke about earlier. If you want to be delivering value iteratively into production frequently, time and time again, your deployment pipeline has to be fast. It has to be, you have to have confidence, and it has to always work. So our process is pretty straightforward. But yeah, do what works for you. Just know it's very important. Some people told me I forced this one in just to get a nice acronym, but what do they know? I want to touch on autonomy. And this comes back to people again, because people are everything. Once you have a team with the right people, organized in the right way with minimal process, then you get out of the way. If you're on a team like that, then you're in a really great place. And if you're not, improve it. I see autonomy as fewer meetings as possible, as much context as possible, and as much deep work as possible. Kind of giving all of the information a developer needs to make all of the decisions themselves and choose how they're going to solve a problem. So I'm just sharing how we work, what we're up to. But if you think these are things that would help you or important to you or your team or your company, then go and have those conversations. We should all have more trust and autonomy. Give people the space to do what they need to do. Give people the context they need to make great choices. Again, life's too short to be part of a bad team. So let's close out this section by moving from people in general to you in particular. That was weird eyebrow moving. Flourish. What a word. My favorite word of this year. My goal this year is to help as many people as I can flourish, to become the best version of themselves. Flourish, to thrive, to prosper, to grow luxuriantly, to achieve success. For me, a massively inspiring word. And the reason it's part of the patented, as seen on TV, pop-off team success system is because it's really, really important. You need to start with yourself. Look after yourself. The same old boring airplane story of put your oxygen mask on first. But do that. Working 70 hours a week doesn't help you flourish. It doesn't help your team flourish. It doesn't help your family. There's more to life than work and Laravel. There's ice skating and Pokemon and rom-coms at the very least. So look after yourself. You're really bloody important. And once you've got that stuff dialed in and you're prospering, it's time to help others flourish too. So I'm trying to look after myself. I fail fairly frequently. I'm trying to meditate. I'm trying to exercise, trying to get enough sleep, all those things, so that I'm better for my family, for my friends, for my teammates, and also for the whole industry. We're all standing on the shoulders of giants. We can give back to the world to level everyone up. So remember, pop-off doctors. It's not good, is it? So you'll notice a distinct lack of technology here. Apologies, I did say this was slightly different. But you can be wildly successful with Laravel, Blade, and Forge only. For me, people are most important. If you pop off, everything improves. The Pest, Livewire, Alpine, Octane, Vapor, that cool Aaron Francis thing I forgot the name of. They're all bloody awesome. And we're going to use a couple of them, and I use some of them in my side projects. But you can be wildly successful and progress and flourish with the simpler proven technology too. It's not one or the other. It's not a battle between old and new, but know that that's an option. Our development team is doing super well. People are growing. You can be successful with the basics. And remember, pop off doctors. But most importantly, remember, Pikachu is great, but people are everything. The Laravel community is already one of the best. Laravel helps us all flourish. And if we pop off, we can go even further. So look after yourself first, so you level up. Then you can help those around you thrive. And then the entire community can flourish. Thank you for coming to my Lara talk.
Thank you. Amazing job. That was really, really great. And I think the crowd seemed to enjoy it. So great job.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And now we're going to go to our final speaker. Unbelievable. The last one. Let's bring him in. And let me stop my share. All right, number 17. This is the scariest talk, so close your eyes and maybe don't watch. It's too scary. Okay, I can see it. You're ready.
All right, am I good to go?
Yes, you're good.
Cool. Okay. So, have you ever wondered why we hash passwords when we store them? Why don't we simply throw them into the database in plain text? It would make things simpler. And it's not for, usability or clean code or elegance or even optimizing like the speed of the login flow, for example. It doesn't give us any of those benefits because if you think about it, when a user registers their account, they take the user, you'd have to take their username and their password, but you can't just throw the password in the database. You have to inject it into a intentionally complicated and time-consuming algorithm, which turns it into a random string, and then you save that random string. And then when you're authenticating the user, it gets even better because you can't just look for a database record that has the username and password that match. You have to find a database record, and I'll just kill the thing that's making dings. You have to find the database record that matches the username, pull it out, grab the hash, figure out the salt and the configuration for generating the hash from that string, then use that to generate a new hash with the raw password that the user has sent to you. And then you can figure out if they've got the right password. So it adds a lot of extra steps in place. So it's not for that. Now, most of you are probably thinking it's for security, and it is, but what level of security does it give us? Because it doesn't give us any security at login time or at registration time. If you think about it, the user is typing their raw password into their browser. So if there's something in their browser that's listening for information, it'll get the password. It sends the password in plain text to the server. Yes, it'll be an encrypted connection, but if you can listen into that connection, you've got the password. And then it hits the application and still in plain text. So if the application has some compromise in it, it's going to have the raw password. Only then does it hash it and then store it in the database. And then the same thing for logging in. So it doesn't give us immediate security. The security that it gives us is security if something bad happens, if your site is hacked, if you leave a database lying around and someone gets access to your database. In those cases, if a hacker gets your data and you don't have the passwords hashed, then they've got a list of known usernames and passwords that work, which they can then use to hack into other sites or break into your site if they've got maybe like a database file and they want to get into the interface. So it doesn't give us immediate security. It gives us a layer of security if something else happens. And that's the entire point of this talk today, is about adding layers of security, adding security in depth, defense in depth, so that if something bad happens, if an attacker gets in, then they can't do worse things. They're limited in what they're able to do. So if for those of you who are at last Laracon, this is my last talk, you'll recognize this screen. And this one has an SQL vulnerability. I just want to mention, you don't have to have seen my last talk to get this one. I'm only talking about different vulnerabilities. So don't worry about it if you haven't seen it. But there is an SQL vulnerability in this form, which allows us to manipulate the queries in the database and to do whatever we want with the database. So if I jump over into the command line, which is hiding over here, and I grab SQLmat, which is a very useful tool for doing SQL injection and manipulating databases through vulnerabilities. We'll run that command in place. What it's doing is it's looking for all the databases that the user has access to. So not the tables, not the data in the tables, but actual the databases themselves. And as you can see down here, we've got 9 databases that it found. So Hack Laravel is the application that we're actually breaking into, that form is part of, that the database in the back of that form, right? But we've also got access to the Forge database. We've got Laravel Security, we've got Stephen Rees Carter with Extra-Veg, and a couple of system MySQL databases as well. So the point is this user has access to all these different databases. And that's a problem because we're broken into this app over here. But if it can access the databases of all of your other apps, then the hacker doesn't need to compromise those apps to get access to their data. All they have to do is break into the weak app over here, and they've got access to everything. So if we go back to our command, and I tell it, I want to look at the Forge database, and find all the tables. So what it's done now is it's found a table called secrets in the Forge database. Now, this is a database and a table that has nothing to do with the application that we are exploiting the vulnerability in, but because it has the same user and password, same user and password, we can get access to the table, which means we can view those secrets, we can view that information. So how do we solve this? And it's a pretty simple fix. So I'll jump over into Forge. Where's Forge hiding? Here we go. And the problem, as I said, is that we're sharing the username and password for our different database. So what I can do is I grab, use different credentials. So, sorry, just grab some water. Okay, so use different credentials here. So we've got the username HackLaravel and a different password, and we'll save that. And that then means that the application should be using its own user to connect to the database. So when that's finished saving, probably have to do a deploy as well, just to bust the cache. So go to deploys and deploy now. Wait for that to do its thing. Hopefully Forge isn't too banked up to do it quickly for us. Ding, ding, ding. Hey, still going. Of course, it runs slow on the, the live talk. You're never going to get things running quickly when you're trying to demonstrate something. Yeah, Forge really must be doing something today. Okay, there we go. It's finished. Jump back over into our command line and back down the bottom. If I run that command again, where it's looking in the Forge database for tables, we've now got some errors and it can't find anything. If I go back to our previous command and ask it to find all the databases it has access to again, we now have only two, HackLaravel and Information Schema, which means that if you break into the application, you can only access the database that you're supposed to access, the database for that application, which adds a lot of protection in place and protects those other apps and their databases from being compromised. Okay. So moving on. Now, where'd it go? Here we go. So the administrator of this site, when they were setting it up, they must have had problems configuring things, making things work, and they decided to make it easy to view the log file. Maybe they were getting error reports or something and they wanted to go see the full logs, but they wanted to do it, say, from their phone. So they just added in a helpful little logs page, which when you go to the page, it displays the recent logs in the site, and so they can have a look at what's going on. But the hacker has figured this out, has found it. And looking at this line up top is quite interesting because it suggests that for some reason, the person who built the page wanted to know what the file that they were accessing was. And you could make some leaps of logic in here and some guesses. And you could try things like this. What happens if I put a file in place and change that? Well, now it's changed the path. So we've guessed what the parameter is to view a different file. So what if I do this? Oops, wrong one, env, enter. We can now view the site's configuration file, which is really, really cool from a hacker point of view because we have access to like database credentials here. These are the ones we just updated. So you can see this file is live. We've also got some AWS credentials down here, which is really, really handy, and some pusher credentials. So let's have a look at the AWS credentials. So we'll jump over into our command line and I'll just grab my code in here and dump that in, paste, yay. Okay, so what we're doing is we're adding the keys into the environment. Then we're going to run the AWS command line, which is going to hit S3 and see what buckets we can see. Now we've come back with an access denied. So for whatever reason, the credentials aren't working. That's fine. We're going to move on and see what else we can do. So I'll jump over back in here and you might have noticed this very suspicious looking line above. So whoever was setting this site up for some reason wanted to, I don't know, they're storing their credits on the website or something weird. We don't know what's going on, but as a hacker, we want to look at everything. We want to have a poke around, see what we can find, see if there's anything interesting hiding somewhere. So I'll open that one up. Come on, open up, please. There we go. Okay, we'll open that one up and we've got a blank page. But do we have a blank page? If we look up at this URL, it's not what we clicked on. So if we go to here, we went to src.id.au and take a copy of my credentials. Up here, we've got Canary tokens. Now, hopefully some of you are beginning to see some warning bells and have an idea of what's going on here. But essentially, so let me start again. So a Canary token, have you heard of a canary in the mine? where miners would take canaries down into the mines with them and keep an eye on them. And if the birds started dying or were having problems breathing, then it was an indicator that there was a problem in the air and that the miners needed to get out. And so a canary token is the digital version of that. So this is a canary token, and when you access the URL, it sends an alert. And we've tricked the hacker through this carefully named line into visiting the URL. So if I jump over into my emails, we can see here we've got canary token was triggered, and I'll go into it. Canary token triggered alert has been triggered by source IP. So we have the IP address, the person who clicked it, which is my IP address. You've got details like the user agent, reminder, so you can tell what the token is, when you set it up. And I'll jump over in here and you can see the history. And I can see that this token has been accessed from my house here and someone whose IP address is that. So I'm guessing someone saw the URL in the configuration file and visited it during the middle of this talk. So that's kind of entertaining. Let's see if I refresh it, we get any more hits. No. So look at this person who's in Stockholm. That's their IP address, blah, blah, blah. You can see my details here. I'm in Brisbane, this information about my browser. So the point is that it's alerting us to people, oh, there's some more hits. Alerting us to people accessing that URL as an early warning system. Now, if I go back in here, so, okay, it hasn't arrived yet, but these AWS credentials are also a canary token. It takes a little while for them to appear because it runs through AWS's infrastructure. It can take between 2 to 30 minutes to run, which is a problem when you're doing a 30-minute talk and you want to demonstrate the feature, hence why I put that obvious URL in there. But if we go back to canary tokens and we'll go to a new token here, there are a bunch of different tokens we can create. So we've got like web page tokens, you put that on a website, DNS entries, AWS keys, which are awesome. You've got different Word documents, PDFs, MySQL dumps. There's a whole bunch of different things you can do with canary tokens to get alerting. And they're fantastic as an early warning system to tell you if there's a hacker snooping around. Because if someone gets access to your environment, they're going to try keys, they're going to try links, they're going to see what they can access. And so putting tokens around will alert you when someone is trying to do something, when someone is looking around, and you'll know about it before they actually break something, before they cause serious damage, before it's too late. So that's a canary token. I highly recommend them. I install them on every site that I run. I've got canary tokens everywhere. Okay, so has that come? Yeah, oh, awesome. Okay, no, that's web and that one. Here we go, keys. So this is the AWS keys that we triggered before. As we can see here, it's told us the command was s3.ls, and we can see the details about that as well. And someone over in Singapore is, oh, that's right. That's my server. So that's where I am at the server that's running that hit, and that's me at home. Okay, so moving on, where are we going back to? Okay, so this form now, for my last demo on this site, when I did the last talk, there was a remote code execution vulnerability in the cookie. That has a couple of steps to set up. So I've just made a simplified version, but it's still a vulnerability in the page. So when they built this page, they made this box deserialize things that look like a Laravel serialized object. The problem is that that's vulnerable to a deserialization attack. And so what we can do is generate a payload. I will paste the line in there, and this command, PHP GGC, builds deserialization attack payloads, which allow you to execute code. So I'll grab that one, and what we want it to do is run a bash command, which is basically opening a reverse shell. So I'll grab that, and I want to put this on the side of my screen, like so. Put that in there. Now what I want to do down here is, first of all, grab my public key, and we'll get to that in a second why I want that one. And then I'll grab my listener. So what I'm doing here on my jump box is starting up a listener, and it's listening for connections on port 1234. This is the IP address of my jump box, 1234. We want to do a connection. I'll go verify here. And here we now have a command line straight into the web server. So that gives us access to this site. Now remember I grabbed that SSH key. What I'm going to do with it is throw it into the authorized keys file. I can then get out of my reverse connection, and then I can do a SSH into, where's the IP address of that server? SSH into the server. Yes, I want to get in. Fantastic. I now have an SSH connection into the application that we just broke into through the remote code execution. Pretty simple. Okay, so we're in here now. We have a command line access. We can have a look around. So we can see here, as I've done an LS, that we've got a couple of sites in here. And if you know Forge, you'll know these are the different websites. So if I look in default, that's the one that we just broke into, the vulnerable site. And we've got things like the configuration file. We've got a backup, which is actually another canary token, and a few other things in there. But you'll notice also in the root level, we've got some other applications like this Laravel security.dev. And because they're all running as the same user on the server, we have permissions to access and read them, which means we can read their configuration files. So I could do a cat.env, and that is the configuration file of that application, which we have, its application key, you've got database credentials, if there are any database access tokens, that sort of thing, another canary token, that one's a bit more obvious. The point is that because they're all installed as the same user on this site, we have full access to them because we've broken into that first site. And this is a common theme that I was talking about before. The databases is that you can break into one site, you can use that to jump to multiple sites if permissions aren't set up. So how do we solve this problem? Well, we can do it in Forge. And I'm using Forge as an example. Where'd the browser go? But you can do this in any provisioning system that you use, or if you set up servers manually. I'm just using Forge because it makes it simple. But this isn't a Forge-specific vulnerability, and it's not a Forge-specific fix. So if I jump into Forge and I go to the app server, so what we can do to avoid this vulnerability is when we're deploying a site, so I'll go anothersite.com, rather than deploying it by default into the same user account, we can use website isolation. And what that means is it sets up the account with the site with its own user account on the server. So it's going to provision anothersite.com in its own user. And I'll jump back to the command line. Where's it gone? ls-, in there. So the site, the subdirectory isn't in there. But if we go to, I'll do it this way. Back a level, we can see we've got another site here. So it's created its own user, as we can see over here. And then it's running in that own directory, which means that the site is now in a separate user and it's separated from the different sites. So let's have a look in that user and see what we can do. So I'll just do a little sudo in here, like that. Okay, so now we're logged in as the site. So this is where that site is. It's still being provisioned. Oh, I haven't installed a site on this, so there's not going to be a folder there yet, but we've got the user in here. And if I go back a level, we can see the home directory. But if I try and go into the Forge user, I can't. And if I try and go into the withextraveg user, I can't, because this user has been isolated. And so if anyone breaks into this site, they can't access the other sites on the server. Now, I'm not keeping an eye on the chat, but I'm hoping a few of you have noticed what I just did. And let me go back a step. So if I log back out again, you'll see I ran sudo, but I didn't type a password. Now, this isn't a Forge thing. This is something that I did manually, but the site, the user administrator of this server has disabled password on sudo, which is a gigantic security problem. Because if you can break into an account and it's got sudo without a password, you've basically got root. Sudo without a password slows you down when you forget to type it, but it doesn't stop you from using root, doesn't stop you from accessing root, doesn't stop you from doing whatever you want on the server, because you'll quickly figure out you don't need a password for sudo. And so that's a huge security problem. And we might as well exploit it while we're here. So sudo-i, we are now root on this server, and let's have some more fun. So because we're root, we can install stuff. So let's install Nmap, which is a network mapping tool. And we can use this to have a look around the network and see what else there is, what else we can do. So we've got that. Now let's have a look at the server and see what its network connections are. So we've got loopback, we'll ignore that. We've got the public IP address, which is on the internet, so that's not overly helpful, but we've also got another connection down here, which is an internal network or a private network. And we can use that one to have a snoop around, and we can see what this server has access to, because often private networks, internal networks, don't have the same level of protection. So I'll do GRC because it makes Nmap a bit nicer. And then I'll grab the range and dump that in and give it a minute. It should take about 16 seconds. If Forge is taking a while, no, it doesn't have anything to do with Forge, but like Forge was taking a while before, it'll probably take longer just because this is a live demo. So we'll give that a sec to run through and see what it comes up with. Okay, cool, we're back. So we found 3 hosts. Up here, we've got this one up here, which is very boring. We just got SSH and the HTTPs. So there's not really much that we expect to be able to do on this one. The bottom one is similar. We do have a MySQL database open though. So we do have the potential to try and break into that, see if we can brute force the credentials or see if there's any weak passwords on it. So that'd be helpful. But in the middle here, we have Jackpot. This server has FTP running and Telnet running and BIOS SSM, which is Samba. And you've got LDAP running, and then you've got some MySQL, HTTPs and a MySQL, and that one's also Samba. And so there are a bunch of different services on here that you would not want to run on the internet. You don't want people trying to get into these, because if you can find a vulnerability in them, that will let you in. And there are vulnerabilities for older versions of them. Or if you can guess the passwords, or the Telnet might not even actually have a password, then you have access to that server and you can do whatever you want. And so you could get into that server, which might be a box between like your DMZ, where your web server is, and your internal network. So you could get into that server in the middle, get into this one in here, and then from there, keep moving, and then get into the corporate network and have a look around and maybe, work your way through into some of the highly sensitive servers in the network if it's all linked. And that's a big problem with internal networks like this, is often they're not fully protected if someone can get in. And when you've got a web server sitting on the edge that has access to the internal network and the external network, then you can use that as a bridge to get through if you can find a vulnerability, which is what we did. I'm just reminding you that we did all of this through that remote code execution on the web page. I haven't used any other tricks to get through. We went through that. Okay, so what else can we do while we're here? I will jump back out of there. Okay, so one of the other things that Forge does by default, and a lot of people do by default when setting up their sites and setting up their servers, is it adds your SSH keys into your source code repository. So into GitHub, for example, which gives your user full access to all the repositories in your account. And we can check if we've got this we're on the root level, do SSH git, I can't type, git at github.com, enter. And what it's going to do is tell us our username. So we can see here that we currently have an SSH key for the user Valoran. So if we grab that, we can go over to GitHub and have a look at the user Valoran and see what they can do. So we can see here's Valoran, and they've got a few public repositories. We can check to see if they're in any organizations. I don't have any public organizations there to be listed. And that would give us an idea of what repositories we could access. And if they've got other organizations, or they work with other big projects, there's a potential for them to have write access to those big projects. Like team members of Laravel will have write access to the Laravel repository, for example. And so we can use this information to figure out what we want to do next. In this case, we're going to grab this link up here and have a look at it, which turns out to be a public package on Composer, on Packagist, which is great news for us. So we'll grab that URL. What am I doing? Grab the URL. And we'll go back to our command line. And then what we're going to do is check out the code. And wait for that to clone. Cool. Okay, so that's cloned down. Now we're going to go into Pwn Validator. /LA. Okay, so here is our repository that we've checked out, because we were able to do it because we have those keys, in the account and on the server. What happens if I do hello, whoops, can't type, touch hello Laracon. If I do a git status, git adds, git, oops, commit, hello Laracon, and then git push, wait for that to go up. Where's the code? Okay, now if I go in here and refresh the page, we now have our commit where I added an empty file, hello Laracon. So I'm going to pause there for a moment. Just have to think about what I just did. Yeah. Now, what if I went back to the command line and let's just split this screen again to make it easier. Okay, so I go back here. Now we can see here the latest tag is 1.3.4, right? And this is a composer packages package. So what if I did this? 1.3.5. And then git push text. What if I did that? And obviously click the button and then it went to GitHub. Well, if you know how packages work, then you'll know that it's going to send a ping over to Packagist, which is going to pull the update with the version. And then this is going to be available as an update to everyone who uses this package. Now, this is a simple empty file, so it's nothing to worry about. But what if I'd added some malware in here? What if I'd put a remote shell or something that dials back to my server or tries to steal credit card information or passwords or something? Suddenly, that malicious code that I just added in here as the hacker, having broken in through the remote code execution on this site, that code is now running on hundreds, possibly thousands of websites. Now consider if I'd done that to someone who works at Laravel, and I just modified the Laravel framework repository and added malware in there and pushed it up and added a tag and pushed that up. Yeah. So that's kind of a scary thought. And that's why I'm not demonstrating any further, because it is a scary thought. But yeah, so that's the problem with having this sort of access to repositories, is that you can push those sorts of things up and you can modify them from the server that you just compromised. Now, someone is going to notice, especially on a project as active as Laravel, they're going to notice. And there are probably checks in place. I haven't looked, I haven't checked. I don't know what they've got in place to see if there's any protection against that happening. And even if they have that, then I guarantee there will be other large packages that don't have that sort of protection. And so, that's a risk and that's a problem. And so how do we fix it? How do we get around this? How do we stop it from actually causing major widespread, I don't know, disaster, for lack of a better word, if you get it running on hundreds of thousands, millions of websites? And so my recommendation is, when you're setting up a site on Forge, and I'll jump back into Forge, and this is not just Forge, I just want to make that clear, this isn't just a Forge thing. Anytime you're setting up a server or a site on a server, then don't add your keys into your user on GitHub or whatever your version control system is. So down here, we've got the tick box, add server's SSH key to source control providers. Turn that off. Don't tick that link. Oh, sorry, yeah, turn it off. It's default on, but I'd say turn that off. Don't have that enabled, because then it means your key isn't added to the server, and if someone breaks into your server, they can't modify your repositories. And then when you are creating a site, so we'll go back into here, oops, wrong one. What am I doing? No, it's in here. When you're installing a repository in a site, using whatever method that you use, this again isn't just a Forge thing, it's whatever method you want to use to provision the site, click on generate deploy key. I'll just get rid of that because it disappeared. So this one here, generate deploy key down here. What it does is it generates a new SSH key for this application in this user. And then you can give this key to your source code repository as a deploy key in the settings for that repository. And you can say to the repository, this key is allowed to read this code. Only set it to read, don't set it to write. And that way you can pull down all the code, check out all the code for your application and build it, do whatever you need to do, but changes can't go back up. So if a hacker gets onto your server, they can't push changes back up to the repository, and they can't push changes anywhere else. And they cannot access your other repositories, either reading them or writing to them. And writing to them is a big problem here. So that's what I highly recommend that you do whenever you, brain fail. That's what I recommend that you do whenever you set up a site or a server, is use deploy keys. Don't use your SSH keys globally across your account. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it from me. Thank you very much. I hope you learned a lot, and that I don't give you too many nightmares from that. I've got some notes on my site, basically a checklist of the things that I've gone through, some of the recommendations that I have. And if you want to learn more about Laravel security, then please check out Laravel Security in Depth. There is a discount code in the swag as well, which you can grab for that one. And if you've got any questions, I'll jump into the various chats after this, or find me on Twitter or send me an email. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Great job. The chat is very freaked out. You got a lot of scared people in there. So you might need to go in there and calm everybody down a little bit. But I guess that's the idea, right? scare them
Yeah.
straight. So,
That's
all
the
right,
point.
great job as always. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
All right, no more speakers. It's just me. Just me.
Nice.
All right, so a couple final little things here. Definitely want everybody's feedback. So laracon.net/feedback. You can also find that in the description down below. Don't forget the digital swag. There's tons of offers, giveaways, everything. All the information about all the sponsors is there, as well as the speakers, products, as you just heard. So check that out. And that'll be up for a few more days. Physical swag, t-shirts, hoodies, hats, mugs. I just looked. The mugs are the #1 seller. Get a mug. So check that out. Again, only up for a couple more days. So get on that. And then like and subscribe, please. Really helps out. That would be great. And then this way you'll just be notified when we have other events, which we plan to have coming up. So like and subscribe, and that's it. I want to thank the sponsors again for making this all possible. Taylor and the Laravel crew, Eric and the other people who helped with moderation, the designers, the speakers, of course, everybody who comes together to make this all possible. I really appreciate it. It's just, I think, really cool event. The community seemed to really love it this year. So we are happy we could bring this to you today. It'll be up instantly on YouTube if you missed anything from earlier, so you can check that out. Yeah, and we will see you soon. Thanks.